Dominate beasts in an unscientific way. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Mystery. Really? Thunder Palm. Lindsay as who stood beside his father, looking at 11 in disbelief. Compared to what others said, seeing it with his own eyes was obviously more shocking. Thunder Palm skills, actually let a level 6 young iron-eating beast master it? Incredible, Lin Huangnian nodded. Moreover, it was a Thunder Palm with initial power. It seemed that this iron-eating beast had worked hard to practice after mastering the Thunder Palm. Although it will not lose its combat ability, but if it takes this move head-on, Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast may have been paralyzed all over. Lin Huangnian looked at the venue and judged. Zzz. Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast was crackling all over. At this time, Zhang Rui's heart was confused and shocked. How could it be? This is unscientific. When Zhang Rui was confused, the paralyzed iron-eating beast roared and woke him up. The battle was not over yet. Hard Claw, Zhang Rui reacted and quickly issued an attack order. Can't lose, losing to a newcomer is nothing, after all, the opponent has used Thunder Palm, who can call him a newcomer? But after losing, the training volume is doubled, which is really killing the panda. In order to avoid double training, Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast still bursts out with a fighting spirit of not admitting defeat even though it is paralyzed. At the command of the beast master, it bursts with lightning all over its body and pounces on 11. Zizzy, however, in the paralyzed state, the speed of this iron-eating beast is more than half a section slower. Opposite it, 11, who has pulled away, is locked by supervision, and Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast's attack is full of loopholes in an instant. Don't dodge, just take it hard, and then counterattack. However, Shiyu ordered at this time, not intending to give supervision a chance to play. 11? Although he can easily dodge the attack trajectory with supervision, Shiyu has not forgotten the purpose of the battle. It is to show Lin Hongnian the current proficiency of 11's hardening and Thunder Palm skills, not to show the power of supervision. Ying, the Beast Master has given the order, what else can 11 do? It just stood there like Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast just now, and hardened its whole body. Experienced hardening, at this time, seeing the changes in 11's body, the martial arts apprentices were startled again. Not only has he mastered the Thunder Palm, but his hardening proficiency also seems to be very high. That's right, after all, one of the thresholds for learning Thunder Palm is skilled hardening. When everyone was amazed at the monster-like talent of this little iron-eating beast, Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast tore at 11 with one claw. Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast mainly trains the hardness of its claws. In daily training, the hardened skin of other martial arts apprentices' iron-eating beasts is often torn by his iron-eating beast's hard claws. But this time, when attacking the younger 11, Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast only left a white mark on 11's hardened skin with one claw, and did not break the defense at all. It was just a very minor injury. How is it possible? Zhang Rui felt it was outrageous again. The next second, a scene that made him feel even more outrageous appeared. After taking the palm strike, 11 kept his whole body hardened and rushed towards his iron-eating beast with all his strength. Because the lightning energy stored in his body was limited, it was difficult for 11 to use the second powerful Thunder Palm strike at present. This time, he could only choose to harden the enemy. Boom. Because he thought that the opponent only mastered the skilled hardening, Zhang Rui and his iron-eating beast had no sense of defense at all, resulting in the direct receipt of all the damage from the impact. Plop. Zhang Rui's iron-eating beast was knocked away. The maximum power Thunder Palm plus the full damage hardening impact directly made his iron-eating beast lose its fighting consciousness. Thank you, Shiyu said embarrassedly. At this time, Zhang Rui and a group of martial arts apprentices gradually broke their three views. Mastery level, hardening, this TM, is it a young iron-eating beast of awakening level 6? Even those iron-eating beasts cultivated by senior brothers and sisters who passed the professional assessment, the moves are just like this. At the same time, seeing the opponent fall, 11 shouted for victory. However, it still felt that it was not enough. The apprentices of Zhashi Martial Arts School also seem to have limited strengths. At present, among the awakening pets, perhaps only those with a race level above the commander level can pose a threat to 11. Zhang Rui, you lost. Double the amount of training when you go back. At this time, the head of Lin Hongnian said beside him. Zhang Rui said that he lost for no apparent reason. This, a newcomer? He looked at 11 and Shi Yu with a dull expression, and then looked at the head of Lin Hongnian and Lin Xiaozu, suspecting that this was Master Lin's illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? The other apprentices of the martial arts school also looked confused, but fighting to this point was enough for Lin Hongnian. Zhang Rui, take the iron-eating beast to get treatment, and the others continue to train. Shi Yu, come with me. Okay. Lin Hongnian turned and left, and Shi Yu could only call 11 to follow him. As for Lin Xiaozu, she was still thinking on the spot. Is this really the 11 she knows? Sister Lin, that person is. The other apprentices gathered around Lin Xiaozu. Lin Xiaozu came back to her senses and said, you should double your training too. After that, she hurriedly followed her father and Shi Yu, leaving the apprentices with messy faces. This is not a newcomer at the bottom, but a monster academic master who can only stimulate people. Damn. Inside this hushy martial arts school, in an empty training hall, Shi Yu was brought here by Lin Hongnian. Following Shi Yu, 11 observed the strange uncle who led the way and always felt that he looked familiar. 11, Lin Xiaozu followed and called 11. 11 turned around and saw Lin Xiaozu, and couldn't help but feel surprised. It's the big sister. Well. In 11's eyes, Lin Xiaozu, who often wears a panda doll costume, is the same kind. 11, long time no see. Lin Xiaozu touched 11's head and held it in his arms to observe. Well. 11 is still the same 11, but what happened? How could it suddenly become so strong? Your iron-eating beast is well-trained. It's the best iron-eating beast I've ever seen. Lin Hongnian was in front of him and did not hesitate to praise him. 11 came out of the sullen place and clenched his fists to signal. Of course. It also remembered who this uncle was. It seemed that he had seen him in the breeding base, but he didn't know who he was. Thank you, Shi Yu greeted the compliment slightly. Hey, isn't it thanks to his training? In short, your future is immeasurable, Lin Hongnian sighed. It's a pity that I can't teach you much. Next, I plan to show you the training direction after hardening and thunder palm, which can be used for your reference. After speaking, a blue summoning diagram appeared beside him, and a 2-meter-tall adult iron-eating beast walked out. This iron-eating beast has a ferocious expression, well-developed muscles, and looks extremely strong. It is not lazy like ordinary iron-eating beasts at all, and it is not cute at all. It seems that under the training of the owner Lin Hongnian, this pet has overcome some habits and become a symbol of war pet. The different proficiency signs of hardening should be clearly recorded in the basic training manual. As for the thunder palm, Lin Hongnian looked at his iron-eating beast and nodded. The next moment, in the eyes of Shi Yu and Shi, the palm of the iron-eating beast was also filled with high-intensity electric currents, intertwined with blue and white. Zizzy. The iron-eating beast waved its arms casually, and the lightning flashed across the air, as if it had really formed a sharp blade. Its penetrating power was visibly enhanced, and the air began to hiss. With this level of proficiency, even the hardest steel can be shattered by lightning. As for the mastery-level thunder palm, if I'm not mistaken, your iron-eating beast didn't have enough stamina after using the thunder palm just now. Shi Yu nodded. The sign of the mastery-level thunder palm is to turn the thunder palm into normal state. After Lin Hongnian finished speaking, his iron-eating beast moved again, and this time both palms were covered with lightning, and the state was maintained continuously. Not only can the lightning cover the palms like armor, but you can also use the thunder palm with both hands. This is the sign of the mastery-level thunder palm. Then, after he finished speaking, he looked at his iron-eating beast. It is the state of training the thunder palm to perfection. The strong iron-eating beast roared, and the lightning on both palms began to spread all over the body and invaded his body. Zzz. As lightning burst out, it seemed that there were lightning in its mouth and eyes. The next moment, its hair exploded, as if it turned into lightning, and instantly appeared 50 meters away from the training hall, and then returned to the original place in an instant. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving only a charred ground. Perfect level proficiency, with the help of the high-intensity current of the thunder palm, stimulate the whole body, thereby generating a powerful instantaneous explosive force, and obtaining a speed that cannot be seen by the eyes. After training the thunder palm to the perfect level, the penetration of lightning and its own speed can even cut through real lightning. The sense of deja vu is so strong, Shi Yu thought to himself. After Lin Hongnian finished speaking, Shi Yu was fine, and the 11 next to him looked at Shi Yu with a surge of emotion. This looks so powerful. Shi Yu, at some points, make up for it after hard work. But this is nothing. Lin Hongnian didn't finish his words. This is what you should pursue. This time, Shi Yu also perked up and looked at Lin Hongnian. Superb level Thunder Palm? What will the effect be? Obviously, he thought too much. Even Lin Hongnian, a master beast master, had not trained his iron-eating beast's Thunder Palm to that level. At this moment, Lin Hongnian's iron-eating beast dispersed the lightning, and its entire body entered a hardened state. Then, it raised its head and clenched its hands. Boom! Under the metal texture of its entire body, its body burst out with a stronger electric current. The interweaving of black and white, and the flashing of blue electric current, it was as if the iron-eating beast was wearing a lightning armor. Boom! Boom! In this state, the iron-eating beast was full of power, and its attack, defense, and speed reached their peaks. The crackling sound of the lightning armor seemed to be able to shatter the enemy's will. A combination of hardening and Thunder Palm. Shi Yu opened his mouth slightly. Yes, but it's more powerful than ordinary combination skills. Next to him, Lin Xiaozu didn't expect his father to show this level. When two skills are combined successfully, it's called a combo skill, but my father's Iron Eater's proficiency in hardening and Thunder Palm is at or above the perfect level. In the Master Realm, Beast Masters call a perfect combination of two skills with proficiency above the perfect level a secret skill. Right now, this is one of the secret skills mastered by my father's Iron Eater, Thunder Armor. With this secret skill, it can fight against king-level creatures for a short time. Chapter 52 Don't aim too high. Combination skills are difficult. It does not mean that if an iron-eating beast masters both hardening and Thunder Palm, it can combine the two skills. Even if it is just to superimpose hardening and Thunder Palm on the palm at the same time, it is not so easy to do. First of all, we must consider whether the pet has the ability to use two skills at the same time, and secondly, we must consider whether the energy of the two skills will conflict. To resolve these contradictions, there is no doubt that it must be solved by improving the proficiency of the skills. Only when the proficiency of the skills is sufficient and the pet is extremely proficient in a certain skill, it is possible to coordinate and combine this skill with other skills. The higher the skill proficiency, the higher the completion of the combination skills. There is a saying in the beast control field, combination skills may not be the strongest, but the strongest skill must be a combination skill. Therefore, based on this sentence, high-level beast masters gave a name to the combination skills composed of two or more perfect level skills, the secret. Whether the pet can master the secret and whether the secret is strong or not is often the most critical factor in evaluating the training level of a beast master in higher fields. The word secret is obviously a bit early for Shi Yu, who is not even a professional beast master. Even for professional beast masters, it is still very early. After all, even ordinary professional beast masters may not be able to train their pets to perfect proficiency. However, because he is optimistic about Shi Yu's talent, Lin Hongnian still chose to open Shi Yu's eyes in advance. He hopes that Shi Yu can work hard in this direction. Next to him, after Lin Xiaozu introduced the secret of Thunder Armor, Lin Hongnian looked at Shi Yu without leaving a trace, waiting for Shi Yu's shocked expression. Genius is genius, but for an old senior like him who has sufficient accumulation, he is definitely a little short of the mark. This experience can be used as a reference for Shi Yu and others. However, Shi Yu's next sentence made Lin Hongnian's heart skip a beat. This Thunder Armor. I feel like it can be improved. Shi Yu discovered the flaws of the Thunder Armor. Why do you say that? Lin Xiaozu didn't understand. Because the eyesight of the iron-eating beast is not very good. Can it control its own actions at that speed just now? The strong iron-eating beast next to him was stunned. Lin Hongnian was also stunned. There is no such thing as a perfect secret skill. It is already very useful to have this one to deal with large-sized opponents who are not good at speed. Shi Yu added, if there is a perception skill that can predict the enemy's actions or clearly capture the enemy's position, the effect of the Thunder Armor may be stronger. He looked at 11. Perfect hardening plus perfect Thunder Palm plus perfect supervision. It feels like the perfect version of the Thunder Armor secret skill. But this is equivalent to the secret skill of the third skill. As for facing large-sized opponents, perfect hardening plus perfect Thunder Palm plus perfect multiplication, wouldn't it be better? The key is that it is not easy for iron-eating beasts to learn perception skills. Lin Hongnian had a dark face. Do you think learning skills is so simple? Just learn if you want to. However, your idea is good. Each secret is not perfect and has its own flaws and shortcomings. Integrating new skills into the combination of secrets can improve the effect of the secrets. Of course, this is still too far away. Your current goal should be to train the Iron Eater to improve the proficiency of the Thunder Palm. Then, try a simple combination of Hardening and Thunder Palm. It is not easy to improve the proficiency of Thunder Palm. After all, this skill is not a racial skill of the Iron Eater. From entry to proficiency, the palm needs to have a strong ability to withstand and resist lightning. From proficiency to mastery, the pet needs to have a strong energy control and strong enough physical support. As for mastery to perfection, during the training process, if you are not careful, the pet will be injured all over. The training process is extremely dangerous. Every step is very particular. In short, if you have any difficulties in your practice next, come to me, Lin Huangnian said. Although he showed Shiyu the characteristics of the Thunder Palm at each proficiency stage, there are still many ways to practice in this direction. Okay, I will work hard, Shiyu nodded. Next to him, the little iron-eating beast 11 always felt that the two of them were not on the same channel. It was right. Lin Hongnian was thinking that he would first let Shiyu develop proficient hardening plus proficient Thunder Palm to form a local ordinary combination skill. This move would be enough for Shiyu to pass the professional assessment in the future. And Shiyu was thinking about when he could master hardening plus master Thunder Palm plus master multiplication to directly open the Thunder God Armor mode, destroy the city with one blow. The skill illustration is really a good thing JPG. Next, Senior Panda began to take Shiyu and the others to familiarize themselves with the martial arts hall facilities. There are targeted equipment for training the basic qualities of the iron-eating beasts here, but 11 always feels that it is a little bit lacking. It doesn't look as fierce as the jumping training method. One of the rooms is a power generation training room, specially used for the iron-eating beasts to train their lightning resistance, which can provide extraordinary electric shocks at the highest level. There is also an electrified swimming pool nearby, which can not only train the iron-eating beasts to fight in the water, but also increase their lightning resistance. 11 likes this very much. In addition, things like the cafeteria and the infirmary are all standard. Shiyu looked around and nodded. If he could use the equipment here, it would be more scientific and comprehensive than training the iron-eating beast himself. The most important thing is, you can eat and drink for free here. In order to find out the food in the martial arts hall, Shiyu stayed until mealtime today. Father, Lin Hongnian was busy summarizing his experience in training the iron-eating beast and planned to give it to Shiyu before he left. At this time, Lin Xiaozu knocked on the door and came in. Have they finished their meal? Lin Hongnian asked. Is it suitable for them? Lin Xiaozu looked thoughtful. It should be suitable. Shiyu is fine, and the little iron-eating beast ate a lot. Lin Hongnian smiled and said, if it is really as self-disciplined as you said, and has a lot of exercise, it is normal to eat more. Lin Xiaozu said, electric ore, iron bamboo, iron heart wood, gold spirit mineral spring, and the growth package of gold and thunder dual attribute energy crystals, specially made by our martial arts hall. It ate a double portion after normal iron-eating beast training. Lin Hongnian raised his eyebrows. It is indeed not a small amount, but it is normal. But this is just the amount of food they ate when they only had one battle in the afternoon and did not have any training. Lin Hongnian fell into deep thought. I always feel that the martial arts hall should prepare more food resources in the future. But it is not a big problem. Food is not enough. It is just an awakening iron-eating beast. No matter how much nutrition it needs, can it be as much as his growth level as a commander-level iron-eating beast? At the same time, Shiyu was walking in the martial arts hall. He was in a good mood at this time. With a guarantee of absolute sleep and the accelerated digestion of the beast taming space, there is no need to worry about 11 eating too much, as the nutrients can be fully absorbed. At this rate, he is confident that he can train 11 to the extraordinary level within a few months. In this world, the average lifespan of iron-eating beasts is about 35 years old. Generally, wild iron-eating beasts, with sufficient nutrition and good growth conditions, need about 10 years to grow naturally to the extraordinary level. Generally, iron-eating beasts around this age have already reached adulthood, which is the mature prime age, which is considered the normal growth rate of the iron-eating beast family. Iron-eating beasts with beast tamers can accelerate this process. For example, 11 seems to have the hope of accelerating to the extraordinary level before the age of 2. In terms of professional assessment, there is no need to worry too much about 11's level, but my own level. Shiyu stopped and looked like he had to see if there were any training resources that beast tamers could use. Supplements alone were not enough. In the evening, Shiyu planned to say goodbye to Lin Hongnian and Lin Xiaozu and go home for the night. After all, there seemed to be a worm that needed to be fed at home. Before leaving, Lin Xiaozu handed the advanced training manual of the iron-eating beast to Shiyu. This records the training methods of each stage of the Thunder Palm. Remember to keep it well. Come on. After Lin Xiaozu handed the skill secret book to Shiyu, she waved her fist. She could see that her father had placed all his hopes on Shiyu, hoping that Shiyu would train the iron-eating beast to break through the limits of the race. Shiyu took the skill training secret book, looked at Lin Xiaozu, and said, "Don't worry, as long as the martial arts hall has enough food, 11 will not disappoint everyone's expectations, otherwise, 11 will not feel at ease eating this meal. 11 is not like him, who can accept everything with peace of mind." It is said that after the Beastmaster and the pet have a long contract, the personalities of both parties will affect each other. Shiyu is also very curious, who can influence whom between him and 11. At night, when Shiyu returned home, the green cotton worm was still sleeping. This guy, besides eating and sleeping, is more iron-eating than 11. Since he was sleeping, Shiyu simply didn't plan to feed him. After a simple shower, Shiyu prepared the supplements and called 11. After so many times, based on Shiyu's tone, 11 knew what he was going to do to him. 11 ran to Shiyu's side obediently. After spending an afternoon at this Hashi martial arts school, it was amazed. The attitude shown by Lin Huangyan's iron-eating beast deeply attracted 11. 11, come on, Beastmaster, let me see where your limit is. You are getting easier to accept. Shiyu was speechless. However, in 11's opinion, it was just reaping the fruits in advance, overdrawing consumption, and replenishing after training and sweating. Is there a problem? No problem. Skill, Thunder Palm, skill level, intermediate, introduction, Thunder skill, gather high-intensity electric current on the palm, so that the palm has a strong penetrating power like a sharp blade, with a paralysis effect. Status, teachable. Today Shiyu took a day off and planned to only teach an intermediate skill. Buzz. After Shiyu added the points, 11's proficiency in Thunder Palm immediately went from entry level to proficient level. And Shiyu, after drinking less than half a cup of bee's milk water, fell asleep. 11 glanced at Shiyu, dragged him to the bed, covered him with a quilt, and immediately ran to the yard. The long night is coming, but does it care about it with absolute sleep? No, it doesn't care. Tonight it will practice hard to combine Thunder Palm and hardening. This is the case tonight, and every night. Chapter 53 Panda King 11. August 4th, early in the morning, Shiyu was awakened by hunger. This is what a weak body does. If you skip a meal, you will feel hungry. You need to be full in the morning, afternoon and evening. After yawning and stretching, Shiyu got up. Putting on cat slippers, Shiyu pushed the door open and went out. In the yard, Shiyu didn't know whether 11 slept at night. As soon as he went out, he saw 11 sitting under a tree thinking about his life. In the birdcage on the tree, the green cotton worm was watching 11 quietly, because it didn't sleep as soundly as Shiyu, and was woken up by this bear. The green cotton worm shed tears. Not only had it seen the steel plate at 4 in the morning, but now it has also seen the iron-eating beast that stayed up all night to discharge electricity. Under the moonlight, the lightning was bright, like the singing of thousands of birds. How could it sleep? What's wrong? Shiyu asked 11 casually. 11 turned his head and stretched out his hand, meaning that it was difficult to combine hardening and Thunder Palm. Mastery level hardening plus skilled level Thunder Palm, it seems a bit difficult to combine them initially. It studied all night, with midnight snacks plus absolute sleep plus constant attempts, but still failed to successfully complete the combination. That means the skill proficiency is still a little short. It doesn't matter, let's eat first, and I'll give you some later. I'll make up for it after I work hard. What a considerate Beastmaster. Taking advantage of this breakfast, Shiyu asked 11 and King Mianchong to destroy all the remaining food resources at home. After that, just go to the martial arts hall to eat. But the martial arts hall is too far away, and it's a waste of time to go there every day. After all, he doesn't necessarily need to use the martial arts hall's training equipment every day. Well, I'll ask later to see if they provide takeout and delivery services. That day, Shi Yu came to the martial arts hall again. But this time, not only was Senior Panda not there, but the owner Lin Hongyan was also preparing to go out. This is normal. Senior Panda spends most of his time studying iron-eating beasts in the breeding base, and as a master beast master, Master Lin Hongyan can't stay at the martial arts hall all the time. Shi Yu, you participated in the training assessment of Xianmeng Mountain. You should want to explore the ruins, Master Lin Hongyan asked before leaving. Yes, Shi Yu nodded. According to the feedback from the trainee beast masters of the beast taming corps, the ruins are indeed very suitable for training. With your strength, you may have unexpected gains. Zhang Rui and others will also explore the ruins this time. You can compete again. Master Lin Hongyan looked in the direction of the snow mountain and sighed slightly. I will be away from Pingchang for a while. If you don't understand something in the martial arts hall, you can ask Xiaozu directly. Master Lin left in a hurry, and Shi Yu didn't have time to ask if the martial arts hall had a takeaway service. In desperation, he could only run to the cafeteria to ask. In the cafeteria, the purchasing uncle said, of course, most of the iron-eating beast nutrition and food in Pingcheng, no, in Binghain City, are basically ordered here. There must be a delivery service. Master Lin said that you can freely use the cultivation resources of the martial arts hall, and door-to-door delivery is also supported. You just need to tell me the quantity, address, and delivery time. Okay, thank you. Hearing that door-to-door delivery can be done, Shi Yu immediately felt comfortable. Then, I will order 3 times the amount of food for a normal iron-eating beast every day. However, it seems that Senior Panda's family is more generous than I thought. That's right, how can a normal family afford to open a private giant panda breeding base? Next, after reserving 3 days of food resources, Shi Yu left a martial arts hall. 3 more days, there are still 3 days before the ruins exploration organized by the Beastmaster Association. On August 7th, Shi Yu will be able to follow the large group and enter the ruins together. Because I heard that it was a trial-type ruins, Shi Yu decided to take advantage of these 3 days to work hard to improve Eleven's strength again, using the skill illustrations to improve. Now with so many supplements, food and nutrients, Eleven's strength can definitely usher in a wave of explosive growth. After returning, Shi Yu directly prepared all the supplements and began to teach Eleven how to deter. He planned to teach all the high-level skills first, and then help Eleven improve the proficiency of hardening and thunder palm to complete the combination skills. 11 covered his eyes, leaving a little gap, and silently bore this weight: skill, deterrence, skill level, advanced, introduction, a mental skill that can intimidate, shock, and command with momentum, and can also make creatures much weaker than itself faint. It is a symbol of having king's qualifications, status, teachable at a certain level. The deterrent skill can actually be said to be a common skill. Extraordinary creatures with a growth level above the monarch level can awaken on their own. However, among the awakening, extraordinary, and commander level pets, if they can master deterrence, it would be very remarkable. Not growing to the monarch level, but being able to master deterrence in advance almost symbolizes that this pet has the potential of the monarch level. As the largest official breeding base in Binghain City, the breeding base in Binghain City is really a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden. It seems that the owner of the snow wolf is not a simple person. Shi Yu doesn't know much about the deterrence skill. He only knows the effects of the first 3 proficiency levels of deterrence. Entry level, deter the opponent, weaken the opponent's fighting spirit, strengthen his own will, and have a certain command effect on creatures of the same race. Proficient level, can directly destroy the opponent's will, stun the opponent, and cause mental damage. Mastery level, can carry out large-scale deterrence, and with a glance, countless creatures can faint with their mental momentum. As for the perfect level proficiency and the superb level proficiency, his mobile phone really didn't find it, but Shi Yu could guess a little. In short, it is classified as a high-level skill, so the skill potential is naturally needless to say. Teaching, from today on, you are the Panda King, 11. Shi Yu stretched out his hand and touched 11's head. The light flowed in, and Shi Yu swallowed the magic beans with difficulty, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, in the empty yard, as Shi Yu finished teaching, 11 closed his eyes to receive experience, and time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a while, 11 opened his eyes, and the fallen leaves on the ground trembled without wind. There was no wind at all, but the leaves rustled, and the scene was extremely unusual. Boom. At this moment, 11 seemed to be no longer the rolling cub, but exuded great power in his every move. The young king of beasts is still the king. 11 opened his bright eyes, and his every move revealed a natural domineering aura, and the ferocious beast's wildness that made people tremble. That's it, however, 11 soon couldn't hold it anymore and was questioned by the Beastmaster. Shiyu looked at the cute iron-eating beast in front of him, and didn't feel the domineering aura at all. Damn, the iron-eating beast cub looks too harmless. Even with a blessing of mental deterrence, the effect is limited at present. It seems that only when 11 grows up a bit, or multiplies, can he visually make the enemy feel real fear. Ying, 11 cancelled the uncontrollable deterrence skill, revealing a wronged expression. This skill doesn't seem to be that useful. It doesn't even understand what the effect is. However, just when Shiyu and 11 complained that the deterrence skill had yet to be upgraded, the green cotton worm that was watching the excitement on the tree just now and was affected by the deterrence, with white eyes, fell down. Looking at the green cotton worm fainted on the pile of leaves, Shiyu and 11 fell into deep thought. Shiyu, deterrence skills. Don't they have a certain mental deterrence effect only after reaching the proficient level? But this green cotton worm. He quickly twitched his mouth and understood. You are a scumbag in the pet world. You are worthy of being scared by this. It has been confirmed that it will be put on the shelves on August 1st, and the 1-month new book period will end soon. After it is put on the shelves, I will definitely work hard to add more chapters. So, I ask for your support in advance, and ask for some recommendation votes, monthly tickets, and the first order at that time. Thank you all. Thanks to the leader of King Shi Apple Pie. Chapter 54, Combination Skills. For the current 11, the practical value of the deterrence skill is temporarily not as good as the absolute sleep and multiplication of the same level. Of course, compared with a combination of hardening and thunder palm, the value is temporarily inferior. Therefore, after thinking about it, Shiyu decided to continue according to the original plan to help 11 perfect the first combination skill. According to the standard, the combination of 2 perfect level skills is called the secret. This standard is a bit early for 11, mainly because Shiyu's body can't hold up and the supplements may not be enough. Therefore, they plan to pursue ordinary combination skills first. In theory, as long as the proficiency of the 2 skills is above the proficient level and the skills are compatible, there is hope to form a combination skill. Master Lin Hongnian told Shiyu about a minimum threshold standard for the combination of hardening and thunder palm. Mastery level hardening, proficient level thunder palm. This threshold has been reached by 11 at present, but even with the same proficiency, there will definitely be a certain gap. Although the minimum standard has been reached, after a night of hard work, 11 found that he was obviously a little short of the fire to complete the combination skill. What else can I do? Continue training. No, continue to add points. Shiyu also gave it a try. After teaching the deterrence, he swallowed a magic bean and gulped down the happy water, finishing most of the bottle left yesterday. At this point, there were 2 of the 5 magic beans left, and 1/3 of the bottle of Queen Bee happy water was left. As for the 5 whiskers of the ginseng baby, they were still untouched. It was almost the evening of the 4th, and Shiyu recovered and planned to teach 11 the thunder palm again. Ying, in the yard, Shiyu and 11 stood facing each other. 11, who had been training on his own for half a day, looked at Shiyu and took a small step back. Although he said he wanted to see where the limit of the Beastmaster was. But looking at Shiyu like this, he was afraid that Shiyu would suddenly die. Recently, the frequency of teaching skills is much higher than before. 11 took a small step back again, then turned around. Forget it, let's practice on our own first. Slip away. It's not a big problem. Shiyu stretched out his hand and pulled 11 back. He can still hold on. If you don't work hard with the plugin, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? The main reason is that he has the enhanced feedback from the skill illustrations, which makes him recover well every time. Therefore, as long as there are supplements, he can still persist. The skill illustrations are not only a strengthening plugin for pets, but also a strengthening plugin for him. After teaching for so long, every time he recovers from a weak state, Shiyu can feel that he is slowly getting stronger. It is not that the various attributes of the beast space in the Beastmaster system have become stronger. Instead, Shiyu feels that his physique is getting stronger. Every time he recovers from a weak period, he is full of strength. Although the one-time improvement is not as obvious as the feedback from the pet upgrade, it is better in frequency. After all, it is not easy to upgrade a pet once, but it takes less than 1 or 2 days to teach a skill and recover from a weak state. It seems that Shiyu is resting every time after teaching a skill, but this process, converted into exercise, is not necessarily less. Therefore, by frequently using the skill illustrations and supplements, Shiyu is not only upgrading the pet, but also strengthening his physique in this process. Although the improvement is not great from the current feedback effect, and the physique has not undergone a qualitative change like that of a professional beastmaster, but little by little it adds up. After all, it has only been less than a month. Shiyu's ultimate goal is to be like the protagonist of a certain cartoon, who can resist the skills of the pet beast with his body. At that time, he will directly transform into a super earthling, and his safety will be greatly improved when he commits suicide. Hey, why do I subconsciously think about committing suicide? Shiyu also fell into deep thought. Maybe. Although committing suicide is dangerous, it is very happy. In short, there are so many supplements now, and the skill illustrations should not be used in vain. Not only to make 11 stronger as soon as possible, but also to have a good body for myself. The price of strengthening the body is to fall into a weak state first, which is a bit distressing. Shiyu sighed slightly, then opened the Thunder Palm page again and chose teaching. Paw, he slapped 11 on the head. After the teaching was completed, Shiyu's eyes sunken and he was sleepy. He was much sleepier than after teaching the silkworm, and he wished he would never wake up again. Shiyu was so scared that he quickly chewed a ginseng baby's whisker to calm his nerves. This thing recovers so slowly. After the teaching was completed, Shiyu looked at the words, cooling time, and felt that time was slower than the happy water. It was indeed the cheapest supplement he bought. However, even if it was cheaper, it was worth 50,000 yuan. Shiyu compared the prices of Shendao and bee milk and felt that the ginseng baby's whisker should be able to recover at least 40 hours of weakness. Next, it was just waiting for the body to recover to its peak state again. Shiyu glanced at the sky and decided to wait in his sleep. At this time, 11 had almost received the experience of Thunder Palm. Its previous Thunder Palm was at the proficient level, and after this time, its proficiency will be further improved. If Shiyu is not wrong, the next time he teaches Thunder Palm, he can raise its Thunder Palm proficiency to the mastery level. At this moment, after feeling that he had a new understanding of Thunder Palm, 11's eyes were shining, full of energy, and he couldn't wait to try the combination skills. However, a pet seemed to be in great pain. In the bird cage on the tree in the yard, the blue cotton worm, who had recovered from coma, looked at 11 with grievance. Don't come over here. It just wants to have a good sleep. Is it so difficult? The worm shed tears, it looked at the round moon, and then looked at Shiyu for help. Shiyu made a decision. It seemed that 11 was indeed too hard. Although it is said that as long as there is enough food and absolute sleep can quickly restore physical strength, but the psychological aspect can't always be strained by training. Okay, Shiyu pulled 11 back and said, anyway, you don't have to go back to the beast control space with absolute sleep, you can rest tonight. It just so happens that I want to sleep on the panda pillow. Under the grateful eyes of the blue cotton worm, Shiyu dragged the confused 11 into the house. In the house, Shiyu stroked the hair of the panda 11 with amazing hand speed, and then shook his head, letting it shrink by multiples. Then, Shiyu touched 11's fur again. Sure enough, it was more suitable in softness and size. Tonight, I will reward myself by sleeping on a panda pillow for a night. Another day, I will reward myself by sleeping on a doubled panda bed. Bing, 11 wanted to resist and go to train. However, Shiyu fell asleep and lay on him. 11 was slightly stunned, knowing that he could not train tonight. Then, in order not to wake up the weak beastmaster, he could only relax his body slowly, make his body softer, and finally close his eyes gradually. The next day, at 4 o'clock in the morning. I hate it. Shiyu was furious and looked at 11 who was going to get up for training. He held his chin on the bed and watched him quietly. 11 looked at Shiyu seriously. It's almost time to rest. It's time to train. Together. What a sin, Shiyu rubbed his eyes. 11 didn't have to enter the beast control space, but it became his alarm clock instead. However, since he had recovered well, Shiyu sighed and followed him. August 5th. Shiyu taught 11 the Thunder Palm again. 11's Thunder Palm directly entered the door of the mastery level. At this time, it can already use both hands to use Thunder Palm, and it can control the lightning energy very well. However, due to the limitation of the growth level, the physical fitness is still not enough, and it is impossible to maintain the normal Thunder Palm for a long time. Shiyu thought, maybe I have to find a skill to strengthen the physical fitness for 11. As if hearing Shiyu's request, the skill did not appear actively, but 11 underwent a growth transformation on this day and finally reached the 7th level of awakening. In 1 month, from the 3rd level of awakening, it grew to the 7th level of awakening, and the growth rate was amazing. However, these are not the biggest gains. The biggest gain is that after the Thunder Palm reaches the mastery level, 11 does not need to practice too much, and the hardening and Thunder Palm will naturally form a combination skill. Zzzzzzz. In the courtyard, 11 looked at the blue and white electric current on the hardened palm and was surprised. The strength of the hardening, plus the penetrating power of lightning. It can be considered a physical and elemental dual attack. In terms of destructive power, the unpalatable steel plates that were not finished at home became the experimental subjects. Bang! For the steel plate, 11 can easily penetrate it with one palm. Ouch! Looking at the steel plate that was broken into pieces, 11 let out a king's cry. It swelled. If it encounters that elite iron-eating beast again, it will definitely kill it in seconds. The Panda King fights the elite. My name is Yang Rui, not elite, eat it, don't waste it, Shiyu was haggling on the side. Although he is rich now, he still has to maintain the spirit of saving. The Swollen Roundness, Grievance JPG. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Departure. On the day when Shiayu completed the combination of hardening and Thunder Palm, Shiayu used a ginseng baby's whisker to continue his life. In the afternoon, he taught hardening again without any burden. This time, it was the 3rd teaching based on Shiayu's mastery level hardening. After that, Shiayu's teaching intensity temporarily dropped. The day after tomorrow, we will enter the ruins. Although there are supplements, we have to be restrained. After all, the weak state still has some stamina in the psychological aspect. It's not enough to have a good physique. Shiayu said he was tired. Beastmasters are all worried. Relying on happy water to replenish until the evening, Shiayu taught another round of silkworms before falling asleep. August 6th. Shiayu's teaching frequency slowed down again, and he only taught hardening once during the day. In addition to a round of silkworms at night, with supplements, the state was basically adjusted to the best. In summary, after the Xianmeng Mountain Experience Assessment, Shiayu basically spent a week at home to improve his strength. Except for going to Hashi Martial Arts Hall a few times, he didn't go anywhere else. And the achievements he obtained were naturally remarkable. Name, Iron-Eating Beast, Growth Level, Awakening Level 7, Skills, Hardening, Mastery +4, Thunder Palm, Mastery, Supervision, Proficient, High-Speed Healing, Proficient, Deterrence, Entry, Absolute Sleep, Entry, Multiplication, Entry, Name, Green Cotton Worm, Growth Level, Awakening Level 7, Skills, Silk, Mastery +6. So far, 11 has mastered 2 mastery level skills, 2 proficiency level skills, and 3 entry-level high-level skills. Among them, one of the mastery level skills is a mid-level skill, and the other is a low-level skill, but it is 11's own racial skill. Moreover, it has been taught 4 times by the skill illustration before reaching the mastery level. It can be said that although 11's growth level is only awakened to level 7, in terms of combat power, Shiyu feels that it can be comparable to the cubs of extraordinary creatures of the same level with a king-level racial level. As 11's Beastmaster, Shiyu really wants to retreat tactically. What is invincible at the same level? At this rate of strengthening, before 11 grows to the extraordinary level, its combat power will be comparable to that of the cubs of the same level of extraordinary creatures of the hegemony level. Well, as for being comparable to the cubs of divine beasts, Shiyu will not speculate. After all, he does not know how powerful the cubs of divine beasts are. To be precise, he has only a vague understanding of the cubs of monarch-level and hegemon-level creatures. As for the green cotton worm, it has been taught silkworm silk so many times, so its growth rate is naturally very fast. After the silkworm silk mastery level, on average, it can improve its growth level once every 2 teachings. The growth rate is far beyond that of 11, and it has directly caught up with a growth level of 11. Of course, this is also related to the fact that it is an insect creature. Although the growth level has increased, its combat power is known to everyone. As a result, Shiyu did not pay much attention to the changes in its growth level. After all, before the evolution, the growth level of the green cotton worm had no reference value at all. After entering the ruins, I will see if there are any suitable evolutionary materials inside. If there are any gains, on the morning of August 7th, Shiyu said to the listless green cotton worm, if there are any gains, I feel that I can take the time to cultivate the worm next. After all, if I can cultivate a green cotton worm with a king-level race, my second contracted pet will be settled. At that time, it and 11 will be the Yingji Changquan combination. Shiyu welcomed the green cotton worm's call full of complex emotions. Today is the time that Zhou Wanshan, a professional beastmaster at the Xianmeng Mountain Training Base, said that he would lead all those who passed the assessment to enter the ruins. Shiyu asked around in the past 2 days, and combined with Lu Qingyi's previous introduction, he had a deeper understanding of this ruins. Only trainee beastmasters with a beast control space level of 1 can stably enter this ruin space. Except for beastmasters of this level and their contracted pets, any other creatures entering will either cause instability in the ruins, or they will not be able to see anything after entering, and cannot touch the things in the ruins themselves. Because he had inquired about the information inside the ruins, Shiyu thought about it and decided not to bring the blue cotton worm with him as he did in the last training. The main reason was that he did not have a connection with the beast control space, and he could not guarantee that the blue cotton worm could enter the ruins smoothly and stay with him all the time. In short, this ruins is very strange, so strange that it seems to be specially tailored for Shiyu. It is difficult for Shiyu not to guess whether someone is behind the scenes, waiting for him to explore. It seems that there is an unknown life controlling this ruins, as if to test Shiyu. This is Shiyu's guess. After all, this ruins was awakened by him anyway. Of course, it is also possible that it is not a living being, but a spirit in Lu Qingyi's mouth, that is, a trace of the history of consciousness. Spirit is a kind of consciousness, and no one has been able to study it thoroughly so far. Early in the morning, Shiyu took 11 back to the beast control space at home, and went to the Beast Tamer Association with a little expectation in his heart. No matter what secrets this ruins hides, he, a mythologist, archaeologist, trainee beastmaster, Shiyu, will explore it. I have to explore the ruins I summoned even if I cry. Finally this day has come. The archaeological soul in Shiyu's body became active again. It's really comfortable to go out and do something stupid. After this addiction, I will definitely grow up well and live a stable life. This morning, there were about 80 people gathered at the designated location of the Beastmaster Association. These 80 people are all elite apprentice beastmasters in Pingcheng. The growth level of their pets is basically above the 7th level of awakening, and the race level is not low, and they have mastered the skills of the skilled race. Most of these people are geniuses who have passed the training assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association. In addition to those who have passed the assessment and obtained the quota, there are also candidates directly recommended by local martial arts halls and schools. For example, apprentices such as Yang Rui of Zhashi Martial Arts Hall were recommended by Zhashi Martial Arts Hall and can follow this time to directly enter the ruins to explore. This exploration is the third exploration of the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association to be precise. The first exploration was when the ruins just appeared, and beastmasters of various levels nearby came to study the ruins. That exploration revealed the secret that only trainee beastmasters could better excavate the ruins. The second exploration was when the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association mobilized the elite soldiers of the local Beastmaster Corps and sent them into the ruins to explore. This exploration gave the Beastmaster Association a general idea of what type of ruins this was. The third large-scale exploration was this one. The Pingcheng Beastmaster Association organized outstanding trainee beastmasters from all fields in Pingcheng. This exploration was a test and a gift for the trainee beastmasters in Pingcheng. After all, based on the experience of the previous exploration, there are still some rare resources in the ruins. Although they are difficult to obtain, they do exist. Seizing the opportunity, every explorer has the hope of improving his or her own strength. I wonder if anyone among this group of Beastmasters can crack the ruins. In the tall building of the Beastmaster Association, the president of the association, dressed in a gray suit, silently watched the latest group of explorers gathered below. This relic has landed in Pingcheng. According to the Donghuang Ruins law, the local Beastmaster Association has the priority to explore. However, if the regional association fails to crack the ruins and take full control of them within a certain period of time, the exploration rights of the ruins will be gradually opened to nearby districts, counties, and cities. At present, the priority exploration rights of this ruins are still in Pingcheng. But after a month, if the ruins cannot be cracked, apprentice Beastmasters from other districts, counties, and even urban areas of Bingyan City can come to explore and share a bite of soup. If it still cannot be cracked after a period of time, then Beastmasters from cities outside Bingyan City can also come to this ruins. At that time, the resources obtained will not belong to Pingcheng or even Bingyan City. Therefore, the president of the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association hopes that a candidate for cracking the ruins will appear in Pingcheng, because in this way, the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association and Pingcheng can get more benefits. If you miss this opportunity for rapid development, you don't know when you can encounter such a good thing next time. 3 acquaintances in total. There are only 80 people in total. If you observe carefully, it is still easy to identify. Outside the Beastmaster Association, Shiyu saw the top student Chen Kai. This guy was lucky and barely made it into the top 20 of the assessment. In addition to Chen Kai, he also saw Zhang Rui from Zhaoxi Martial Arts School, and 4 other apprentices. Because he had only fought Zhang Rui before, he was more familiar with this person. In addition to them, Shiyu also saw the young doctor from Beiqiaodang Pharmacy near his home. This guy was also an apprentice Beastmaster. It was he who told Shiyu about the news of the ruins. Shiyu didn't expect him to come too. To be precise, there was one more familiar person left. The referee who presided over the match between him and Chen Kai that day, Bai Shi. He was not very old, in his 20s, and seemed to be an apprentice Beastmaster. However, to be able to referee in a competition venue, in addition to being a graduate of refereeing and venue management, he must be quite capable. Everyone is here. Seeing that the time was almost up, a squinting man in a gray suit walked out from the association. Seeing this man, the 80 apprentice Beastmasters stopped talking. The president of the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association, a master Beastmaster. Then let's go. He squinted his eyes and said to the secretary next to him. After a while, the engine of a large vehicle that was parked outside the Beast Tamer Association started up with a rumble. Everyone, get on the bus in an orderly manner. We will take you to the entrance of the ruins. Shiyu got on the bus in the crowd. Chen Kai, Zhang Rui and others also saw Shiyu, but because they had other companions, they just greeted Shiyu. However, the young doctor from the pharmacy, who was alone, took the initiative to come over and sit next to Shiyu. He said, "Good guy, why are you here too? Is your body okay?" Although Shiyu hadn't bought supplements from him for almost half a month, the young doctor still had a deep impression of Shiyu. "I'm fine, very good," Shiyu said. The young doctor smiled, obviously not believing it. Can good health be the reason for buying medicine so frequently? However, he didn't expect Shiyu to be qualified to enter the ruins. It seems that he is still an inspiring trainee Beastmaster. It's strange to say, I don't know why, but the Mingshen capsules have been selling very fast in various pharmacies recently, including our pharmacy. I was worried that you would run out of stock when you came to buy them, the young doctor sighed. It was indeed out of stock a few days ago, but Shiyu happened to not come again. Shiyu was speechless. They were selling so fast? Chen Kai was because of him before, but this time it shouldn't be the case, right? Well, it has nothing to do with him. Shiyu was about to say something else when he was suddenly interrupted. The president of the Pingcheng Association then got on the big car with the trainee Beastmasters. He was at the front, like a tour guide, looking at the newcomers with a gentle attitude and a smile, and said, "It will take us about 40 minutes to reach our destination. In this process, let me explain to you some precautions for exploring the ruins. You are all elites among our trainee Beastmasters in Pingcheng. I sincerely hope that you can get good results in the ruins." Chapter 56 Entering the Ruins. Bingyan City, on the outskirts of Pingcheng District, a valley. A heavy blockade has been established here, with a beast tamer corps stationed there, and more than a dozen professional beast tamers stationed here. The purpose is to protect the entrance to the ruins that appeared in the valley. Outside the silent valley, soldiers stood guard like towering rocks, and they did not move their eyes until they heard the sound of a vehicle. After discovering that it was a vehicle sent by the Beast Tamer Association, a sergeant gave the order, "Let it go." The next moment, the block area opened the passage, and the vehicle that Shiyu and others were riding in successfully entered the valley. We're here. After a bumpy ride, the people who set out from the Beast Tamer Association finally arrived at their destination. In the car, Shiyu looked out the window and felt that the environment was unfamiliar. He had never been to this place, but from the surrounding environment, it seemed to be pure natural, unlike Xianmeng Mountain, which had no signs of artificial transformation. Such places are often more dangerous. I'm starting to look forward to it. Next to Shiyu, the young Dr. Qiao Liang was overwhelmed. Ruins, I didn't expect I would have the chance to come into contact with them. I had planned to be a medicine seller for the rest of my life, but it seems I still have the chance to change my luck. If I don't get anything this time, I won't struggle to become a professional beastmaster. I'll just live a peaceful life with my girlfriend who's engaged to me back home. Qiao Liang glanced at the photo of his girlfriend in his wallet and asked Shiyu, "You must not have a partner yet, right?" "Well, after all, what girl would like a person who is so weak?" Shiyu glanced at him and said, "Do you know what you are doing? In our hometown, your behavior is called stacking buffs. It's usually difficult to go back alive and safely." The show of affection was actually shown to him. "Don't you know that archaeologists are the engine of group annihilation?" Shiyu didn't expect that this doctor was more skilled in setting flags than himself. The doctor obviously realized that he had set too many flags and couldn't help feeling guilty. "Hey. The association has confirmed that the ruins are not too dangerous, so it should be okay, right?" he thought. But then again, the situation of the ruins this time has put those soldiers at a disadvantage. He quickly changed the subject. "The beast tamers are strong in teamwork, but this time the ruins can only be explored independently, which greatly weakens their performance. It's no wonder that they can't conquer the ruins." The young doctor looked at the trainee soldiers of the beast tamers who were standing guard and resting in the camp outside, and said, "Although they have good personal qualities in all aspects, they may not have the advantages of us in pet training. These days, the beastmasters who go to the beast tamers are basically not in a good family situation. They contracted the pets issued by the association, received unified training, and used a certain amount of resources. Maybe they are very good in teamwork, actual combat, will, and execution, but after all, the resources that the association can provide to the grassroots of the core are limited. Compared with some beastmasters outside who are willing to give pets a lot of Krypton gold. Some aspects will definitely be lacking. Of course, it is not ruled out that some beastmasters have money and have received hard training in the barracks. Such big guys will indeed be very strong. However, such people would go to the special elite training camp in the city, and it is unlikely that they would stay in a small Pingcheng. If the apprentice beastmasters of the beast taming corps could defeat the ruins, the Pingcheng Beast Tamer Association would not place its hopes on these apprentice beastmasters selected from various fields. Maybe. Shiyu was interrupted as soon as he started talking. "Okay, we've reached our destination, let's get off the car." After the car drove to the center of the blockade, the apprentice beastmasters in the car got up and spoke, and they all became restless. In order, the beastmasters in the car began to get off the car. Just now in the car, President Feng introduced the environment of the valley to everyone, as well as the experience summarized by the soldiers of the beast taming corps after entering the ruins. So when they got off the car, everyone had already had a certain psychological preparation. It's so cold, but even so, the environment in the center of the valley still made many apprentice beastmasters shiver. It seemed that there was no sunshine here, and it was full of cold fog. Everyone who got off the car only felt a hazy view in front of them. In this environment, it seems that only a drooping sun can be seen from the horizon. There is a thin layer of frost on the surrounding mountains, trees, and plants. This is the premise that there are heating facilities in the surrounding camps. Otherwise, it is estimated that the surroundings will be even colder. According to President Feng, the elemental creatures in the ruins are mainly ice creatures. At present, the space of the ruins and the space of Blue Star are in a semi-overlapping state, so the internal situation affects the outside world. Not only the temperature is affected. Everyone looked at the 6 stone giant statues several meters tall in the heavy blockade circle, and the things similar to the diagram in the center of them, and fell into deep thought. This is what appeared after the ruins were initially overlapped with a blue star space. The diagram in the middle, guarded by the 6 stone giant statues, is the space portal leading to the ruins. As for the 6 stone giant statues, they seem to be the guardians of the ruins, but they are obviously dead. Shiyu felt a little panicked when he saw the stone giant statues around the stage. After all, this stone giant statue is a bit like the one in the Association Park. I broke the previous one, so these are not its relatives or something? At present, everyone looked at the 6 stone giant statues and could clearly see that the first 2 of them were shining, while the other 4 were dim. President Feng of the Pingchang Association stood up and said, "According to our speculation, these 6 stone statues may represent the progress of cracking the ruins. The Beastmasters of our Beastmaster Corps caused the stone statues to react when they passed the first 2 trials in the ruins, so we speculate that there are 6 levels in this ruins. As you can see, our progress is now stuck at the 3rd level." Although President Feng had already told everyone these things in the car, everyone couldn't help but feel confused when they saw the 6 stone statues. If the trainee Beastmasters of the Beastmaster Corps can only pass 2 levels, how many more levels can they overcome? Because of the information about the levels heard in the car, most people didn't even have the confidence to pass 3 levels at this time. Not to mention the last 3 levels, which they had no information about. President Feng smiled and said to everyone, "You don't have to be too stressed. Every time you pass a level, the ruins will give you a certain reward. This is a great opportunity to improve yourself. Besides, you don't have to enter only once. You can enter at any time in the next month and challenge it repeatedly." The nearby camp is equipped with a medical room, a rest area, and complete facilities. The Pingchang Beast Tamer Association will prepare all the backup work. Your task is to challenge as many levels as possible and work hard to become stronger. Tell me, do you have a confidence? President Feng's squinting eyes suddenly widened and he shouted loudly. This change scared many trainee Beastmasters a little, and some people responded subconsciously. "Yes, very good," President Feng said. "You just prepare a little, and when you are ready, you can apply to enter the ruins. Remember the precautions I said in the car, and everything should be based on your own safety." After he finished speaking, the new trainee Beastmasters nodded one after another. Nearby, the soldiers guarding inside and outside the blockade circle were silent and expressionless. Although they didn't speak, they were very skeptical. Could this group of apprentice Beastmasters with different strengths and qualities really do better than them? In the crowd, Shiyu listened quietly, continued to recuperate, and kept moving his eyes on several stone statues. Occasionally, he concentrated his mind and tried to see if he could hear any historical voices again, but it seemed that there was nothing. After observing for a long time, he finally gave up this behavior and planned to enter the ruins to see what happened. "Alice. I thought I could awaken the Giant of Light at once and let the 6 giants recognize the master. I thought too much? I don't know about the last 3 levels, but if it's the 3rd level that no one can overcome at present, maybe I can." After analyzing it clearly in his mind, Shiyu relaxed his mentality, went to register, and decided to enter the ruins immediately. Not only him, almost all of this group of newly arrived Beastmasters decided to explore the ruins immediately. Once you pass the trial of the ruins, you can get rewards and honors representing your strength. Such a good thing, everyone is eager to try. I feel like this guy will definitely get a good score, maybe he will even have the chance to pass the 3rd level. In the crowd, Chen Kai looked for Shiyu among his classmates, thinking to himself, "This monster will definitely pass the 3rd level." Zhang Rui and others from Zhashi Martial Arts School also looked at Shiyu. It is said that the 3rd trial of the ruins is an ice armor giant with a growth level of awakening level 10 and a race level of low-level leader. The ice armor giant is an elemental supernatural creature with good strength and several racial skills that have reached the proficient level. Although this strength is not very strong for the new generation of geniuses in big cities, it is indeed a bit stressful for apprentice Beastmasters in small places like Pingcheng. Enter. After a while, someone completed the registration and walked onto the glowing stage diagram array. Then, the figure blurred for a while, and the person disappeared from the spot. Shiyu didn't waste too much time. He completed the registration and walked onto the stage, and was in the diagram array in the middle of the 6 stone giant statues. After he stepped onto the stage, several eyes looked at him, including President Feng of the Pingchang Association. This person is the first in Xianmeng Mountain training. Does the iron-eating beast have mastery level hardening? Lin Hongyan asked me to keep an eye on him, saying that he would give me a surprise. I want to see what the surprise is. As Shiyu's figure disappeared from the stage, President Feng looked towards the snow mountain. This year is really an eventful time. There was a beast tied in front and a ruin in the back. I don't know if the two are related. This time, in addition to the 80 new explorers, the trainee Beastmaster soldiers of the Beastmaster Corps who had entered before will enter again. The Beastmaster Association selected a group of people from them and trained them again. Everyone's strength was temporarily improved. In order to explore the ruins this time, the Pingchang Beastmaster Association has decided to spend a lot of money. At the same time, stepping into the stage, under the light, Shiyu, who decided to enter the ruins with his mind, only felt a trance in his brain, complete the 6 trials to obtain the ownership of the ruins and get the key to history in a trance. Shiyu didn't know if he heard the new voice or not. The next second, he seemed to have experienced a change of time and space, and stepped into another space. Shiyu opened his eyes and found himself on a white glacier. The area was not large and was surrounded by space crystal walls. Before he could react, countless ice elements gathered in the distance and a giant-like creature was formed. Name: Froststone Giant. Attribute: Ice. Racial level: High level transcendent. Racial skills: Ice Hammer, Cold Breath. Introduction: a variant of the Stone Giant, an ice and stone element creature. The Frozen Arm Hammer is extremely powerful, and the Cold Breath can easily freeze everything. The first environment of the ruins is an ice-filled space, with only Shiyu. Inside, there is a Froststone Giant with a growth level of 8. This is the first trial of the ruins. 11. Beside Shiyu, the little iron beast walked out of the beast control space with an excited expression and looked at the enemy. The roar of the Panda King. Chapter 57 Historical Images. On a large mass of white glaciers, Shiyu looked into the distance. 100 meters away, a Froststone Giant was floating over. Although this creature is called a giant, it does not look like a human because it has no lower body. Its body is like an irregular cylinder, and its body is fat, like a small hill. Because it is an elemental creature, it can float in the low sky, and its most eye-catching feature is its giant arm that is nearly as long as its height. This is the main organ used to perform the skill Ice Hammer. It's the first time I've seen a Froststone Giant. Shiyu smiled and looked at the single eye on the other's huge mouth that looked like an energy crystal. He said sincerely, "Friends of the alien race, we are not here to fight, but we were invited by your stone-statue big brother to restore the truth of history. Look, there's no need to fight. If there is any reward, just." 11, who was eager to try and prepare for a big fight, was stunned. No fight? 11 is still too young. Why fight when you can solve it with chatting? However, when Shiyu used telepathy to try to py, the approaching Froststone Giant had already launched an attack, without martial ethics. A few dozen meters away, it had already begun to open its mouth and spit out cold air. In an instant, a cold air-like concentrated ice fog swept towards Shiyu and his team. The glacier land where the ice fog passed was once again covered with a thicker layer of ice. The expressive power is probably equivalent to an enhanced version of a fire extinguisher. The ice-blue cold air is like a gradually spreading ray. It can be said that fortunately, the Stone Giant's cold breath skill is only at the entry-level level. Not only is the spray speed slow, but the frost power is not strong enough, otherwise the first level would be enough for many people to drink a pot. Tisk, can't communicate. 11, solve the opponent directly. Shiyu took a small step back and gave a direct order, which made 11 extremely speechless. Wouldn't it be better to do this at the beginning? 11 raised his head, concentrated his spirit, activated his supervision, and everything in the outside world seemed to slow down. The range of the cold breath was not large, and the place with the strongest power was only within a few meters. The energy that spread out was only equivalent to ordinary cold air. 11, who had thick skin and flesh, did not even need to harden his body, and chose to pass through it head-on. The Froststone Giant floated closer while breathing, and 11 also attacked the Stone Giant like a fierce beast. When the two sides were about to get close, the threat of the cold breath increased. The next moment, 11 used his supervision to easily avoid the high concentration of cold breath nearby, and went around the side of the Stone Giant, not giving the slow Stone Giant a chance to react. Boom! 11 suddenly jumped over, and the mastery level hardening condensed, and a palm was smeared on the Froststone Giant. With just one blow, the 3-meter-tall Froststone Giant was instantly shattered from the slapping part, and turned into countless ice elements and disappeared in front of Shiyu and the others. At the same time, a blue energy crystal fell from the decomposed body of the Frost Stone Giant. In addition, not far away, a teleportation array with light appeared on the glacier ground. Just like Lu Qingyu said, the creatures here are not real life forms, but something similar to elemental clones. Seeing the Frost Stone Giant collapse, Shiyu stood still and looked at the ice element in the sky quietly. At the same time, he observed the surrounding environment and did not forget the most important purpose of coming to the ruins. What does this want to tell me? In the most widely circulated story after the snow in Bingagan City, an ice dragon descended nearby and triggered a small ice age. Then, the Beastmaster tribe that settled in Bingagan City in ancient times went to war with the ice dragon. Does the ice field environment in the ruins simulate the environment after the ice dragon descended? When guessing, Shiyu's mind was in a trance, and countless noisy sounds came into his ears. The sound of fighting and communication. His brain suddenly roared, and like the sound of the stone statue before, it triggered the traces of history. At this moment, the sounds intertwined, and Shiyu seemed to see a series of short pictures. It was an image of a group of boys and girls in ancient costumes resisting the beast tide of the snow mountain. The image was very short, almost flashing away, and Shiyu returned to his original state, silent on the spot. What is this? Shiyu couldn't help but ask. What just now? Was it something that happened a long time ago? If Shiyu judged correctly, his talent for listening to the voice of history had just taken effect again. He saw a group of ancient beastmasters, controlling the Frost Stone Giants, fighting against the Snow Wolf and other Snow Mountain beasts. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Shiyu fell into deep thought again, and speculated based on the clues he saw. He simply restored the history of Bingagan City based on the existing information. A tribe of beastmasters lived normally around Bingagan City. One day, an ice dragon descended and triggered a small ice age. The small ice age changed the surrounding environment and affected the normal life of this tribe of beastmasters, so this tribe of beastmasters decided to fight the ice dragon. However, because the ice dragon was too powerful, this tribe of beastmasters could only use special means to seal it on the snow mountain. However, although the ice dragon was successfully sealed, it could not change the environment that had already formed. The Beastmaster tribe could only adapt to the new environment, and their faith totem Stone Giant also began to mutate into Frost Stone Giant. At the same time, the extraordinary creatures around the snow mountain also evolved due to the environment, and the number of ice-attributed creatures increased greatly. In addition, due to the influence of the sealed ice dragon, the snow mountain beasts were very irritable and often set off a beast tide. So for the next 100 years, the Beastmaster tribe was working to resist the beast tide. It has been maintained until now. The ice dragon ruins still exist, and the beast tide still exists, but the Beastmaster tribe has disappeared for various reasons. The ruins at present are the secret realm transformed by a legendary Beastmaster who is about to die in order to train the tribe members after the tribe sealed the ice dragon for a long time. Therefore, the environment in this ruins is more like an ice field. Is that so? Shiyu raised his head, but there was no response. At this time, 11 picked up the blue energy crystal and ran back happily. Ah, trophy. 11 was very excited. This thing, it has seen and eaten it. The iron-eating beast nutrition meal at Zhaoxi Martial Arts School provides energy crystals with gold and thunder attributes. The so-called energy crystal is formed when the concentration of elemental energy reaches a certain level. It is a universal resource for strengthening the attribute power of pet beasts. However, the quantity is very rare, and the higher the quality, the rarer it is. Although the strengthening effect is simpler than most foods, it is better in effect, so the price is very expensive. The one that 11 ate was a first-level energy crystal. And this ice-type energy crystal seems to be a first-level one. Is the reward still this? Without thinking about the picture that he just heard or saw, Shiyu looked at the energy crystal. It's okay. If it was before, he would definitely be very happy to pick up an ice-type energy crystal. Although the attribute is not right, if he sells it, he can also exchange it for a lot of iron bamboo. But now they don't lack resources of this level at all. However, considering that this is only the first trial, almost everyone can get one, Shiyu is relieved. The rewards later will definitely be better. Forget it, since there is no response, let's continue to challenge and see if we can make any new discoveries. Although Shiyu felt that his previous guess corresponded to many things, the truth was definitely not that simple. There might be something hidden in the ice dragon, but other aspects might not have changed. After all, the ice dragon part of this widely circulated historical story was refuted once by the stone statue before. But ignoring this, the background of the ruins might really be a secret trial realm prepared to resist the beast tide. Alice, it is mainly due to the lack of key information. Shiyu looked at the teleportation array that looked like a summoning array not far away, and planned to challenge the second trial. But before that, Shiyu took the energy crystal from Eleven's hand and said, "You can't eat this, it will upset your stomach. Give it to me, I'll change it into ice cream for you when I get home." 11. Chapter 58. My nephew has the talent to be a master. The second trial space was still located on a glacier, and the overall environment was similar to the previous one. This time, the elemental creature that appeared not far from Shiyu and the others was still the frost stone giant from before. However, the opponent's energy level was obviously higher. This was a frost stone giant with a growth level of 10. Moreover, it mastered the skilled level of cold breath and ice hammer, which was different from the previous one that only mastered the entry-level skills, and was very difficult to deal with. The ice body of the frost stone giant was originally harder than steel. Coupled with the long-range cold breath and the ice hammer with huge destructive power, the second level should be the limit of most challengers. Even if the frost stone giant's clone had no wisdom and was slow in action, it was estimated that there were only a few who could win. But this was obviously for ordinary people. For Shiyu and 11, there was no difference between a level 10 frost stone giant and a level 8 frost stone giant. Facing a stronger stone giant, 11 still only used supervision and hardening to defeat it. Compared with the previous one, it might be the difference between hitting it once and hitting it a few more times. This time, the frost stone giant also dropped an energy crystal. From the quality point of view, it seems to be higher than before. It is a second-level energy crystal, which can be sold for more money. Is the talent useless this time? After changing the environment, Shiyu tried to transform into a historical listener again. Unfortunately, the same scene did not appear. Forget it, let's continue to pass the levels. The truth of history will be discussed later. Let's pass more levels first to get rewards. Although the first-level energy crystal is nothing, the second-level energy crystal can even sell for 6 figures if the quality is perfect. Shiyu began to taste the sweetness and planned to see what treasures there are in the third level. No one has been able to pass the third level yet. I don't know what will drop. It won't be energy crystals again, right? Although this thing is indeed valuable in the same level of resources, what he wants is that kind of rare resource. It is best to be unavailable in the outside world, such as space system, time system. In this way, the evolution of the green cotton worm can be unique. If the next rewards are all ice resources, unless the green cotton worm evolves into an ice crystal butterfly, there will be no need for these. It's too small, my vision is too small. The ice phoenix moth is also an ice element, but even if it is an ice phoenix moth or even an ice dragon butterfly, Shiyu always feels that it is not enough, so he continues to move forward. It is still the familiar glacier environment, but this time, what appeared in front of them was not a frost stone giant. Under the condensation of ice elements, a human-like figure with hands, feet and head appeared. Except for the shape, it is not like a human. It seems that the ice armor giant wearing ice armor appeared. Name, Ice Armor Giant. Attribute, Ice. Racial level, Low Commander. Racial skills, Ice Hammer, Ice Armor, Ice Regeneration. Introduction, it has an extremely high defense that is indestructible, and its whole body is made of unmeltable ice. Even if the body is broken, it can be restored to its original state by consuming energy. In the distance, as the Ice Armor Giant over 3 meters tall appeared, Shiyu and 11 felt a sense of oppression. This guy is probably going to be hard to deal with. 11 subconsciously released a deterrent skill to increase his fighting spirit. According to intelligence, the 3 skills of the Ice Armor Giant are all at the proficient level. Although the growth level is only level 10, the trainee beast masters of the beast taming core are no match for it. This is normal. If you convert it, even a level 10 iron-eating beast that has mastered the mastery level hardening may not be able to deal with this thing. First of all, its defense is not easy to break, and even if it is broken, it can regenerate quickly. There are only 2 ways to defeat it. Consume the opponent's energy, or cause a huge wound in an instant, making it unable to regenerate. The proficient level of ice regeneration is still somewhat limited. This is the first time that Shiyu and his team have fought against a creature with a leader level race. The opponent's race skills are much stronger than those of extraordinary creatures. Shiyu is still jealous of this ice regeneration. If Chang Chang evolves into an ice system, this is a good combination of moves, but he doesn't know if the skills here can be copied. 11. With Shiyu's call, 11 on the glacier hardened his whole body and slowly approached the opponent. On the other side, the ice armor giant made a burst running posture, and his whole body was transformed into ice armor, and he rushed towards 11. No, to be precise, after approaching, it instantly swung its giant arm and used the ice hammer. With its own indestructible and extremely high defense, the whole body ice armor skill covered it again, plus the ice hammer covered it with a layer of frost. The ice armor giant's arm was directly equivalent to stacking 3 layers of buff, containing a strong and heavy force. Bang! The ice armor giant smashed the ground with the one-arm hammer, and the glacier instantly broke into pieces, and ice chips flew all over the sky. 11, with the help of supervision, rolled to the other side, and used the mastery level hardening to smash the ice armor giant's leg. Ka! The ice armor was slightly dented and shattered. Although the defense was broken, it was not completely broken. Because the surrounding ice elements gathered, the damage to its body was immediately restored, and the ice armor giant kicked with his punch. 11. 11 was surprised, finally met a decent opponent. Shiyu, on the other hand, felt that the opponent was ridiculously tough, and his moves were even more tricky than 11's. It was harder than he had imagined. Shrink, Shiyu gave an order instantly. The ice armor giant kicked casually, but because the distance was too close, even if 11 had supervision, it was difficult for him to react. Fortunately, Shiyu's order was timely, and 11 relied on shrinking to make the ice armor giant miss the kick. Double, harden, thunder palm, Shiyu gave another order, intending to make a quick decision. The next moment, 11, who was originally half a meter in size, suddenly grew in size and reached a height of more than 2 meters. Although he was still 1 meter away from the ice armor giant, the difference in size was not as big as before. After 11 doubled, his strength increased greatly, and his huge momentum burst out, and he immediately launched a counterattack. Starting from the huge palm, his whole body hardened, and then, there was an amazing blue-white light on his palm. A combination of mastery-level hardening and mastery-level thunder palm. There is also a doubling amplification. Doubling is simply a universal combination, and it fits very well with most skills. 11's hardened lightning palm penetrated the ice giant's abdomen, but the ice giant's reaction was not slow at all, and the ice hammer continued to hit. Boom! The next second, 11's hardened lightning palm directly penetrated the ice giant's body, leaving a hole in its abdomen. It would be difficult for it to recover from this kind of injury. However, although it was a general, 11 was also hit by the ice hammer at the same time. The opponent's strength was so great, and there was a level suppression. Even the master level hardening could not completely resist it. 11 was smashed away in an instant, causing 11's hardening to disappear and return to normal. He rolled on the ground for several rounds before coming to his senses. Boo-hoo! On the glacier ground, 11 hurriedly got up regardless of the pain of the injury and looked at the opponent who was gradually breaking up from the abdomen. Well, it has disappeared. Yet, I won. 11, at this time, looking at 11's performance, Shiyu spoke. A real man shouldn't look back at the explosion. The first choice you should have made just now was to use high-speed healing to heal your injuries, or, if it was a regular battle, you could pretend to faint and take the opportunity to sleep and act. I'll remind you when the enemy's state changes. 11 nodded frantically. Got it. Replenish your energy first. Shiyu didn't care what the ice giant dropped, and hurriedly dragged his backpack to 11's side. He took out a piece of energy crystal prepared from outside from his backpack and fed it to 11, while falling into deep thought. The opponent was solved, but the process was a little more difficult than expected. If it weren't for the multiplication plus hardening plus thunder palm, it would be difficult to kill this guy instantly. If it can't be killed instantly, both sides can only be in a stalemate of attrition war, and 11, who has a low level of physical fitness, will definitely fall into a disadvantage. Although the opponent is 3 levels higher than 11, it is just a low-level commander-level creature whose skill proficiency has not reached mastery. I feel that it was a bit exaggerated to say that 11's combat power can be comparable to the same level of monarch-level creature cubs. It's not a big problem. 11 still has room for improvement. At the same time, outside, this batch of trainee beastmasters have basically entered at this time. Professional Beastmaster sergeants predict the situation this time. Do you think anyone has a chance to defeat the ice armor giant this time? It's difficult. The race level of our Ping-Chang Beastmaster's pets is basically extraordinary, which is not comparable to the commander level pets. At the same growth level, the higher the race level, the stronger the overall combat power. This is common sense. When there is a gap in race, the hope of winning may lie in attribute restrained, skill restrained, and skill proficiency. Oh, yes, Beastmasters can also bring some recovery items in. Taking drugs to defeat opponents is also a tactic. At the edge of the camp not far from the stage, President Feng of the Ping-Chang Beastmaster Association looked at the 6 stone statues and said, "Everyone has entered. In about an hour, maybe we can know if anyone can pass the 3rd level." "President, I remember that one of the challengers this time is your nephew, right?" The president's secretary stood beside him, holding a folder. President Feng smiled and narrowed his eyes. "Yes, he is studying in the city, and he came back specially for the ruins. My nephew is quite talented and has the qualifications of a master. He is well prepared for this challenge and can definitely break through the 3rd level. He is also the candidate I am optimistic about." As soon as the president finished speaking, the 3rd of the 6 stone giants suddenly lit up with a hum. This change stunned the Beastmasters in the surrounding camps. What happened? Someone has passed the 3rd trial? However, it has only been less than 20 minutes since the first Beastmaster entered today. Who is so powerful? Chapter 59 Refreshing Records. President, as the 3rd stone giant statue lit up, the secretary looked at the president of the association. The record was broken? President Feng was slightly stunned. The trainee Beastmasters of the Beast Taming Corps had not conquered the 3rd trial for so long. With this batch of Beastmasters going in, they conquered it in less than half an hour? Should we consider increasing the training volume for the Beast Taming Corps? At this time, Bao, the deputy commander of the Ping-Chang Beast Taming Corps stationed here, also came out of the camp and walked to the side of President Feng and the others. "What's going on?" he said loudly. "It's obvious that some of the Beastmasters I brought here have already conquered the 3rd trial. The level of our corps really needs to be improved." "Bullshit, just talking nonsense. Why don't you pay for it?" Deputy Commander Bao directly scolded. "You want to please the horse, but you don't give it grass to eat. How can it be so good?" The secretary beside the president was silent. He was used to it. The two were friends of life and death. They had risked their lives during the Beast Tide 10 years ago. They had a good relationship and it was common for them to quarrel while chatting. President Feng stopped talking. He also wanted to pay more money. "Isn't Ping-Chang poor?" "President, who could it be?" "Could it be your nephew, the 2nd level, the 10th level Frost Stone Giant, the 3rd level, the 10th level Ice Armor Giant?" President Feng narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "I know the strength of my nephew. He has a good talent and may be able to pass, but he will definitely not pass so quickly. There must be someone else. He trained his nephew before coming here, so he knew it very well." The secretary of the president coughed dryly and said, "What if? Maybe your nephew will perform exceptionally well this time." "Impossible. If it's him, I'll eat." "What are you eating?" "Fried green cotton worms." Bao looked at him. "Are you cheating to eat and drink?" "I said, I'll eat, and hold a denial attitude." President Feng straightened his clothes. "But, who could it be? Is it the 3 Beastmasters who ranked first in the 3 experience assessments, or the Beastmasters recommended by various martial arts schools?" For a moment, President Feng couldn't judge. He looked deeply in the direction of the stone statue, wondering if the 4th one could light up. The 3rd trial space in the ruins. Shiyu picked up the pebble-shaped translucent stone dropped by the Ice Armor Giant and fell into deep thought. "It's not energy crystallization, not bad, but what is this?" 11 next to him also showed a puzzled look. "This thing, it has never seen or eaten it before. Mobile phones cannot be connected to the internet here, so there is no way to check this." Shiyu was not in a good mood. The prize drawing session was supposed to be exciting and tense, but in the end, he was given something he didn't recognize, which was uncomfortable. "Forget it, put it away first, and ask after you go out." Shiyu put the transparent stone into his backpack, then looked around and sensed the environment through telepathy. Good. Except for the first trial space, there was no reaction in the 2nd and 3rd trials. "Let's continue. Why don't you sleep here for 10 minutes, and then we will proceed to the next level." Shiyu looked at 11. Very suspicious of its state. After all, The hammer of the ice giant just now directly sent 11 flying more than 10 meters. Adjusting the state will not cause a car accident in the next level, and it will be better to investigate the truth of history. It doesn't matter whether there is a reward or not, the main thing is that I don't want history to be buried. I don't think I said that in the last level. Forget it, anyway, the meaning is almost the same. In order to avoid being beaten in the next level, 11 nodded obediently. Its concept is very simple. If you get injured in training, it's fine, but if you get injured in battle, it's not okay. That would make it seem that all its training was in vain. Then, 11 shrank, slept, and quickly recovered its physical strength. After a delay of about a while, they stepped into the teleportation array of the fourth trial. Changed environment. As soon as he opened his eyes, Shiyu found that he was already on a peak in a snowy mountain environment. 11 was next to Shiyu. They looked down and saw a blizzard blowing below. With a gathering of countless ice elements, a wolf-shaped creature gradually formed. Name, Snow Wolf. Attribute, Ice. Racial level, High level transcendent. Racial skills, Ice-breaking fangs, Ice-cracked claws, Cold breath, Snow hiding. Oh, it's an old friend. Seeing that this time it was not a stone giant clan, but an ice wolf, Shiyu suddenly became fresh, and 11 was also eager to try. However, soon, Shiyu and 11's faces fell at the same time. Even 11, who was very eager to test the results of his training through battle, showed an embarrassed expression. Because, with a gathering of ice elements, the snow wolf was only the first creature to appear. The next moment, 9 more snow wolves appeared. Then, 10 wild boars of the middle-level extraordinary level, which lived in the snowy mountains, appeared. Then, 10 ice-armored beasts, 10 ice-scaled snakes, and 10 snow apes appeared. The snowy mountain space where Shiyu was this time was very large, and they were scattered all over the place, but Shiyu and 11 on the mountain peak could see them clearly. A total of 50 creatures. Don't tell them that the fourth level is to defeat all the creatures in front of you. Shiyu, are you not able to play the ruins? There's even a Sea of Beasts tactic. 11 also felt a little pressure. The fourth level was like this, how to beat the fifth level? But fortunately, unlike the first 3 levels, the hatred of these beasts is not on Shiyu and his team. They have plenty of time to formulate tactics and think about how to pass the level. Mistake, Shiyu hated secretly on the snowy mountain peak. He observed carefully and found that fortunately, the growth level of these beasts did not seem to be high, and none of them had reached the 10th level. But even so, the difficulty was completely beyond the previous level. Shiyu hated himself for not upgrading the intimidation skill to the mastery level. Otherwise, if 11 swept over with a mastery level intimidation at this time, maybe 50 beasts would be killed instantly. It would also be fine if he upgraded the multiplication to the mastery level. Then, 11, who was dozens of meters away, could be trampled to death. It's not like now, it's not right to fight, and it's not right not to fight. Why don't we go out and grow for another half a month before coming back? Shiyu suggested. See, Ao, 11 took a step forward. No, since we're here, let's try it before going back. The iron-eating beasts are fearless. Do you want to fight? Shiyu didn't think he couldn't fight, but with the current strength, it would be difficult to pass. There are so many of them, even if they attack together, it's not so easy to cooperate. You keep your whole body hardened, and they basically can't break your defense. What's tested is your physical strength. In this regard, you have absolute sleep and shrinkage to deal with, and there is still a glimmer of hope to pass. Shiyu analyzed slowly. Try. 11 nodded. Soon, 11 skied down from the mountain, rolled into a ball and rolled down. If you try, you will die. This is a very tragic battle. Let's kill a lot of people with the steel rolling chariot first. Outside. It has been a long time since the third stone statue was lit. At this time, people came out one after another. In the ruins, the Beastmaster only needs to take the pet back to the beast control space and confirm exit with his mind to come back easily. Because of this, as long as the Beastmaster does not go deep into the beast control space to commit suicide, there will generally not be too much danger. Chenkai, 1 level. The Beastmasters who came out had to accept the soldiers' questions and register their battle records. Chenkai, the top student, was very uncomfortable at this time. 1 level. He only passed 1 level. Most people at the scene only passed 1 level. The Frost Stone Giant in the 2nd level is already difficult to deal with, let alone the 3rd level. If you think about it carefully, the ruined space may be a powerful beastmaster tribe that conceals super creatures such as dragons to train young tribesmen. In terms of difficulty, it is definitely not easy for everyone to pass. After all, Pingcheng is just a small third-level city. Baishi, second level, Qiaolang, second level, Jiangrui, second level. This group of people all defeated the level 10 Frost Stone Giant, but were beaten by the Ice Armor Giant. Originally, everyone had this record, and it was nothing. However, as the people who came out found that the third stone statue was lit, their brains suddenly went blank. Fuck, someone defeated the Ice Armor Giant. The third stone statue lit up, which meant that someone had passed the third level. Then, who passed the third level? A Beastmaster asked the soldier who registered for him. The soldier Beastmaster looked at him, shook his head and said, "How do I know? The person hasn't come out yet. The third stone statue lit up more than half an hour ago. Now that person is probably challenging the fourth level. Damn, the Beastmasters who came out were collectively cracked. He defeated the Ice Armor Giant more than half an hour ago? Is this person a human?" Beastmasters came out one after another, and then even in the training assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association, 2 first-place winners came out. They also failed to pass the third level, which disappointed President Feng, Hebao and others who were waiting. Chenggong, the third level. However, at this moment, a Beastmaster who looked unhappy came out and immediately attracted everyone's attention when he registered. "Did you pass the third level?" The person who registered asked the pale Beastmaster in front of him. Yes, Chenggong looked at the third stone statue that lit up, and the surprised eyes from the people around him, and he was immediately satisfied. Although he failed in the fourth level, he still broke the record after all. He didn't embarrass old Feng. He looked for President Feng. "Brother, you're awesome." The soldier couldn't help but give a thumbs up and said, "You connected 3 levels in just over 10 minutes, awesome, but why did it take so long to get out? Is the fourth level difficult?" "What is the fourth level?" "The fourth level is not something that an apprentice beastmaster can pass." Chenggong couldn't help but complain, but suddenly, he felt something was wrong. When did he connect 3 levels in just over 10 minutes? The third level clearly took a long time. He was quite confused, and at this moment, the fourth stone statue lit up with a hum. Everyone turned their heads in confusion, first stunned, then exclaimed. The fourth stone statue also lit up. Everyone naturally knew what this meant. Outside a certain camp, President Feng was also shocked. The fourth level was really passed? He probably knew who it was. Lin Hongnian, the old thief. What's wrong with this Shiyu? The president's secretary and the deputy head of the group were shocked at the same time and looked at the registration office near the stage. It really wasn't President Feng's nephew? At the same time, Chenggong, the only top student in the city who had seen the difficulty of the fourth level, was confused. How is this possible? How can anyone pass the fourth level? 1 verses 50. Chapter 60, Voidstone. At this time, although Chenggong said that he had passed the third level, the people at the scene were not stupid. Through the changes in the stone statue, they could also know that someone else had broken the record first. As for Chenggong, the nephew of the president of the Pingcheng Association, he fell into deep thought on the spot. At this time, President Feng and Hebao both came over. Chenggong, what is the fourth level? You passed the first 3 levels, so you should have seen the situation of the fourth level, President Feng asked directly. The beastmasters and soldiers around also pricked up their ears. Yes, the third level is so difficult. What kind of monsters and demons are there in the fourth level? The fourth level, Chenggong took a deep breath and said, that's a new snow mountain environment. Compared with the ice fields and glaciers in the first 3 levels, the range is larger. As soon as I entered, this trial space formed 50 snow mountain beasts, 10 snow wolves, 10 ice armor beasts, 10 ice tooth pigs, 10 ice scale snakes, and 10 snow apes. From the growth situation, there should be no one below level 7, and their skill proficiency is not low. I wanted to let my Moonflame beast try it, but there was no breakthrough. Chenggong finished speaking, and there was silence at the scene. Damn, 50. After a moment, Hebao, deputy head of the Pingcheng Beast Taming Corps, widened his eyes. There was only one opponent in the first 3 levels, how come there were so many more in the 4th level? This is almost catching up with a small-scale beast tide. Other beastmasters who didn't even pass the 2nd and 3rd levels also felt that the difficulty of the 4th level was outrageous. With a limited level of apprentice beast masters, how could it be possible to do 1 versus 50? Huh? Everyone suddenly found the blind spot and looked at the fourth stone statue that lit up. Everyone was silent for a moment. It seemed that someone had gotten through. Who is it? Okay, you've done a good job. You'll have another chance next time, President Feng encouraged his nephew, then looked at the recorder. Look at how many people are still missing. Yes, the recorder immediately compared the information, which took only a few seconds. He said, at present, it seems that only one person has not come out. No one expected the case to be solved so quickly. Indeed, whether the first 3 levels can be passed or not, 1 versus 1 will not consume too much time. But if you want to pass the 4th level, it will definitely take a lot of time, so it is normal that only this one person is left in the end. Who is it? Although he already knew who it was, President Feng still subconsciously wanted to confirm it. At the same time, in the crowd, the Beastmasters also tried to look around to see who was missing. At this time, Chen Kai, Zhang Rui, Qiao Liang and others looked a little strange. They kept looking, but still had no results. Shit. No way. Shiyu, his name is Shiyu. Coincidentally, just as the recorder finished speaking, the stage teleportation array between the 6 stone statues began to flash again. Another person came out of the ruins. A young man wearing a dark blue adventure suit and a backpack casually hung on his shoulder walked out with an unhappy look on his face. Shiyu wanted to have a deep exchange with a broken stone statue for 100 rounds. The 4th level was so difficult. So he and 11 had to use all their trump cards, so they could pass it. In fact, it proved that although the process was very difficult, they succeeded in the end. But the 5th level, Shiyu just took a look and felt that it was boring. This was not prepared for normal beastmasters at all. In the 5th level, there were a total of 100 fierce beasts, with an increase in number and types, and a higher overall growth level. There were even 10th level fierce beasts. Although there were no fierce beasts of the leader level, defeating 50 of them exhausted 11. Shiyu didn't think they could pass this level, so he quit directly. Well, they will definitely come back. When they master the deterrent, they will definitely come back to avenge their previous shame. When Shiyu's psychological activities were active, he realized that many eyes from the outside world were resting on him. Being stared at by so many strange eyes, Shiyu felt creepy. Are you Shiyu? Asked the recorder closest to the teleportation array of the departure platform. I am. Is there any problem? Have you passed the 3rd and 4th levels? Yes, this kind of thing can't be concealed at all, and there is no need to conceal it. Shiyu nodded. He looked in the direction of the stone statues. Sure enough, there were only 2 stone statues lit before, but now it has become 4. This, next to him, as Shiyu confirmed and nodded, Chen Guang, the only one who had felt the pressure of the 4th level, was a little unbelievable. He really couldn't imagine how an apprentice beastmaster could 1 versus 50. What was more outrageous than Chen Guang was those who knew Shiyu. Chen Kai, Bai Shi, Zhang Rui and others opened their mouths slightly, feeling incredible. Although Shiyu is indeed very strong, the growth level of that little iron beast seems to be not high, and it is still far from level 10. The low growth level means limited physical strength. How did he pass the 4th level? What they don't know is that 11 has the ability to shrink and kite the opponent to restore physical strength, and has absolute sleep, which can take advantage of the low IQ of these non-living beasts and take a short rest. Fuck, however, the young Dr. Qiao Liang found it most incredible. In his impression, Shiyu is just a newbie who is weak but a little bit hard-working. How could you be a big guy who broke through 4 levels and set a new record? Well done. At this time, although it is unknown how Shiyu passed the level, new progress in deciphering the ruins is good news. Chairman Feng looked at Shiyu with a smile and said, you are the apprentice of Zhaoxi Martial Arts School, right? Master Lin actually mentioned you to me before. He said you would bring me a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be such a big surprise. Heroes emerge from youth. Chairman Feng clapped his hands and said, can you tell me about the 5th level? Master Lin Hongyan also mentioned himself to the president of Pingchang Association. Shiyu was stunned and said, the 4th level is 50 ice beasts with growth levels of 7 to 9, and the 5th level is 100 ice beasts with growth levels of 8 to 10. Their race levels are all extraordinary, and their skill proficiency is uncertain, because the 5th level is a little difficult. We just took a look and quit, and did not challenge it in depth. After Shiyu finished speaking, the people around him suffocated again. The 4th level is perverted enough. Can people really pass the 5th level? President Feng was silent for a moment, then he looked at everyone and said, since everyone has entered the ruins once, I have some news to announce to everyone. In the next month, the Pingchang Association will allocate a sum of resources to improve everyone's strength. Anyone who can pass 2 levels can receive pet cultivation resources. The amount of resources will increase with each level passed. In order to speed up the progress of cracking this ruins, the Pingchang Association cannot be poor in cultivating challengers, otherwise there will be no progress next. Today, everyone can take a break. If your pet is injured, remember to go to the infirmary to recover. Chengguang, Shiyu, right? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Come with me later. President Feng called the 2 apprentice beast masters in Pingchang who passed the 3rd level. In the beast control space, although the general injuries of pets will recover slowly and stop worsening, the best recovery effect is still through healing skills. Okay, Chengguang nodded. I don't need it. My pet is not injured, Shiyu said. 11 recovered while fighting. What it lacked was physical strength. It was currently sleeping and recovering in the beast control space. Everyone was stunned. Listen, is this human language? Chengguang next to him was a little annoyed and opened his mouth again. You told me that you were not injured after 1 versus 50? Huh? Is that so? Then you come with me first. President Feng's mouth twitched. Zhashi Martial Arts School was lucky enough to train an 18-year-old professional beast control master Lin Xiaozu. What about this Shiyu? Anyway, President Feng couldn't understand the information at all. Then, under the silent gaze of everyone, Shiyu followed President Feng into the camp. Deputy head He Bao also followed. Little brother, have you really passed the 4th level? I just glanced at your pet's information. How could it be possible? By the way, I am the deputy head of the Pingchang Beast Control Corps, and my surname is He didn't understand. Not only did he not understand, but President Feng also had many doubts. At this time, Shiyu directly took out the transparent stone that was the reward for passing the 3rd level. And the transparent stone X3 that was the reward for passing the 4th level. The rewards for the 2 levels were the same, but the quantity was different. President Feng, Captain He, these are the items I got when I passed the 3rd and 4th levels. What is this? Resources for cultivating pets. Shiyu took out the rewards for passing the levels, and the 2 immediately shifted their attention to it. President Feng took a look and was slightly stunned. Ethereal stone, the rewards for the 3rd and 4th levels are not energy crystals, but ethereal stones. He Bao was quite surprised. Well, what is ethereal stone? Shiyu had never heard of this resource. Damn, you made a fortune. This is a rare space resource, He Bao said rudely. It is a resource that is rarer than energy crystals. You can't buy it even if you have money. The quantity is very small. Ordinary people can't get in touch with it. This is indeed a relic, and the secret space likes to produce it. Space resource. Shiyu was stunned and looked at the 4 transparent stones in his hand. Damn, this is the rare evolution material I was looking for. Chong, this time, Shiai and I really risked our lives for you. Yes, space resources are also the resources that all beast masters dream of. Using this stone can speed up the upgrade of the beast space. President Feng nodded and said, this is a good thing to improve the level of beast masters. Can this be used to strengthen the beast space? Shiyu was stunned again and asked. Both of them nodded. Well, Shiyu looked at the stone again. That's fine. Chong, let's see if there are better resources in the 5th and 6th levels later. The space system is not worthy of you. As a beast master, he used these stones reluctantly. It seems that Chengguang should have obtained the Void Spirit Stone. Yes, with this, your beast taming space can be upgraded to level 2 earlier, and you can contract the 2nd pet. President Feng nodded, but soon, his face changed and said, wait, Shiyu, when you go back, don't try too hard to upgrade the level of the beast taming space. This relic can only fit trainee beast masters for the time being. I understand, Shiyu nodded, showing his understanding. He would not upgrade so quickly. As long as the level of the beast taming space reaches the standard before the professional assessment, it will be fine. With this, he has a plan in his mind. This time, he should not be left behind by 11's upgrade speed. At the same time, Chengguang's treatment speed is fast. In just 2 minutes, he also came here. This is normal. The military doctors stationed nearby are all professional beast masters. Treating an awakening pet is just a matter of skills. Even if there are a bunch of injured pets, A group healing skill can be thrown over and it will be done. President, Captain He, outside, Chen Guang did not want to show his relationship with President Feng. This would make it seem that his success was due to his family background, rather than his own efforts. Chen Guang, what is your reward for passing the 3rd level? President Feng looked at Chen Guang. It's a hollow stone. Chen Guang immediately took out a transparent stone, the same as Shi Yu's. President Feng and Captain He looked at each other and nodded. President Feng said, keep your spoils, this is what you deserve. You are the only two who passed the 3rd level in this challenge of the ruins. Chen Guang, you passed the 3rd level, and Shi Yu, you passed the 4th level. You both performed very well. You just heard that the association will allocate a sum of money to improve your strength. You performed the best this time, and the association will definitely give priority to you. If you have a certain amount, you can ask for anything you need. President Feng has placed his hope of conquering the ruins in Pingcheng on these two people. As for those beast masters outside, they can only be considered as incidental training. Spending some resources to let them grow more in the ruins and train more professional beast masters for Pingcheng is not a loss-making business. As for the main force, it must be Shi Yu and Chen Guang. Okay, Chen Guang was obviously mentally prepared for this and nodded immediately. As for Shi Yu next to him, he was slightly in deep thought. Is there such a good thing? As for demand. For my level, money is better, and the others are all fancy. By the way, you two don't know each other yet, let me introduce you. This is Chen Guang. He's from Pingcheng, but he goes to school in the city. Shi Yu, an apprentice of Hashi Martial Arts School, seems to have also gone to school in the city before. President Feng tried to recall Shi Yu's information. Well, Bingyu No. 1 Middle School, Breeding Major, Shi Yu introduced himself. Chen Guang, Captain He? The two looked at Shi Yu. He defeated the commander-level ice armor giant and successfully won versus 50. You told us that you are a breeding major? Don't tell them that after Shi Yu entered the ruins, he fed the beasts to make them surrender. That, Chen Guang's eyelids twitched, and he stretched out his hand to Shi Yu and said, hello, you are very powerful to pass the 4th level. I have an unwelcome request. Can we have a battle after our pets recover? Because he was too curious about Shi Yu's strength and how he passed the level, Chen Guang couldn't help but challenge him. Chairman Feng was stunned, but he didn't stop him, and there was no need to stop him. His nephew was born to be a competitive person. It was normal for him to be unconvinced and want to see the difference after being beaten this time. At the same time, as the chairman of the Pingcheng Association, he didn't know what Shi Yu was all about, and he also wanted to see Shi Yu's strength. The situation inside the ruins cannot be seen, but the battle outside can be seen. Chen Guang's active challenge is an opportunity. Fight. Shi Yu also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party. The other party is the only one who defeated the ice armor giant besides himself, and it is estimated that his strength is not weak. Okay, Shi Yu did not refuse. Beastmasters should learn from each other in order to improve each other. Chapter 61 Monster Talent. You guys want to fight? Captain He looked like a rough man who didn't care about details. He said, damn, it's interesting, I'll go call someone to clear the field for you. It's just right to open the eyes of those soldiers. One is a relative of Lao Feng, and the other is a new monster who just got through the 4th level. In short, both of them are not simple. He also wanted to see the strength of these two people. Well, by the way, it can also inspire these new recruits under his command, which is really good. It's good to be young, President Feng also said with a smile. He squinted his eyes, and it didn't seem like he was sighing, but like he was ready to watch the fun. Then wait until after lunch, you can have a good rest and fight after you are full, okay, Chen Guang said indifferently. Shi Yu naturally didn't care even more. Outside, the sergeant of the Beast Taming Corps was giving a speech to this group of trainee beastmasters. The general content was that everyone could challenge the ruins repeatedly in the next month. However, they could only challenge once a day. For this month, everyone can go home or live here. Anyway, the camp here is sufficient and they will definitely have enough food 3 times a day. I've decided to live here. I won't leave until I pass 2 levels. Chen Kai, an excellent student at Pingcheng No. 1 Middle School who only passed 1 level, felt ashamed. He was such a waste that he only passed 1 level. But do you have enough Mingshan capsules? Asked the only good classmate who passed the assessment with him. Damn, it seems not enough. I have to go back and prepare a month's supply first, Chen Kai reacted. Damn, They are all taking mention capsules. Why is his effect not as good as Shiyu's? Obviously, when they fought before, everyone's strength was not that different. But, how long has it been? One has 1 level, and the other has 4 levels. The gap in strength is simply skyrocketing. Did Shiyu upgrade his supplements? I have to prepare some too, Chen Kai's classmate said. He is also an assessor of Xianmeng Mountain. When the two were talking, Qia Liang, a doctor at the Kaodang who really didn't want to eavesdrop, had a strange expression. How come people are still discussing supplements at the ruins? What's the matter with the supplement craze these days? Including Shiyu, how can a weak beast master who takes supplements every day become a super boss? Could it be that these supplements really have hidden effects? Dr. Qia Liang, who has received relevant education, also hesitated in the face of reality. Otherwise, he also tried it? The people here were quickly dispersed. Some people planned to stay and see, and some planned to go back and prepare. But at this moment, a group of soldiers suddenly began to divide the venue, which made many people confused. The venue is quickly drawn, and a beastmaster was curious and went forward to ask. This question shocked the beastmaster. A moment later, a message spread throughout the nearby camps. Not only did all the beastmasters stationed here know about it, but the 80 new beastmasters also knew about it. Fuck, this is incredible. Cheng Gong, who passed the 3rd level, and Shiyu, who passed the 4th level, are going to fight here. It was allowed by President Feng and Captain He. Everyone could watch the fight. When the news came out, everyone was no longer sleepy or hungry, and all became energetic. There's still a fight to watch? Then I won't leave. I want to see where the gap between me and the big guys is. I won't leave either. Add 1. These are the new Beastmasters. The Beastmasters of the Beast Taming Corps were extremely silent. Those professional non-commissioned officers were fine, but the ordinary soldiers at the trainee level had complicated feelings. After all, none of them in the group had passed the 3rd level. And these two people, one connected the 3rd level, and the other connected the 4th level, which was simply infuriating. Let's see how powerful they are, many people said in their hearts. The area near the ruins suddenly became lively. At noon, almost everyone stayed and chose to eat at the barracks. At this time, no one found where Shiyu and Chengguang were. It was not until after lunch that the two appeared. Because the two were called by Captain He to eat a special nutritious meal. Nutritious meals can speed up the recovery of pets in the beast control space. After eating, the two people almost recovered to their peak state. Although, for Shiyu, it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat. After all, 11 has the dual recovery buff of absolute sleep and beast control space. Here they come. As Shiyu and Changong appeared outside, the disciplined soldiers were fine, but the new beastmasters immediately made a commotion and looked quite expectant. At the call of Captain He, the trainee soldiers all gathered around, intending to broaden their horizons. In an instant, Shiyu and Changong became the focus of the whole audience. Is this battle a little too big? Chengguang was uneasy. He was unwilling to challenge Shiyu and just wanted to see the gap, but how could he be the focus of the whole audience by Captain He and the others? If he lost, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Shiyu also felt that the atmosphere was a bit too solemn, but since it was like this, he would just make do with it. Next, the two of them walked to the two sides of the painted venue, one on each side. Captain He came to the edge of the field with a smile and said, "Then I will be your referee, okay, please," Shiyu and the others said. Captain He nodded and said seriously, "You two, send out your pets together, then listen to my command and start fighting." As these words were spoken, the whole venue was completely silent, and everyone stared at the two people. Because not everyone knew the situation of the two people's pets. Moonflame Beast, a huge summoning array appeared, and Chengguang's pet walked out of the space ripples. Roar, when this pet walked out, it brought a rolling heat wave. This is a creature with a body length of more than 1 meter, with red hair like flames all over its body, and a crescent pattern around the side of the body and the buttocks. It looks like the weasel creature on Earth, the marten, and maybe an evolved species of the marten. Name, Moonflame Beast. Attribute, fire. Racial level, advanced transcendent. Racial skills, explosive flame, flame attack, flame claws. It is not an ice-type creature, but a rare fire-type creature in Binghaton City. Ying, compared with the Moonflame Beast, the iron-eating beast on Shiyu's site is much more familiar to everyone present. After all, it is a special pet of Pingcheng. At this time, 11 was also very unhappy. He had not been able to clear the ruins in one go before, which made him feel that his training intensity was not enough. He had to work harder and harder, so that he would be worthy of Shiyu's added points. It looked at the opponent this time. Well, let's start by killing the opponent in front of him in 1 second. If you can't do it, double the amount of training. 11's thoughts were transmitted, and Shiyu's expression was complicated. Be a bear, 11. At that moment, as 11, who was 1 meter tall, walked out of the summoning diagram, everyone was slightly silent. Because 11 was too small, he looked like a cub of iron-eating beast. Everyone was from Pingcheng, and naturally knew that adult iron-eating beasts were nearly 2 meters tall, and this 1 meter one was too much of a difference. It looks like it's less than 2 years old? After seeing the iron-eating beast, Chengguang's eyes were filled with disbelief because of its size. Shiyu passed the 4th level with this iron-eating beast cub? How is it possible? Apprentice Beastmaster, Chengguang, Pet Beast Moonflame Beast, Growth Level, Awakening Level 10, Chengguang took the lead in introducing himself in exchange for Shiyu's information. Apprentice Beastmaster, Shiyu, Pet Beast Iron-Eating Beast, Growth Level, Awakening Level 7, there was nothing to hide about the pet beast's information, so Shiyu said it directly. When Shiyu finished speaking, many people were stunned. Awakening Level 7, are you kidding? Everyone knows that Shiyu broke through 4 levels in a row, but at least he should be strong and use some logic. If your iron-eating beast had a growth level of 10, no one would say anything. After all the emotional fuss, the pet beast is not only a cub, but its growth level has not yet reached the extreme of the awakening period. It was still level 6 a few days ago. Did it break through? The discussion of the apprentices of Zhashi Martial Arts School once again hit the people around hard. MMP. Not to mention these trainee beastmasters, even President Feng nearby thought it was outrageous. According to Shiyu's information, when he participated in the Xianmeng Mountain Training Assessment, the iron-eating beast was only level 6. So, this is what he doesn't understand. An iron-eating beast with a growth level of less than level 10, even with mastery level hardening, can't pass the 4th level, or even the 3rd level. The beastmasters on the scene had many doubts, and so did Captain He. He chose the most direct way to solve the doubts. Damn it, the battle begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chengguang immediately issued an order. Moonflame Beast, explode. The Moonflame Beast had a ferocious expression and roared, and its whole body of fiery red hair exploded, and a ball of fire condensed in front of its mouth. In an instant, a huge fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter, containing explosive power and rolling heat waves, was directly formed. Explosion, a mid-level skill of the fire system, which can create explosive flames with great lethality. As soon as the Moonflame Beast attacked, the surrounding frost melted instantly, and the Beastmasters present also felt a wave of heat. The proficiency of this explosion is at least at the proficient level. Captain He thought to himself, no wonder he could defeat the ice armor giant. This fire skill is very lethal to ice creatures. No, not only to ice creatures, but to all creatures. Boom. The explosion blasted out. And just this move made many Beastmasters understand the gap between themselves and Chengguang. However, what made people feel most incredible was that in the face of this powerful attack, Shiyu and the Iron Eater Beast seemed to be calm and unhurried. 11. Harden, Thunder Palm. The flames attacked, and 11 stood in place. Originally, his hair fluttered with a hot wind, but in the next moment, it was like a motionless mountain after using hardening. Low-level skill, hardening. Looking at the small Iron Eater Beast with a metallic texture all over its body, everyone was familiar with this move. But, don't dodge. Instead, he planned to rely on hardening to resist the skill? Everyone didn't understand. The next second, everyone who didn't understand Shiyu's order discovered new changes in the small Iron Beast. The entire right arm of the small Iron Beast suddenly spread out countless blue and white strong electric currents, and the power looked amazing. The terrifying electric current spread on the metal arm. This scene may still be a little puzzling to the trainee Beastmasters, but it directly made all the professional Beastmasters change their faces slightly. Combination skills, all the professional Beastmasters were surprised. It was a skill of different attributes. At this time, the explosion came. 11 used the combination skills of the Mastery Level Hardening and the Mastery Level Thunder Palm, and directly penetrated the front with one palm. The sound of thunder and lightning was like 1,000 birds singing together, and 11's arm was like a thunder and lightning gun. which was extremely shocking. This move made Chengguang's eyes widen. Boom! With a roar, 11 seemed to be swallowed by the explosion, but the scene that everyone saw was that the fireball was instantly split into two when it came into contact with the Iron Eater beast, and a channel was penetrated from the middle. The skilled intermediate skill explosion was actually cut by a palm. This is not over yet, because explosion contains explosive properties. Although the power dropped sharply due to the instant destruction of its form, the remaining explosion still exploded instantly. At this time, 11 had already walked in front of the cut explosion. With its hardened body, it actually used the impact of the explosion to rush towards the Moonflame Beast like a beast of thunder and fire. The speed was so fast that the Moonflame Beast lost its sense of proportion. Roar! The pupils of the Moonflame Beast shrank, not understanding what kind of monster this was, and it could actually cut its explosion. This is normal. After all, the perfect level of Thunder Palm has a penetration force that can even cut through lightning in nature. Although 11's Thunder Palm proficiency is not enough, it still has the hardening increase, and the power is not much different. Although this explosion is strong, its strength is obviously not enough. Flame attack. Flame claws. Facing the surging small iron-eating beast, Chengguang's scalp tingled and he felt a strong sense of oppression, but the only way to deal with the situation was to fight back. Flame attack, a mid-level skill of the fire system, which allows the flames in the body to explode, converting into kinetic energy and gaining a stronger speed. Chengguang intended to let the Moonflame Beast win by speed, after all. The iron-eating beast's eyesight was not very good. Boom! Flames burst out of the Moonflame Beast's body, as if it had turned into a flame afterimage. The proficiency of this flame attack had obviously reached the proficient level, not as simple as the entry level. Swish! The Moonflame Beast did not intend to confront 11 head-on. Its claws were filled with scorching flames, and its figure swayed left and right in an unpredictable manner while rushing towards the iron-eating beast that was attacking it. After a moment, the two passed each other. However, Chengguang and the Moonflame Beast made a complete mistake. The speed interference tactics they chose did not have any effect on 11, who had supervision. Bang! The flaming claws of the Moonflame Beast swung in the air, stopped in the sky, and its body also stopped in mid-air. When it was about to attack, 11's palm slapped its belly. The picture seemed to be still. The next moment, the Moonflame Beast seemed to encounter a huge impact force and flew backwards. Bang 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 bang. It rolled for more than 10 meters before stopping. The scene was instantly silent. That's it. In the silent scene, Shiyu spoke first. At the moment of attack, 11 cancelled the combination skills and only used hardening to fight the enemy. This would not cause much damage to the Moonflame Beast. Otherwise, even if the combination skills hit, the Moonflame Beast would be severely injured even if it didn't die. Except for Shiyu himself, no one knew that 11 mastered the mastery level of Thunder Palm. At this time, seeing the Moonflame Beast flying backwards in an instant, Chengguang was still a little confused. How could it be possible? How could this iron-eating beast keep up with the speed of the Moonflame Beast? His face turned pale instantly. Even when fighting against the Ice Armor Giant, they didn't have such great pressure. What kind of monster is on the opposite side? Level 7? Are you kidding? At this time, 11 stood there unscathed, looking directly at the enemy who had climbed up. Although the Moonflame Beast could still get up, the 2 rounds of confrontation just now had completely made it lose its will to fight. At this time, its body was trembling slightly, looking at 11 in fear. Although it did not take the initiative to launch a deterrent, 11's momentum completely left a shadow in the opponent's mind. Boy, you lost. Captain He, who was in the referee position, was silent throughout the whole process, and only now spoke to Chengguang. After speaking, he spoke to Shiyu in an incredible tone. He asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Not only is it a mastery level hardening, your Iron Eater has also mastered the skilled level Thunder Palm, and you have perfectly combined them together to form a combination skill. In addition, this Iron Eater has an absurdly strong combat awareness and experience. Surprisingly, facing the Moonflame Beast after the flame attack accelerated, it can find the right opportunity to hit the opponent's vitals with one strike? What kind of monster combination are they? Captain He saw such a fierce newcomer for the first time. Yes, faced with the inquiry, Shiyu nodded. As he nodded, everyone fell silent for a moment, and then there was an uproar. Is that the unique Thunder Palm of Zhaoxi Martial Arts School? What an outrageous power! It actually split the flame with one palm. Are you stupid? That's not an ordinary thunder palm, it's a combination skill. At least it has the power brought by the mastery level hardening, which has extremely high requirements for skill proficiency. Is that so? Someone asked the apprentice of Hushi Martial Arts School. At this time, the apprentice of Hushi Martial Arts School was also dumbfounded, and had no idea what was going on. But everything that happened in front of them told them that this was right. Zhang Rui was stagnant in place, not understanding whether Shi Yu had made great progress during this period, or whether he was fighting with himself and didn't use his full strength at all. Every level of Beastmaster has something to study. At the apprentice level, it is already very good to train the pet skills to the proficient level and the mastery level. Combination skills should be something that professional Beastmasters study. As for the master level, it is to study the mysteries of the perfect level skills. This is the route that a normal Beastmaster should go through, but Shi Yu and this little iron-eating beast here. So even if it is not only Chen Kai, Bai Shi, Qiao Liang and other trainee Beastmasters, even professional Beastmasters, they are dumbfounded at this time, not understanding how this level 7 little iron-eating beast was cultivated. Lost, facing such an iron-eating beast, Chen Guang's throat was hoarse, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. And the others also knew why Shi Yu could quickly pass the first 3 levels. That combo skill, I'm afraid that the ice armor giant can't withstand a single blow. Their 3 views were shattered. For the first time, they knew that the combination of a trainee Beastmaster and a pet of a medium race less than level 10 could be so brutal. In a corner, the secretary of the president of the Pingchang Association looked at his silent president and finally waited for his evaluation. Should I talk about this iron-eating beast or this Beastmaster? It's simply a monstrous talent, so strange that it's unscientific, he said in a heavy tone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 New Special Training Goal. If everyone was still confused about how Chen Guang and Shi Yu broke the record, now the doubts gradually dissipated. Although the Moon Flame Beast was beaten without any ability to fight back in this battle, the strength and quality it showed during the battle were obvious to all. The powerful explosive flame skill, the attribute completely overcomes all kinds of ice creatures. The speed brought by the flame attack is probably unmatched by the creatures in the ruins. With the flexible flame claws, the Moon Flame Beast can fight in close combat or at a distance. With 3 skills at the proficient level, it has a chance to defeat the ice armor giant with a higher race with the help of its attribute advantages. As for Shi Yu, there is no need to question his strength at all. The battle process in which the Moon Flame Beast was crushed throughout the whole process is the best proof of Shi Yu and his strength. It was the first time that everyone saw such an outrageous little iron-eating beast. It is completely understandable that such an excellent pet beast broke through 4 levels in a row. Although some people still wondered why the physical fitness of a level 7 iron-eating beast could defeat 50 fierce beasts in a row, but since Shi Yu Tong passed them all, they could only dispel their doubts. Then, they all looked at Shi Yu and Shibai as if they were monsters. In this battle, Beastmasters of different levels saw different things. The trainee Beastmasters did not understand why Shi Yu and his team were so strong, while Master Beastmasters like President Feng had greater expectations for cracking the ruins. Well, let's deduct some resources from my nephew and give them to Shi Yu. At this time, cracking the ruins is the most important thing. Guanger will understand. Fortunately, Chen Guang didn't know what President Feng was thinking, otherwise, he would definitely think he was a fake nephew. As for now, he was thinking about why Ping Chang had such a monster trainee Beastmaster that he had never heard of before. Even the geniuses in Bingagan City might not be able to match Shi Yu, right? Okay, the battle is over. Do what you have to do. Captain He, who was the referee, blasted the trainees and said angrily, "Double the training today." His words immediately made the trainees wail. He Bao, who was disappointed with his ability, chose to exploit his new recruits. Chairman Feng wiped his sweat secretly, fearing that He Bao would bring the team leader and himself to ask for training funds. After the battle, Chen Guang and Shi Yu each took back their pets. "We'll fight again next time," Chen Guang said to Shi Yu, and left directly from the other side. No one paid attention to him, and no one knew what he was doing. As for Shi Yu, he was helpless. Blame it on 11. It was it that wanted to vent the emotions of failure in the battle, which led to the situation, seemingly one-sided. Shiyu shook his head slightly and planned to leave. To be precise, he was leaving this valley, going home, and preparing to fight again. Chairman Feng, when Shiyu walked out of the venue, Chen Kai, Qiao Liang and others wanted to come over, but when they saw Chairman Feng walking towards Shiyu, they immediately stopped. Shiyu, your strength really opened my eyes. Chairman Feng squinted his eyes and said in a good mood. With the qualifications shown by Shiyu and others, there's hope that they will become Master Beast Masters in the future. 10 years later, Ping Cheng may have another Master Beast Master. It's okay, Shiyu said modestly. This is nothing. Although Shiyu wanted to be arrogant, he also knew that he was not invincible yet, and even among his peers, he was nothing. Pingcheng is just a small third-tier city. Bingyan City is just an ordinary one among hundreds of second-tier cities in Donghuang. The second-generation Imperials in those first-tier cities probably start with the initial pets of the commander-level races per capita, and the age of the contracted pets may be younger. Shiyu is more curious about their strength. But we should know soon. Because Lu Chengyi suggested that he go to a first-tier city to participate in the professional assessment, and the professional certificate of that kind is more valuable. This woman likes to increase the difficulty of the game for him. Ha, you don't have to be modest, you are indeed very good. Do you have any ideas for the 5th level next? President Feng asked. I already have one, and I plan to go back to prepare for the battle, Shiyu said. That's good. President Feng's eyes lit up. It's okay to go back and prepare for the battle. Wait a minute, I'll give you my personal contact information. If you have any needs, just tell me directly. The resources allocated by the association will be in your hands in full later. Your primary goal now is to become stronger and conquer the ruins. I understand, Shiyu nodded. Next, President Feng quickly called the secretary to find someone to escort Shiyu home. Although Shiyu wanted to refuse, he couldn't resist the president's enthusiasm. This treatment, in the eyes of the beast masters around, it was like eating a lemon. Is this the treatment of a genius? Even a master beast master, even the president of the Beast Master Association, has to smile. Damn, Mingxing capsules are sold out, the same supplement as Shiyu. I don't believe that I can't reach 1/10 of his strength if I keep taking it. In the back, Chen Kai made a great wish. What do you mean by Shiyu's same supplement? Hey, brother, what do you mean by what you said just now? After Shiyu left, there were waves of discussions and exclamations in the crowd. Dr. Qiao Liang felt that he might know where the tonic fever in Pingcheng came from. Thank you. Shiyu was slightly embarrassed when he was escorted home by a military vehicle. In his previous life, he had never ridden in a police car, only in an ambulance. Now, he was directly riding in a military vehicle. The pressure was huge. I had to quickly study how to pass the 5th level. Shiyu almost sighed as he returned home. Because he knew that if he wanted to pass the 5th level, he might have to spend money on tonics again. With his small body, even if he had to have to teach, it would be too painful to teach high-level skills. If it wasn't because he had to teach, Shiyu really wanted to use low-level skills to improve his physical fitness first. After Shiyu pushed the door open, the green cotton worm on the persimmon tree in the yard heard the sound and immediately made a cry. Shiyu understood through telepathy. It means welcome home. The IQ of this insect is getting higher and higher. Shiyu discovered that as the green cotton worm's growth level increased, its intelligence level was also slowly improving. When he was at level 1, he was still stupid and dazed. Now he can communicate with him normally. It's not easy. Is there any more food? Shiyu glanced at the dragon beard grass in the iron plate under the birdcage. There was still some left. That's fine. That's right. After all, it was just released in the morning. No matter how big the green cotton worm's appetite is, it can't be like 11, who eats 3 or 4 meals at a time. By the way, he replenished some. After entering the house, Shiyu threw down his backpack and lay down directly. This time the harvest is not small. If the energy crystals are ignored, the 4 pieces of empty spirit stones are still very rare resources. He asked President Feng, if these 4 pieces of empty spirit stones are used, even if he doesn't meditate at a high intensity, he can almost reach the level 2 of the beast control space within 3 or 4 months. Moreover, it is a level 2 beast control space that takes into account the 3 aspects of space strength, space range, and space environment. In other words, he can contract a second pet by then. At the same time, If the beast control space reaches level 2, it will be easier for 11 to reach the extraordinary level. Otherwise, the level 1 beast control space will be more likely to restrict the growth of the pet. In short, the cost-effectiveness of the ethereal stone is very high for Shiyu, who started late and became a beastmaster much later than other people of the same age. I wonder how the space system fits with a green cotton worm, Shiyu thought again. The space system is undoubtedly a very powerful attribute, but it is said that the ethereal stone has always been a resource used by beastmasters. Shiyu really doesn't know how to use this thing for pets, especially green cotton worms. Compared with this, it is better to have a space system skill. If the space attribute can really be obtained, Shiyu thinks that the race level of the bug after evolution may also be king level. Are there king level space attribute butterflies in nature? The ethereal butterfly or the space-breaking butterfly? Shiyu didn't think about the green cotton worm for too long. After all, he hasn't made any progress yet. The most important thing at the moment is to conquer the ruins. If he wants to pass the 5th level smoothly, there are currently 2 routes for Shiyu. 1. Complete the secret thunder armor. It is necessary to upgrade the hardening and thunder palm to the perfect level. At present, the 11th and green cotton worms still have not mastered any perfect level skills, and Shiyu is still not sure how many times he needs to be taught from the mastery level to the perfect level. However, he has a hunch that the later the proficiency is, the harder it will be to improve. A common saying is that for a skill that is relatively easy to train, as long as the pet has good talent and the training environment is not bad, it can be mastered in a year of hard training. Because of this, the pets of those professional beast masters basically master multiple mastery level racial skills. However, perfect level proficiency skills are not as simple as just accumulating time. Perfection represents the extreme of a skill and the pinnacle of a skill. Many creatures find it difficult to achieve this achievement even if they spend their entire lives. Compared with spending time on hard training, this level requires more talent and training methods. Pets with perfect level proficiency skills are basically the symbol of master beast masters. As for the superb level, it means transcending the skill itself, directly letting the skill break away from the original level, and belonging to a more profound level. Even for master beast masters, the limit is to train their pets' low-level skills to the level of perfection, and it will take half a lifetime. It is too difficult to reach the level of perfection for mid and high-level skills. The higher the skill level, the more complex it is, and the harder it is to master it perfectly, not to mention surpassing perfection. Let's start with high-level skills. The second way to conquer the ruins is to improve the proficiency of high-level skills. Shiyu made a simple judgment and felt that it was more difficult to master the thunder armor. If you want to defeat 100 beasts, in fact, it is possible to reach the mastery level of 3 high-level skills. The mastery level is still relatively easy to achieve. The mastery level of deterrence can exert a large-scale mental pressure on the group of beasts. If you are lucky, you can kill 100 beasts in an instant. Mastery level multiplication. Although Shiyu does not know what kind of increase it can bring to 11, it is expected that the size and strength will be larger, and it is not impossible to kill a group of people with one punch. Mastery level absolute sleep can restore more physical strength with a shorter sleep time, which is simply a recovery skill. Which one should I upgrade? I should have difficulty making choices. I'll just teach them all. By the way, I'll also upgrade my supervision and high-speed healing to the mastery level. Wait until all the skills are mastered before going. Let alone the 5th level, even if there is a super level creature in the 6th level, I can definitely crush it. Shiyu made bold statements, his body trembling. After all, this is a big project. Thanks to the leader of the big guy who is good at reading books. Chapter 63. Just add some points and it's done. August 7th, afternoon, the sun was shining brightly. In the yard, the energetic 11 was training seriously. Shiyu was meditating with a piece of ethereal stone. If the group of trainee beast masters saw this, they would definitely be ashamed. After all, Shiyu and his team had just broken through 4 levels of the ruins in the morning and fought countless battles. As a result, they didn't even have the intention to rest in the afternoon and continue to train. This was simply animal behavior. It's indeed much faster than meditating by myself. Shiyu put down the ethereal stone and felt relieved. It would be better if I had more of this stone. Shiyu found the reason for his slow training. If you want to quickly improve the level of the beast control space through meditation, you must concentrate your mind and body. But every time he finished teaching the pet skills, he was exhausted physically and mentally, So how could he have the mind to meditate? Over time, the level of the beast control space slowed down. In the final analysis, it was 11's fault. Shiyu completely denied the reason for his slow training. 11 in training? After I finish adding points to 11 this time, I have to take some time to upgrade the level of the beast control space, Shiyu said silently in his heart. But before that, Shiyu turned on his mobile phone and logged into the shopping website. He bought another 15 magic beans, as well as other scattered supplements, spending almost 2 million. Now, there is less than 7 million left of the 10 million starting funds. But with these, almost all of 11's skills can be upgraded to the mastery level. It's really a waste of money. Looking at the balance, Shiyu felt painful. It seems that even with the skill illustrations, the 10 million starting funds may not be able to upgrade all of 11's skills to the perfect level, let alone the divine level. If there is a super level skill or mythical ability in the future, if you want to upgrade it to the full level, won't the supplements cost hundreds of millions of yuan? By then, I'm afraid I'll have to eat some dragon liver and phoenix marrow. In the final analysis, it's still a lack of money. The skill illustrations can allow him to improve the proficiency of pet beast skills faster than other beast masters, but the price is Krypton gold. But it was worth the money. After all, other beast masters had to spend money to buy nutritional supplements to train their pets, so Shiyu's performance was definitely better. That night, Shiyu took out one of the 2 remaining magic beans and a ginseng whisker, and began to call 11 tried points. 11 degrees. 11, who had been training for half a day, endured it with tears, and was very worried that he would live up to the extra points. He set himself the goal of connecting 6 levels next time. Don't worry, work hard plus cheat, even gods can't stop you, Shiyu comforted. That night, the entry-level deterrence was upgraded to the proficient level. The deterrence that could only be used to enhance and weaken the fighting spirit before immediately became an attack skill targeting the mental level. The increase in the deterrence level actually does not only mean that 11 can kill weaker opponents with momentum alone, but also means that any mental debuff skills may have little effect on it. However, after teaching the skills this time, it seems that Shiyu is not the only one who has side effects. Some special skills can slightly change the temperament and personality of pets. For example, frenzy, if used frequently, can easily make pets crazy, violent, and irrational. The same is true for deterrence, which can give pets a kind of domineering spirit that comes from the spiritual level of the mind. 11. Cyrillic letter deck. Sure enough, after the deterrence was upgraded, 11 immediately swelled up again. It wanted to go through the levels now and beat 100 people alone. Shiyu was silent. He didn't expect that deterrence also had a buff that reduced intelligence. MD's easy, go to sleep. 11 can be irrational, but Shiyu can't be irrational. No one can persuade him this time. Let's develop first. Try to get it right in one step and brush up the skill level. Then, break all the levels in a row, so as not to waste time by frequently challenging. In order to calm 11 down, Shiyu caught it again tonight as a pillow. This made the Panda King 11 fall into deep contemplation. The king cannot be insulted. Unless it is his own beastmaster. The next day, early in the morning, Shiyu was still lying leisurely on the sofa in the courtyard meditating. Occasionally glanced at his mobile phone to check the transportation progress of yesterday's shopping. As he watched, he put on his headphones and started to watch TV series. It was fun to watch TV series. However, Shiyu did not admit that he was slacking off. He just wanted to stimulate his imagination through various film and television works to pave the way for finding new skills later. The movies in this world are all about pets, and there are very few that are purely about people. Pets are an absolute hot topic and an absolute topic. As long as the pets in the work are eye-catching, the box office will not be low. For example, the movie that Shiyu is currently watching tells the story of a high school boy and a beast-ear girl of an alien race meeting in a dream and looking for each other. Good guy, Shiyu exclaimed, good guy, a different version of your name? The ending is that the male protagonist finally contracts a mermaid princess and works together to solve the tsunami? It's really daring to shoot. When Shiyu was thinking about why he couldn't encounter such a good thing, he felt his body stabbed. He looked up and saw that it was Ben Shitai who was staring at him. What are you doing? The furry Shitai stared with big eyes and pointed outside. It means that the express delivery has arrived. Shiyu was so fascinated that he didn't hear the sound. Shiyu pocketed his phone and ran to collect the express. Outside, it was still the familiar wings of the wind, and it was still the familiar courier. "Brother, it's you again," the courier pondered, and he said that this address was a little familiar. After arriving, he immediately remembered it. "Isn't this the trainee beastmaster who spent a lot of money to buy supplements before? It's been less than a week, and he's here again? Hey. I wish you good health." The courier didn't know anything and didn't dare to ask anything. He could only wish Shiyu good health. "Have a good trip and be safe," Shiyu also wished, so that there is true love everywhere in the world. In this way, Shiyu harvested another large box of supplements. A moment later, in the courtyard, Shiyu, 11, and Queen Mianchong looked at this large box of supplements and fell into thought. Before, when there were no supplements, Shiyu was afraid to teach skills. Now that there are a lot of supplements, Shiyu is still afraid to teach skills. Although they are both afraid, the two kinds of fear are not the same meaning. Shiyu can only say that the meaning of the text is profound. Even if I have no talent left, I must make use of it. Just add some points and it's done. At the same time, Bingyan City, Pingchang District. The headquarters of the Beastmaster Association. Except for going to the ruins on the first day to observe the situation, President Feng returned to the association on the second day, and the place was fully handed over to Captain He Bodyguard. And he, as the president of an association in the city, also has too many things to do. At this time, in the huge conference room, President Feng was holding a video conference with the presidents of the associations of the other 8 districts and counties in Bingyan City. Among the 9 districts and counties in Bingyan City, 4 of them belong to the urban area, located in the city center, and are well developed, while Pingchang and the other 4 districts and counties are next to the snow-capped mountains and belong to the suburbs, according to Lao Feng's information. Next, let's discuss the matter of activating the Holy Spring of Evolution, thanks to the leader of Kunming and Hanabachuan Mix. Chapter 64, Evolution Holy Spring. August 9th, sunny. Yesterday, Shiyu did not touch the new supplements, but used the remaining magic bean, and combined with other supplements to upgrade 11's absolute sleep skill to the proficient level. At this point, he only had 1 ginseng baby whisker left in his old stock. What do you think, if I cultivate a ginseng baby myself, cultivate it, and then teach it a skill of regenerating broken limbs, can I get a bug and eat free supplements every day? Shiyu muttered to himself after getting up in the morning because of a dream of a love-hate relationship with a ginseng baby. Why do the protagonists of other movies dream of exchanging bodies with mermaid princesses and swimming in the sea, while he dreams of chasing supplements and chewing them? Obviously, I also have the fate of a protagonist. Although compared to the protagonist, he lives more like a plug-in. Forget it, soon, Shiyu shook his head. It's okay to have a wild ginseng baby, but it's weird to chase and chew your own pet. After getting up, washing up, and finishing it in one go, today Shiyu plans to upgrade 11's multiplication skill to the proficient level. In this way, maybe I can experience a big panda bed at night. This is the rain and do equal points method, one skill after another, everyone has a share. Now it's just one pet that has more skills. When there are more pets in the future, he can become more philanthropic. In the courtyard, under the persimmon tree. After a warm breakfast with 2 pets, Shiyu was about to work hard to add points, but suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? At this time, it didn't seem like the time for the martial arts hall to deliver goods, and Shiyu was still wondering who it was. But when the person outside answered, Shiyu was stunned. He hurried to open the door, and then saw the uncle in a gray suit with a mustache. President Feng, why are you here? I just rested for 2 days, you won't ask me to explore the ruins, right? Shiyu touched his liver. President Feng smiled and said, how could it be? I know, you must be here to discuss the cultivation of resources. Shiyu suddenly realized. He almost forgot that the Pingchang Association also decided to allocate a sum of resources to train trainee beastmasters. Could it be that the amount of this batch of resources has been finalized? Yes, and no, there is another more important thing. A moment later, in the room, Shiyu entertained President Feng with wolfberry water. President Feng, what is the important thing you are talking about? President Feng smiled and said, it is also related to this relic. He drank a sip of wolfberry water and praised. It tastes very good, Shiyu, that's it. Shiyu was quite proud. This has to start with our country's laws. According to our country's relic law, this relic appeared in our Pingcheng, and we have the priority to explore it. After President Feng finished speaking, Shiyu nodded. But within a certain period of time, if we cannot crack the relic and gain control of the relic, then this exploration and development right will be gradually open to surrounding cities and gradually expand the scope. For example, after a month, if Pingcheng cannot crack the relic, then other districts and counties in Binghaven City can also come to explore together. President Feng sighed. You also know the difficulty of this relic. The 5th level alone will probably take us a long time. Not to mention the unknown 6th level. With our current progress, other Beastmaster associations in Binghaven City don't think that we in Pingcheng can independently crack the relic, so they have already prepared in advance, prepare to challenge the relic in Pingcheng in a month. Although President Feng was very upset, he couldn't do anything about them. He was very confident in Shiyu, but it was obviously unrealistic to ask Shiyu to crack the relic in a month. It would be a blessing to pass the 5th level within a month. At this time, after listening to what President Feng said, Shiyu was stunned. Who are you looking down on? Shiyu muttered in his heart, you cannot believe in the iron-eating beast, but you cannot not believe in that box of supplements. After a month, the relic will be gone. Of course, this is too arrogant, and Shiyu was afraid of being beaten if he said it, so he could only continue to nod. After you left the day before yesterday, I reported the information about the 4th and 5th levels of the ruins. Haha, there is no doubt that the situations of the 4th and 5th levels also shocked the presidents of other associations. They all think that it is too difficult for trainee Beastmasters to pass. However, even if it is difficult, we have to overcome it, so Binghaven City decided to activate the Holy Spring. Holy Spring? What is that? President Feng said, it is a holy place for breeding pets in our Binghaven City. It is a fixed resource. Pets can be reborn after soaking and absorbing the power of the Holy Spring. Let me give you an example. The level of pets is divided into growth level and race level, and the latter represents potential. Why does the higher the race level, the greater the potential? Why are they stronger at the same growth level, apart from the racial skills? It is because the life level of pets of higher races is higher. The most intuitive manifestation of the higher life level is strong physique and vigorous physical fitness. With the same growth level and the same skills, a pet of an extraordinary race may run out of energy after using it 10 times, but a pet of a commander level race may be able to use it 15 times. This is the advantage. The water in the Holy Spring will not increase the growth level of a pet, but it can improve the pet's physique, stimulate its potential, and even improve its life level. It is a rare resource that can increase the race level of a pet, that is, its evolutionary potential. For example, your iron-eating beast may have run out of energy after using Thunder Palm 10 times before, but after this baptism, its upper limit will be greatly improved, and it may not have any problem using it more than 10 times. Do you understand its value now? In short, you can regard this opportunity as a super special training for challenging the 4th and 5th levels of the ruins. Of course, this Holy Spring is only most effective for awakening pets, and the lower the race level, the better the effect. There have even been cases where pets evolved directly after bathing in the Holy Spring, so it is also called the Evolution Holy Spring, which can increase the chance of evolution, but this depends on opportunity. After President Feng finished speaking, Shiyu was obviously stunned. What you lack, you get. 11's biggest drawback is that he has too many powerful skills, and his physical strength is not enough to use them. And increasing the growth level and physical strength is not something that can be done overnight. Bathing in this Holy Spring can increase 11's physical strength limit. Then it will be more stable to conquer the ruins. As for evolution, 11 can't really evolve by soaking in the spring water. He doesn't believe it. What do you mean? In order to prepare the Beastmasters in major cities for the 4th and 5th levels in advance, the Beastmaster associations in each district and county of the 4 urban areas and 5 suburbs of Binghaven City have a recommendation quota for using the Holy Spring. The Pingcheng Beastmaster Association intends to recommend you. After all, you can be said to be the strongest apprentice Beastmaster in Pingcheng at present. Don't worry, in addition to this quota, the Pingcheng Association will not lack you in other cultivation resources. Shiyu really thinks that the Pingcheng Association is very considerate. Not only did it allow loans to buy pets at the beginning, but it also gave so many resources. He also smiled, but soon, his smile disappeared because of President Feng's next words. However, the Holy Spring in Binghaven City regenerates very slowly, and its effect cannot withstand too many uses, so only one pet can enter at a time, and the first one to use it will definitely have the best effect. At that time, You will probably have a competition for the order of entry, so you have to be prepared. What? There are competitors for taking a hot spring bath? Shiyu's eyes gradually became sharper. It's really competitive everywhere, but if they are all apprentices, I think I should be able to kill them at will. Chapter 65, Remarks on the Release. Around 0:05 on August 1, 2021, Unscientific Beast Taming will be officially launched. First, 5 VIP chapters will be released. Then I will continue to write when I get up during the day, and strive to update more on the first day. I hope everyone can come to Kidian Chinese Network Kidian Reading app to support the author. Thank you very much. Next are some of the author's ramblings. Another book is about to be launched, and it's time to test the results. This is my third book, an original beast taming article. As for the first two, they are all anime fan fiction. This time it can be regarded as a fanfiction transformation to original, so the writing process is very painful, and I am worried about gains and losses. It can be said that I have been suffering from insomnia for this month. I have been staring at the new book data, watching, for fear that some part is not well written and the book will not be liked by everyone. However, the tormenting new book period has finally survived. As for the next step, it is to wait for the trial of the shelf. I am also very curious about what results the niche original beast taming article can achieve. I hope that everyone who likes beast taming articles will work harder to support the popularity of this subject matter, and then there will be more good books to read, fancy ways to ask for subscriptions. In short, it is our duty to recast the glory of beast control. Thank you all. Thanks to Kidian for this platform, and thanks to the readers again. Thanks to my editor, Wei Yi. Because it is the first time to transform into an original work, there must be a lot of problems. I am not exaggerating, Wei Yi is really a good editor. She replies to messages in seconds, answers questions attentively, and provides guidance from the opening of the book to the listing. She has extremely high professional quality. Every time I am negative, I will definitely get encouragement. She has really paid a lot for the smooth listing of this book. The most important thing is that the recommendation volume is large and full. Where can I find such an editor with good looks, high business ability, patience and thoughtfulness? For new and old authors to publish books, Wei Yi is always the first choice. Thanks to editor, Xing Yi, for his thoughtful guidance on the content of the new book. It was he who saved Ting Shu, who couldn't even sign a contract with more than 100,000 words. He has always given me a lot of support from the old book to the new book. He can be said to be my guide. He is currently in charge of the short story channel. Book friends who have ideas in this regard can find him to publish books. Thanks to all the leaders for their support. Vera0205, it's okay to read books when you have nothing to do. Yikayan Mamo, third party contact, it's listening to the water and falling leaves. Super newcomer, Binding Snake Monkey, Haina Bai Chuan Mix, Old Bookworm of 2006, Kingshi Apple Pie, Bichuan Nanhe, Sleeping, Beihos Hicheo, Moon Knight King Guang, Purple Thunder Venerable, Ying Nian, Label 0v0, very cute and delicious, Liu Si Madame Zhuangjing, Linny. Thanks to all the big guys, I will add more chapters after the book is put on the shelves. Thanks to the operation team of this book, thanks to the operation officer, Vera, for helping this book get many big guys chapters during the new book period. Vera is awesome. Thanks to the following big guys for their chapters, the list is very long. Please bear with it. Thanks to, starting from the Red Moon Black Mountain Old Ghost, the naming of the Night Talking Elbow, my healing game I can repair the air conditioner losing money to be the richest man from the game King Shinkwazu rebirth of the flowing years Kang Shinyu Monster Museum Yan ZK Night Hacker Robot Wall. E-mythical version of the Three Kingdoms, Graveweed's Reincarnation Paradise, that Mosquito Lord of the Nine Stars U Warlock's Handbook Tingri Red Heart Patrolling the Sky Wise Loves Deep Ember Gun and Leo Red Dragon Emperor Xiao Zia Sheng Fist of Imagination Du Tingbai, I Wang Zijin, I am the immortal in the pot Undersea Walker Earthlings are too fierce one use Henring what is a wandering midfielder this is very scientific human guardian Baiju IE is fleeting heavenly equation 2 eyes home fairy tale fish in the words from Azkaban to Hogwarts I'm just a pigeon is certain Hogwarts professor of magic Han Yaosi this doctor is very dangerous holding a ruler in hand Fog City detective Xiaozi the strongest. Boss in the universe 7 fleas. The first cause in all realms. The great Dog Pei Tu Gao. The leisurely farming days in the primordial wilderness. No time to be sad. Be harder to yourself after rebirth. Blow up a big balloon. 9. I don't want to be an emperor. Argue about the flowery hat. The rat of the end of the world. The 10th name. Fortune of the universe. My name is Pei Palm. Martial arts order. Zio Zio You. The primordial star rode a lazy dreamer journey to the west. There are 9 golden crows in my body. Poor lazy bug. Qin Dynasty novelist. I Miffin live broadcast of hunting in the wilderness. 2 She global age of gods. Overnight enlightenment. I just don't play by the rules. 7% I play cards in Dual City. The name is occupied. Weird flow. Immortal cultivation game. I am also desperate. The starry handyman of the sword master. Never quit. Monsters will die if killed. Yinchin Shanine. Super justice of players. Do not pray for 10 strings. Game of the world tree. Click. This is my planet. G Cha Fox and the restricted area. Lin Hai Ting Tao. I teach Kendo in Tokyo. Hanmakado Way. Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue. Yu Meng Zhiu. I really didn't want to be a trainer. Bichuan Nanhei. Highlight the key points, and thank Bichuan for his many guidance and suggestions on the new book. Thanks to the above big guys for the chapter recommendation. I don't know if there are any omissions. I will make up for them later. There are also many new and old friends who cannot be thanked one by one due to space reasons. I am very sorry. I will work hard to update after the listing to make up for it. Finally, I hope everyone can support the First Order. Thank you again. Go. Chapter 66, Fighting the Elite. What about the time? Shiyu asked immediately. He thought that he should go to the hot springs before challenging the ruins. Otherwise, if he cleared the ruins too early and the ice-filled city did not activate the holy spring, he would lose a lot. Of course, he just thought about it. If this ruins was really important and he conquered it, he would probably soak in the holy spring for as long as he wanted, until his skin was drooping. It will be about a week later. After all, we need to give other associations enough time to select candidates. President Feng was silent for a while, and continued, I don't know what kind of beastmaster they will find. To be honest, President Feng didn't have much idea in his mind. Although Shiyu's talent monster was average, it would be uncomfortable if a second-generation beastmaster suddenly appeared and had a pet that led the race at the beginning. He hadn't paid attention to the situation of newcomers in other districts and counties for a while, and he couldn't say what the situation was in the past year. He only knew that Chenggong was not the best in their school, but could only be considered among the best. But it was not a big problem. Resources like the Holy Spring still require absorption efficiency. Even if you don't use it first, the effect may not be bad. President Feng gave himself a shot of precaution in advance. That is to say, I still have a week to prepare. Yes, you should prepare yourself. The Pingchang Association will allocate 1 million yuan in cash resources to you first. If you need any subsequent resources, you can apply directly. President Feng drank a sip of wolfberry water. 1 million. Shiyu's eyes lit up. Although it was not a lot, it was not a small amount. At least the cost of the supplements consumed during this period can be directly compensated. Okay, Shiyu nodded. Haha, then I won't bother you. It's a pity that Lao Lin is not here during this period, otherwise he can temporarily guide you. Although I have never cultivated an iron-eating beast, if you have any questions, you can come to me directly. President Feng shook his head and put down the water cup. Okay, although there was no need for guidance, Shiyu still thanked him. He didn't have any special requirements. When the time comes, President Feng can just take all the pets out for him to open his eyes. Then, President Feng left. After Shiyu sent the other party away, he fell into deep thought in the yard. He still had a week to work harder. In order to be safe and let 11 soak in the hot spring, he had to work overtime. A week would pass quickly if he had a goal. Except for going to Zhashi Martial Arts Hall a few times, he stayed at home to practice hard. After going to the martial arts hall a few more times, Shiyu learned that Master Lin Hongyan and senior sister Lin Ziazu were not in Pingcheng. The former went to perform a mission, and the latter seemed to have returned to her alma mater to do something. No wonder no one came to ask in surprise after the news that he had mastered the combination skills came out. It turned out that they were not there. It was boring. Without many acquaintances nearby, Shiyu's life was tasteless and boring. He practiced and practiced again. In the blink of an eye, it was a week later. 11's attributes changed drastically. Name, Iron-Eating Beast. Attribute, Gold. Growth level, Awakening level 7. Skills, Hardening, Mastery +4. Thunder Palm, Mastery. High Speed Healing, Mastery. Supervision, mastery, deterrence, mastery, absolute sleep, proficient, multiplication, proficient. From this terrifying panel, we can see how hard Shiyu has worked. Compared with a week ago, there are 4 skills that have changed a lot. High-speed healing, supervision, deterrence, multiplication. Their effects have also changed more or less. Compared with the high-speed healing of the proficient level, the high-speed healing of the mastery level completely reflects the word high-speed. As long as the energy consumed is enough, even if the injury is big, it can be instantly recovered within the healing range. The second is supervision. Compared with the proficient level, the supervision of the mastery level can already achieve 360-degree no-dead angle detection. At the same time, it can easily see through the illusion of the same level. With this, even if 11 has his back to the enemy, he is still invincible on the battlefield. Reaching this mark, Shiyu feels that 11's cosplay is completely successful. Observation Haki, supervision. Armament Haki, hardening. Conqueror Haki, intimidation. He can no longer be the pirate king, and he is the king of the Panda clan. In 7 days, 11's intimidation skill has also reached the mastery level. This is the only high-level skill of the mastery level. It's just that the upper limit has not been tested yet, and the blue cotton worm is too weak. However, Shiyu and 11 initially estimated that as long as the opponent is in the awakening stage, even if it is awakening level 10, it may not be able to withstand the mastery level of deterrence. After all, deterrence is mainly carried out on the mental level. 11, who has increased deterrence and supervision to the mastery level and absolute sleep to the proficiency level, has received a lot of mental power. No one can say what level his mental power has reached. As for the proficiency level multiplication, the improvement can only be said to be mediocre. In the reduced state, 11's height can be reduced to 25 centimeters, which is ridiculously small, and its combat power is also ridiculously weakened, but it is cute and it seems to be okay to put it on the body. In the multiplied state, Shiyu, who was originally 1 meter tall, can be turned into a giant iron-eating beast of 4 meters tall. The power increase is amazing, but the consumption is also amazing. At least the current Shiyu can't last long and is not suitable for fighting. In general, he is still too short of mana. Let's see if this trip to the Holy Spring can change the current situation of Shiyu's lack of mana. August 16th. On the day of setting off for the southern city of Bingin City, where the Holy Spring is located, it was President Feng who came to pick up Shiyu in person. Then, the two of them went to the destination together. "How was your rest?" In the car, President Feng squinted his eyes and observed Shiyu through the window with a strange expression. Why did he feel that after a week, Shiyu's mental state was not as good as he imagined? Did he rest well? Could it be because of what he said that he practiced hard for a week? What is a genius? President Feng's eyes were filled with tears. With both talent and hard work, Ping Chang would not worry about the poor development of the city if there were more beast masters like him. Not bad. Shiyu gave a thumbs up to show that there was no problem. After speaking, he opened the car door and got in the car. President Feng was in the front passenger seat, he was in the back, and as for the driver, it was President Feng's female secretary. It's great to be the president, JPG. Don't be nervous, with your talent and strength, you are an elite even in a big city. The newcomers in other districts and counties who compete with you for the Evolution Holy Spring may not be as good as you. President Feng was quite confident, mainly because Shiyu was really outstanding. Shiyu, I'm not nervous, they should be nervous. President Feng, female secretary? Good guy, so arrogant. Before noon that day, Shiyu and President Feng arrived in the South City district of Bingin City. As an urban area, it is much better developed than the suburbs of Pingcheng. Coincidentally, the school where Shiyu studied and the place where he did his internship were in this district and county. It was not the first time that Shiyu came to the Beast Tamer Association in the South City district. It was still as grand and magnificent as before. In the huge building complex, President Feng and Shiyu and the others seemed to have arrived not too early. After all, Pingcheng district was far away. So before they arrived, the presidents of the associations of the other 8 districts and counties, as well as the representatives of their respective districts and counties, had already arrived here. It can be said that at present, this place is full of Icefield bosses and new elites. But Shiyu suddenly remembered. 11 seemed to like to fight elites. Chapter 67 Combat Units. After Shiyu and his companions arrived at their destination, the Nanchang District Association naturally gave them a warmer reception. The president of the Nanchang District Association, a short, round-faced middle-aged man with a rosy face, came over with a smile. "Old Feng, you are finally here." After saying that, he looked at Shiyu next to President Feng and said, "This is the genius from Pingcheng District who conquered the four-level ruins." Sure enough, he is a handsome man. His name is Shiyu. President Feng smiled, of course. However, the president of the Nanchang District Association can laugh now, but he hopes that the other party can cry later. Although on the surface, everyone is sharing the resources of the Holy Spring. However, in essence, isn't it a race for the ruins in secret? Other districts and counties did not think that Pingcheng District could successfully explore the ruins independently, so they decided to open the Holy Spring. In the process of competing for the order of entering the Holy Spring, it is estimated that each president also wants to see whose newcomer is the strongest. In a sense, this ranking already represents the progress of each district and county in conquering the ruins in the future. At this time, President Feng naturally hopes that Shiyu can perform better. He didn't want the ruins of Pingcheng District to be taken away by other districts and counties. "Hello, President Sun." At the same time, Shiyu also greeted him. If nothing else, President Sun had a good eye and could tell that he was a good-looking man. Okay, let's go to the hall. There's a welcoming banquet there. Let's eat and rest before discussing the matter of the Holy Spring, President Sun said with a smile. In the banquet hall, the presidents of several other associations and new representatives were also there. When the presidents of the other associations saw President Feng coming, they immediately greeted him warmly, calling him Old Feng. The other trainee beastmasters who were less than 20 years old didn't pay attention to President Feng, an official uncle from a remote countryside, but focused on the handsome Shiyu. The representative of Pingcheng District is said to have cracked 4/6 of the progress of the Pingcheng ruins. He seems to be a very good combat unit. He can test what level he will be at when he enters the ruins, although he didn't say it. Every newcomer, even the presidents of other associations, looked at Shiyu in this way. As a lucky guy in Pingcheng, Shiyu was the first to come into contact with the ruins and achieved good results, but he did not completely conquer the ruins. Isn't this a perfect combat unit template? At this time, if the new representatives of the other 8 districts and counties want to say who they most want to fight, it must be Shiyu. I always feel that their eyes are a little unfriendly. Shiyu was also observing the others, 8 boys and girls around 20 years old, 6 boys and 2 girls. Well, it seems that they are not weak. They should be stronger than Chengguang, right? I hope that their strength can please him a little. In this way, it will not be in vain for him to work hard. Shiyu, let me introduce you. Next, President Feng began to introduce other presidents to Shiyu. At the same time, the president of each association also introduced his newcomer. However, this basic introduction is basically just the name. And everyone can't get any valuable information from each other. So soon, everyone's attention was focused on eating buffet. I don't know if others are hungry. Anyway, Shiyu, who has been on the bus all the way and didn't eat much in the morning, is hungry. Therefore, everyone started to eat first after a while. Shiyu discovered that Donghuang people also have a Chinese characteristic, that is, they are not quiet when eating, and like to discuss this and that. The new representatives of the 9 districts and counties are fine, because there are too many big guys. They are all shy, low-key and silent. But the presidents of the 9 associations began to discuss passionately about the order of entering the Holy Spring while eating. If it is fair, let the 9 of them take turns to fight, and finally decide the order of entering the Holy Spring based on the points. Our Nanchang Association provides recovery products and healing pets to ensure that they are in peak condition in every battle, President Sun of the Nanchang Association suggested. Wouldn't this be too slow? A thin association president shook his head and said, 9 people take turns to fight. How long will the battle last? This is a typical impatient person at first glance. However, his words have also been agreed by others. Although several association presidents also want to know the strength of their representatives' newcomers. However, they are all master beast masters, and they really don't have a strong desire to watch the newcomers' games. Compared with the process, they pay more attention to the result. As long as there is a result, the process is not important. How about this? In the form of a ring match, whoever wants to enter first will defend the ring. Those who are dissatisfied will attack the ring. It can not only ensure that everyone has a chance, but also reduce some unnecessary battles, the thin president suggested. The meaning is very clear. Whoever is confident in his own strength will defend the ring, and after showing his strength in 1 or 2 battles, some self-aware people should be able to know the gap. At that time, instead of doing meaningless and time-wasting battles, it is better to give up attacking the ring directly, so that many battles can be avoided at once. After speaking, he glanced at the representative of his own association, a short-haired young man wearing a white battle suit, who is obviously very confident in the strength of his new representative. This is okay. Thin President's suggestion was immediately supported by other presidents. The ring match is good. Then, who'll defend the ring first? President Sun said. After he finished speaking, the newcomers were still very shy. After all, even if you are confident in your own strength, being the first to stand up and defend the ring is a bit too stressful. Let me do it. Just when everyone was undecided, Shi Yu finished a piece of steak at the table and silently put down his chopsticks. I'll be the first to defend the ring, Shi Yu looked up and said. His initiative instantly attracted everyone's attention. The boy is fierce. President Feng was stunned, and then he smiled and expressed his support. The other association presidents and new representatives were also stunned, and then thought to themselves, this combat unit is really knowledgeable. At this time, whoever defends the ring first will have a better effect than Shi Yu, the only combat unit that has entered the ruins. With Shi Yu as a reference, everyone can know what level they are at if they explore the ruins. Good, you have good courage. The association presidents praised Shi Yu one after another, and then educated their genius. You learned from him, of course. These are all polite words. Everyone is waiting for the afternoon battle. Time passed quickly. After a while, everyone finished their meal. All the presidents were busy people, so they naturally hoped that the results would come out as soon as possible. So everyone just took a short rest after the meal and decided to start the competition. In the Nanchang District Beast Tamer Association building complex, there was an arena the size of a gymnasium. Everyone who had rested came here in the afternoon. There was indeed a stone ring here. In addition to the 2 sides of the battle, others could watch the battle in the higher audience seats. Let's start directly. No referee competition. With 9 Master Beast Masters here, it doesn't matter whether there is a referee or not. The battle process is definitely under control. The main purpose of the referee is not only to judge the victory or defeat, but also to ensure the safety of the 2 sides of the battle. After all, it is difficult to control the degree of pet fighting, and injuries are inevitable. Even the Beastmaster may be injured. An excellent referee must be able to exclude all unstable factors. As the defender, the tall and handsome young man was the first to step onto the ring. Although there were not many spectators, they were all heavyweights. The top Beastmasters in Binghain City sat here. Shi Yu felt okay and was not under much pressure. In Lu Qingyi's words, when he explores the Ice Dragon ruins in the future, he can just call these 9 people to be his bodyguards. Shi Yu, Ping Chang's most powerful trainee Beastmaster, the 3rd level of the ruins is a level 10 ice armor giant of a low-level leader race. The 4th level of the ruins is a number of 50 ice beasts. He can pass the 4th level, so his strength must be very strong. The newcomers present still know some news about Shi Yu. After all, the information on the strategy of the ruins is synchronized throughout the city. However, they don't know much about how strong Shi Yu is. Therefore, although everyone regards Shi Yu as a combat unit, they also have a certain amount of pressure. If they can't beat this combat unit, doesn't it mean that they have no hope of even passing the 4th level of the ruins? Not to mention the 5th and 6th levels. So no matter what, everyone's current thoughts are to defeat Shi Yu with force and prove their strength. Then, baptism of the Holy Spring, strategy of the ruins, soaring into the sky. Who will be the first to challenge the challenge? The presidents looked at the new representative next to them. There is actually a disadvantage to fighting in advance, that is, once the race, moves, and fighting style of the pet are known, it is easy for the opponent to formulate tactics in advance, and suffer in the subsequent battle. Let me do it, the young man in white fighting clothes next to the thin president who first proposed the ring match said. Then we will go first, Bai Qi, just playing normally. The thin president looked at him with a smile. Yes, the young man named Bai Qi nodded. You guys come, you guys come. The presidents of other associations said indifferently, anyway, it's a ring match, it doesn't matter who comes first. After saying that, they looked at Bai Qi. For Bai Qi, everyone is not too unfamiliar. He comes from Binghain district in the urban area of Binghain City. His father is a Master Beastmaster, which can be said to be a 2nd-generation Beastmaster. from the fact that the daughter of the Master Beast Master Lin Hongyan passed the professional assessment at the age of 18 with a medium-sized iron-eating beast, we can know how powerful these second-generation Beast Masters are. In short, the children of a Master Beast Master must have received better training from their elders than Shangguang's nephew, whose blood is thicker than water. Next, the young man in the white battle uniform slowly walked off the stage and came to the opposite side of Shi Yu. At this moment, the 16 audience members present, whether they were big shots or newcomers, focused their attention on these two people. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 68 King's Aura. Nanchang District Association, Arena. On the arena, Shi Yu and Bai Qi stood on both sides. After they nodded slightly, Shi Yu spoke first. Let's send out our pets together, okay, Bai Qi responded. The next second, as the field fluctuated, two huge transparent arrays appeared in front of them. Chu, Ying, in the summoning array, as two voices came out, their respective pets appeared directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On Bai Qi's side, a nearly 2-meter-tall eagle-like pet flew out, with strong muscles, beautiful golden brown feathers, and sharp eyes. Chu, after it appeared, it looked up to the sky and cried loudly, surrounded by whirlwinds, and its voice was particularly domineering, like the overlord of the sky. Name, Sky Sweeping Wings. Attribute, Wind. Racial level, High level transcendent. Racial skills, Wind Wings, Terran Claws, Supervision, Windblade. This is a very majestic aerial battle pet, and it is a top quality pet among the transcendent race. However, opposite to the Sky Sweeping Wings, 11, who had appeared, fell into deep thought. This guy, isn't he the bird that delivered the package to Shi Yu? To be precise, it is of the same species as that bird. His opponent this time, is it? Can he lose to Courier? No. 11's eyes were fierce and cute. In addition, because he had never fought with a flying pet, he subconsciously hummed to express his excitement. It's the Sky Sweeping Wings and the Iron-Eating Beast. At this time, as the two pets appeared, everyone made comments. Naturally, everyone paid great attention to the Sky Sweeping Wings, which was level 10 and looked excellent in all aspects. At the awakening stage, pets that can fly flexibly have a great advantage. After all, most pets have no experience in air combat. So the moment they saw the Sky Sweeping Wings, the remaining trainee Beast Masters felt that this Bai Qi was very difficult to deal with. The race of the Sky Sweeping Wings is good, with rich moves. As the new representative of the Beidun District Association and the descendant of a Master Beast Master, Bai Qi's pet skill proficiency must not be low. Strong enemy, in comparison, Shi Yu's side. Everyone was stunned at first, and then infinitely surprised. Although they knew that Shi Yu's pet was an iron-eating beast, but everyone looked at the fat little boy, about 1 meter tall, standing on the field, and fell into deep thought. This iron-eating beast, how come it doesn't look like it has a high growth level? The increase in growth level will also drive the development of the pet, so age can have a deceptive effect, but the development situation will definitely not deceive people. This little iron-eating beast of just over 1 meter, the growth level is definitely not high. What's the situation? Several association presidents subconsciously looked at President Feng. How did Shi Yu pass the 4 levels of the ruins with this little iron-eating beast? Are you kidding? Look, watch quietly. President Feng was taciturn. At the same time, his inner thoughts were rich. Sky Sweeping Wings. I don't know if Shi Yu can deal with flying pets. Judging from his eyes, this Sky Sweeping Wing must be more difficult to deal with than Shangguang's explosive flame beast. After all, Shi Yu's iron-eating beast has no long-range skills at all, and is at a natural disadvantage when facing flying pets. At the same time, on the field, Bai Qi was also stunned when he looked at 11. What level is your iron-eating beast awakened? He asked. Level 7, Shi Yu said. Everyone was silent. Bai Qi's mouth twitched, and he said, then how did you pass the 4 levels of the ruins? Did they say that there were fierce beasts leading the race and small-scale beast tides? 11's appearance made everyone doubt the authenticity of the difficulty of the ruins. There was no way, because 11's appearance was too deceptive. Yet, Shi Yu smiled slightly. Then how many levels do you think my Sky Sweeping Wing can pass? After arriving on the ring, Bai Qi talked a lot more. Maybe, it will kneel at the 4th level, Shi Yu analyzed seriously. After his analysis, Bai Qi was happy, meaning that Sky Sweeping Wing must not be able to beat your iron-eating beast? Then he wanted to see what kind of tricks Shi Yu, a 7th level awakening iron-eating beast, could cultivate. Even if there were additional moves, even if the racial skills reached the mastery level, it would definitely not be so easy to resist the sky-sweeping wing. Begin, accept the rule. Baiki's expression became serious, and at the same time, cyan waves spread over the wings of the sky-sweeping wing in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The strong wind around the sky-sweeping wing became even stronger. At this moment, what the sky-sweeping wing showed was also worthy of praise. Blue energy coat, mastery level wind wings. This sky-sweeping wing has a racial skill that has reached the mastery level. The presidents of the associations present also the skills of the sky-sweeping wing. At this moment, the strength and quality shown by the sky-sweeping wing made some new representatives even more worried. Wind wings are a speed-up skill, and mastery-level wind wings mean that the speed of this sky-sweeping wing will be very terrifying. It's not just the terrifying speed, but it also has supervision that can quickly lock onto the target at high speed, 2 powerful attack skills, and can fly. Damn, how can we fight it? It feels like that little iron-eating beast is completely unbeatable. Even the Master Beast Masters couldn't think of what the little iron-eating beast could do to fight the enemy. Even President Feng, who knew some of Shiyu's background, had a slightly stiff expression. Can Shiyu's iron-eating beast handle it? It should be okay, right? Chi, as the sky-sweeping wings in the sky chirped again, it launched an attack. It didn't use the wind blade because it would conflict with the wind wings, but used the tearing claws that can tear even steel. The sky-sweeping wings intends to show its speed advantage. The speed of the wind wings and the sharpness of the giant claws. The two are coordinated together to form the simplest and most basic combination skills. However, it is very practical. Master Bai's son is not bad. Everyone looked at the giant bird that rushed towards the little iron-eating beast below like a ray of light, and thought to themselves, can it withstand it by hardening? There was no way to dodge it. It can't catch it. On the field, Baiki's eyes flickered, and his eyes were firm. However, the next second, he felt something was wrong. It seemed that his whole body was shaking. Including the wing that was flying towards 11, the hunting action could not help but stagnate. It seemed that he felt a momentum of the top predator from the small iron beast below. What happened? At this moment, no one realized the seriousness of the matter. But as the small iron beast, which was not optimistic about the whole audience, raised its head slightly and looked at its opponent, everything changed. Boom. It was as if an invisible wave emanated from the small iron beast. As it looked at its opponent, the air around 11 began to vibrate with a buzzing sound, and the almost materialized deterrence fluctuations formed a transparent tide around it. This scene suddenly shocked everyone. The next moment, the terrifying deterrence fluctuations spread directly and swept across the ring like a storm. Buzz! The sky-sweeping wing in the air seemed to have touched the most forbidden area, and it seemed to have touched nothing. But at this moment, its eyes could not help but turn white, and its whole body was weak and powerless, as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and it fell directly from the sky. Bang! The sky-sweeping wing fell heavily to the ground, and Baiki's expression gradually exploded. Because he didn't want to really fight with 8 people, Shiyu came up and opened his big move. I'll kill you in seconds, you can do whatever you want. At the same time, all the Master Beast Masters who were watching the battle stood up at the same time, and said with more and more shock, the aura of the king, proficient in deterrence, how is it possible? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 The Psychic. Is this deterrence? Deterrence that can only be mastered by monarch-level creatures? The eyes of many association presidents were full of shock. Although they had already made a judgment, their hearts were still in turmoil. Everyone looked at the sky-sweeping wings that lost their combat ability in an instant, and their mouths opened wide. This is impossible, this is unreasonable, this is unscientific. The presidents denied it 3 times in their hearts. As master-level beast masters, they naturally knew what this meant. Although it is said that pets that have reached the monarch level of growth can definitely awaken deterrence, in a sense, this is a skill that is common in the master field, but the problem is that this iron-eating beast has only awakened to the 7th level. If 11 was a cub of the monarch race, they would have accepted it, but the key is that the race level of the iron-eating beast is only a medium-level extraordinary. The deterrence skill awakened on such an iron-eating beast, their eyes almost popped out. And this is not an ordinary deterrence at all. Entry-level deterrents, even skilled deterrents, cannot have such expressiveness. The deterrent is materialized, with a large-scale indiscriminate impact. The Beastmaster field calls it King's Aura. Even for king-level creatures, it takes a certain qualification to master the advanced deterrent ability. However, such an ability now appears in an apprentice Beastmaster. The other association presidents all looked at President Feng, who was confused and shocked. President Feng, if I say that I just found out, do you believe it? Everyone obviously didn't believe it. Then he looked at the small iron beast with incredible eyes again. With this qualification, he must become a king. This, on the other side, seeing the sky-sweeping wings being killed in an instant, all the apprentices opened their mouths and were stunned. The battle situation reversed too suddenly, causing them to not understand what happened. Why can the awakening pet awaken the deterrent skill? They shouted in their hearts. Even if they have good talents and can awaken the deterrent in advance, they should talk about it after the commander level. Awakening level, is it reasonable? However, the one who was most surprised at this time was Baiki, the Beastmaster of the sky-sweeping wings. He was completely dumbfounded, stunned, and lost the ability to think. Huh? Lost? Was defeated in seconds before the game even started? Baiki couldn't understand. I made a wrong judgment. The master level wind wings might be able to pass the 4th level, Shiyu said silently. This sentence completely broke Baiki's psychological defense line, and he almost blacked out. Monster. The trainee Beastmaster in front of him and the innocent-looking iron-eating beast are definitely monsters. At percent, then, Baiki didn't know how he returned to the audience seats in a daze. At this time, as Shiyu easily won the first victory and completed the defense, everyone was silent. Why? Why can an ordinary pet of a trainee Beastmaster in the awakening period awaken the deterrent skill, and upgrade the deterrent skill to the mastery level? It is simply incomprehensible, and what is even more incomprehensible is that with such a deterrent skill, he can't pass the 5th level of the ruins? How difficult is this ruins? Many trainees began to hesitate and retreat. They thought they couldn't kill the sky-swiping wing in seconds, so Shiyu seemed to have no solution at this time. Anyone continue to attack the ring. On the ring, Shiyu threw a small fruit to restore physical strength to 11, and then looked at the other 7 Beastmasters and said, his voice was particularly harsh. The 7 people subconsciously clenched their fists. What are you talking about? How can we fight this? How can we fight again? Such a strong-looking sky-swiping wing was killed in seconds, and most people lost their confidence in defeating Shiyu. The presidents of the associations also had complicated expressions when they looked at the new seats where no one spoke. They didn't think anyone could defeat such an iron-eating beast. With a master-level deterrence, it might not even be able to fight against extraordinary creatures. Let me try, however, there are still warriors. At this time, a quiet girl with short hair stood up. She took a deep breath and her eyes flickered. As she stood up, everyone around looked at her. Jingayan, in the audience, President Sun of Nanchang District, looked at the girl. This was someone from their association. Su Jingayan, a psychic, please teach me more. After appearing on stage, the short-haired quiet girl introduced herself. She was also from the city, and was a descendant of a psychic family. Psychic. Psychic is a branch of Beastmasters. Beastmasters who call themselves that have basically all contracted pets that are undead. After saying that, the girl began to summon her pets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under a gust of oppressive wind, a pure black giant cat with red eyes walked out of the summoning diagram. Name, Nethercat. Attributes, undead, spiritual, racial level, high level transcendent, racial skills, soul destroying claws, illusion, hidden spirit. At this time, as the Nethercat appeared, the presidents of the association were slightly startled. It turned out to be a rare dual system undead pet. The rarity of this pet is even higher than that of the sky-sweeping wings. Sure enough, none of the newcomers representing the 4 major urban areas are easy to deal with. The presidents of the suburban areas thought to themselves, the resources for geniuses are much worse. Because the pet is a spiritual system, do you think it can withstand the deterrence? Can it withstand it? Everyone guessed. At the same time, on the ring. Hello, Shiyu responded to the black-dressed girl in front of him. The girl is quite cute, but it's still necessary to fight. At this time, with the appearance of the psychic Su Jingayan, everyone's evaluation suddenly reversed. Just now, They were still curious whether Shiyu's small iron beast could withstand the opponent's attack. But now, it has become whether the opponent could withstand the deterrence of the small iron beast. After all, the deterrence is too abnormal. The deterrence skill mainly attacks the spiritual level. If it is a pet that majors in the spiritual system, maybe there's hope to withstand it? Phantom, hidden spirit, illusion. As soon as the battle started, Su Jingyan concentrated her whole body and mind and gave instructions to her pet. The next moment, the figure of the giant black civet cat directly became transparent and disappeared on the field. Hidden spirit, a low-level skill of the necromancy system, which eliminates one's own breath and enters a hidden state, illusion. A high-level skill of the spirit system, which can create illusions that interfere with perception. The former is a basic skill of necromancy pets, while the latter is a very difficult illusion skill. After the nether cat entered the hidden spirit state, it used illusions to help itself hide and interfere with 11's sight. Its existence was suddenly elusive. Is the fighting style to use the soul-destroying claw to cast a curse through the hidden state? The Beast Masters gradually determined Su Jingyan's fighting style. The soul-destroying claw is also a skill of the necromancy system. It is an ability to attack the soul and can cast a curse on the enemy hit. In the cursed state, as time passes, the curse will erode the opponent's state until it is on the verge of death. But the nether cat may not be able to get close to the opponent. Many masters looked at each other. If the iron-eating beast uses deterrence again, even if the nether cat can withstand it, it will definitely cause flaws in the hidden state. In the final analysis, this might be a battle to test the spiritual realm of both parties. Having said that, many masters also made the most correct judgment. However, things did not develop as they expected. On the field, 11 did not use deterrence again, but found it very interesting. In addition to the first time it had fought a flying pet, it was also the first time it had fought a dead spirit pet. It was necessary to try the new effect after the skill upgrade. Intermediate skill, mastery level supervision, open. Harden, Thunder Palm. In order to test the effect of 11's mastery level supervision, Shiyu directly ordered. Buzz. The next second, not only did everything on the ring seem to slow down in 11's eyes, but it seemed to see a vague outline in its sight, slowly approaching itself. It was the nether cat. The mastery level supervision that could see through illusions directly cracked the hidden spirit in illusion technique. Zizzy. It was as if a lightning armor was condensed on the right fist. The lightning was so powerful that it lit up the entire ring. The bursting current made 11's body linger with lightning. Mastery level Thunder Palm, at least mastery level hardening, otherwise it can't form a combination skill. This is the unique skill of Zhashi martial arts school. How can this iron-eating beast at this level master it? At this moment, the presidents were shocked again, but soon, they were relieved. Forget it, after all, even deterrence. With a previous deterrence as a foundation, this hardened Thunder Palm combination skill is barely within everyone's acceptance range. Accept it. It's still unscientific. But it's not deterrence but a combination skill of Zhashi martial arts school. What do they want to do? As the little iron-eating beast showed a new trump card, the mentality of the group of newcomers was a little broken. Su Jingyan herself was also shocked by the dual system mastery level combination skill, but she still had a fluke. However, the next moment, under an operation that no one could understand, 11 boomed and swung his arm to the right. In an instant. Bang! A figure emerged. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, a giant civet cat appeared in the air, waving its claws, and comparable to a tiger or leopard. Because 11 had not used deterrence for a long time, Su Jingyan and the others chose to attack quickly. However, this scene directly told everyone that every move of the nether cat in its hidden state had always been under the control of Shiyu and the iron-eating beast. 11 did not move, but waved his arm, and the thunder palm like an armor directly hit the nether cat in the air. Meow, the nether cat cried out in pain. Its spirit body sank directly, and its whole body was instantly entangled by lightning. It exploded in the air with a bang. After the lightning roared, it fell down and smoke rose. At this moment, the expression of the black-dressed girl Su Jingyan almost changed drastically. It was as if her heart was pinched, and she looked at the scene in front of her incomprehensible. You lost? Why? Su Jingyan looked at the iron-eating beast and the nether cat in disbelief. Why did the iron-eating beast know the location of the nether cat? How is this possible? How could it be so easy? Hiddenness is useless, Shiyu said calmly. 11 glanced at the nether cat. It was so weak. The new race opponent was so boring. Su Jingyang's eyes almost went black. I shouldn't have come up to challenge. A breath of suffocation was stuck in her chest. Even if Shi Yu killed her instantly through deterrence, she would not be so depressed. At this time, let alone her, an apprentice, who didn't understand, because supervision didn't have any special performance effect at all. Even this group of Master Beast Masters were a little confused at this time. This, President Sun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this ending at all. At the same time, he immediately looked at President Feng, and the other presidents also looked at President Feng in unison. Tell me, what's going on? No matter how you look at it, it looks like a perspective cheat. At that moment, President Feng was also silent. The master-level Thunder Palm and the terrifying combat awareness. How could it be even more outrageous than when he fought Chenggong? Or did Shi Yu deliberately let Chenggong go at that time? It was Chenggong who was too weak to deal with him with all his strength? It turned out that Chenggong was too weak. After all, that terrifying deterrence was simply outrageous. He didn't show it at all at that time. Where did the old thief Lin Hongnian find this Shi Yu? If I say that this iron-eating beast only has outstanding combat awareness, do you believe it? As for the blind bear's supervision, no one thought about it. After he finished speaking, the other presidents cursed in their hearts. Damn, a level 7 iron-eating beast's combat awareness can be so terrifying that it can kill a double-hidden undead with one punch? Get out, what a joke. However, thinking that this little iron-eating beast has the qualifications of a king, they trembled again. Chapter 70 Super Skills. After the victims Bai Qi and Su Jingyan, the remaining 6 rookie representatives were extremely silent. Anyone who is not a fool can see the value of Shi Yu, the trainee beastmaster who has conquered 4 levels of the ruins. The remaining rookie representatives at the scene did not have the confidence to defeat Shi Yu in front of them. It was right for Shi Yu to show his full strength directly. No, Shi Yu and 11 have not yet shown their full strength. To be precise, it was right for them to show that they could kill their opponents in seconds. This made the other rookie representatives hesitate and dare not challenge. Because they felt that they would lose if they went. Young people are generally more face-conscious and would rather pretend not to challenge and pretend that there is no winner than to go up and get beaten. The clown is actually me. This combat power unit is so abnormal. Does it really feel good to be killed in seconds? Whoever wants to go can go, they are not masochists. Hey, is there no one? Before Shi Yu could speak, President Feng suddenly asked from the group of presidents, among the newcomers in our Bingayan city, is there no one who has contracted a pet of the leader race? Is there no one whose pet has broken through to the extraordinary level in the first level beast control space? Proud JPG. Generally speaking, unless an apprentice beastmaster has a special talent or has a special method, the first pet of the apprentice beastmaster is basically an extraordinary race. The nutrients required for the growth of the pet of the leader race cannot be borne by the apprentice beastmaster. Similarly, if the beastmaster's beast control space is still level 1, when the pet's growth level reaches level 10, the space will suppress the growth of the pet, and it will be difficult for the pet to break through to the extraordinary level. Because the growth nutrients required by the extraordinary pet are not something that the first level beast control space can bear. In a nutshell, if a beastmaster wants to have a powerful pet, he still has to work hard to improve his beast control level. However, there are exceptions to everything. There are always some special geniuses. At present, President Feng is asking about this kind of exception. At the same time, he is very happy. Damn, this Shi Yu is much more awesome than he thought. If he wasn't one of the 2 special beastmasters mentioned above, I'm afraid there would be no trainee beastmasters who can fight better than Shi Yu. Old Feng is gradually becoming a leader. No, many association presidents looked at President Feng, who looked like a villain, with unkind eyes, and wanted to beat him up. This batch of trainee beastmasters is the best this year, how could there be better ones? Damn it, where did this old thief Feng find this monster newcomer? The presidents looked at Shi Yu and the little iron-eating beast, and felt that even the disciples trained by those legendary beastmasters were no better than Shi Yu in the trainee stage. A level 7 iron-eating beast that mastered the mastery level of deterrence was outrageous. Aha, President Feng laughed again. What is a free pick? He didn't do anything, and Ping Cheng produced a genius like Shi Yu who can be said to be the strongest newcomer in Bingayan City. It was a great bargain. But soon, President Feng's heart tightened. He realized that the small Ping Cheng would definitely not be able to keep Shi Yu. We have to invest more while Shi Yu has not grown up, President Feng made a secret decision. At the same time, Shi Yu noticed that no one had come down to challenge him, and realized that his work was done. And 11 was still at a loss on the field. No opponent? It clearly hasn't even used half of its strength yet. That's enough, Shi Yu said silently. If it was before the points were added, this group of opponents might be a little difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, after the points were added, 11's goal was to go for 1 versus 100. This group of peers immediately seemed not good enough. The highest level of the ring competition is not to kill the opponent alone. It is to use the least number of games to make the opponent dare not go on stage. Is this considered a successful defense? Shi Yu asked the presidents. At this moment, except for Old Feng, the other presidents felt more and more uncomfortable. The original decision to open the Holy Spring was to train the apprentice beastmasters in their respective districts and counties in advance, and strive to kill through the ruins in a month. How come now, it seems that he has become a dowry for Pingchang district? What's wrong with Shi Yu? The guild leaders were really afraid that Shi Yu would clear the ruins within a month after bathing in the Holy Spring. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Their lungs were furious and their hearts were bleeding. They looked at the newcomer of their association with great regret, but they also knew in their hearts that there was nothing they could do. Even if they forced the other party to attack the arena, they probably wouldn't be a match. Of course, it succeeded, said President Feng. After that, he looked at the other guild leaders. Then you guys continue to play. I'll take Shi Yu over first. President Feng laughed and didn't plan to watch the whole game. After confirming that his own beastmaster was the strongest, this was enough. After a moment, Shi Yu was really dragged out by President Feng. Shi Yu didn't expect President Feng to be so impatient. What's going on? The girl's illusion skill is quite good. He hasn't asked for her phone number yet. There are other genius pets, which must be very rare. At least let him watch the battle. Shi Yu felt like he had lost 100 million skills. Old Feng, this is not over yet. I have to take care of your pet after we go back. The sooner you use the Holy Spring, the sooner you can digest the results. I'll leave the matter of cracking the ruins to you. By the way, the method you said to crack the 5th level is the mastery level deterrence. President Feng suddenly thought of something and asked. Yet, Shi Yu's bland reply made President Feng very upset. I said, do you know what the mastery level deterrence means? What's the matter with you, a little iron-eating beast? Even that old man Lin Hongnian can't do this. Shi Yu, who are you? President Feng stopped and couldn't help asking. Shi Yu was definitely not as simple as he seemed. Shi Yu walked to the side and said, I'm just a beastmaster who likes archaeology out of interest. The location of the Evolution Holy Spring is very special, located in a forest. After spending some time, President Feng brought Shi Yu to this special protected area. Surprisingly, there was no beastmaster guarding the Holy Spring of Evolution, the holy land of cultivation in Binghain City. There was not even a single creature nearby, which puzzled Shi Yu along the way. But soon, his doubts were dispelled. After arriving at the outskirts of the forest, President Feng directly talked to the ancient tree in front of him. Ancient tree, according to the previous agreement, this is the first beastmaster to use the Holy Spring this time. After President Feng finished speaking, a pair of green eyes opened in the center of the tree closest to Shi Yu and his friends. Shi Yu, this is the guardian of the Holy Spring of Evolution, the king of the ancient tree of life. He is the pet of an old predecessor who passed away in Binghain City and is also one of the current guardians of Binghain City, king level life. Shi Yu's heart jumped. No wonder there was no need for a beastmaster to guard it. Swish, 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 swish. Before Shi Yu could react, a branch appeared in the forest and extended from a distance to Shi Yu. Shi Yu, let the ancient tree of life lead you there. Be sure to hold on to the branches, or you'll get lost. Okay, Shi Yu subconsciously grabbed onto the branches. At this moment, Shi Yu was stunned. Because the skill illustration reacted. After judging the information, Shi Yu trembled. Confirmed for inclusion, skill, plant control, skill level, super level, introduction, wood-related skill, possesses absolute control over natural plants, can manipulate plants, control plant growth, improve plant quality, and become the king of plants. Status, no teaching target yet. Chapter 71, Evolution of the Iron-Eating Beast. Shi Yu followed a branch with a surge of emotion. Look, what is this? Superclass skills. Shi Yu felt that the biggest gain from this trip might not be the Evolution Holy Spring, but the control of plants. This ancient tree king of life actually used superclass skills to lead the way, which was so cute. Shiyu simply studied the skill effect and exclaimed that it was powerful. Needless to say, plant control can be evolved into many low-level and mid-level wood skills. The really awesome thing is the latter ability. The ability to control plant growth and the ability to improve plant quality. The former is easy to say. For example, a sapling has just been planted. After using this ability, the sapling may immediately become a towering tree. Of course, this sapling can also refer to spiritual plants, which is an ability possessed by many gardener-type plant pets, but those low-level and mid-level skills with the same effect are definitely not as good as superclass skills. The most powerful one is actually the ability to improve plant quality. Perhaps, this ability can upgrade ordinary plants to spiritual plants. Combined with the ability to control plant growth, it would be so fun. If we think a little more exaggeratedly and regard plant life as plants, can this ability also help plant pets develop their potential? In short, this super-level skill, plant control, looks like a leading skill of the grass and wood system. Shiyu feels that he is really lucky. But the question is, can 11 and the green cotton worm fit in with such a skill? It seems difficult. Should we cultivate the green cotton worm in the direction of grass and wood, or should we wait for the third one in the future and contract a plant-type pet? Also, high-level skills need a week of weakness period, and this super-level skill, Shiyu fell into deep thought. Thinking of the weakness period, it was as if he was splashed with cold water. It's too early to get excited. It feels like this super-level skill may not be used in a certain period of time. 11 cried, "It's here." Shiyu was distracted while being dragged away by the branches. When he was studying plant control, suddenly, a light female voice came into his mind. Shiyu was slightly startled, then nodded, "Thank you." It turned out that this ancient tree king of life was a big sister. After being reminded, Shiyu gradually came back to his senses. At this time, he had indeed arrived at a spring. In front of him, among the rocks, clear spring water gushed out, exuding a strong breath of life. This spring is very small, and if the pet is too big, it may not be able to enter completely. 11. With a pleasant sound of the spring, Shiyu took a deep breath of fresh air and summoned 11. The next second, 11, with a fresh face, walked out of the summoning array directly. 11. After coming out, 11 looked at the spring excitedly and smelled the deliciousness of the spring. It was so greedy that its saliva flowed down. "This is the holy spring of evolution, 11, go in, but don't drink it. The holy spring of evolution can only be absorbed by the body through soaking. Don't drink it. After soaking for a while, your physical fitness will be improved. Remember not to drink it." Important things are reminded 3 times. Because President Feng told Shiyu the key points, the evolution holy spring can only be absorbed by soaking. And drinking it will harm the body. Although he didn't know the principle and felt it was unscientific, in this fantasy world, Shiyu could only choose to believe it. Could he let 11 try to drink it? 11. Oh, after hearing that he couldn't drink it, 11 cried violently. Isn't this embarrassing for the child? Improve physical fitness. However, while crying, 11 suddenly discovered the blind spot. It pointed at itself hesitantly. Then it pointed at Shiyu. It means, otherwise you come to soak. 11, are you sure the effect of my soaking is greater than the effect of yours? Maybe it can use a few more skills if it soaks. But if Shiyu soaks, I'm afraid he can teach dozens of more skills. 11 simply calculated this math problem and easily got the optimal solution. Shiyu is more suitable for soaking in this evolution holy spring than himself. Shiyu was speechless. If humans can soak in this holy spring of evolution, I would also like to soak in it. It will kill people. At this time, the king of the ancient tree of life spoke again and reminded him, "Thank you." Look, not only President Feng said this, but the king of the ancient tree of life also said this. Shiyu doesn't want to die young. This is obviously not something prepared for human beast masters. Anyway, go quickly and stop talking nonsense. Shiyu wanted to kick the 11 in front of him and kick it into the spring. The Beastmaster said this, and 11 could only soak in it regretfully. It would be great if the Beastmaster could soak in it. After Shiyu's physique is improved, he doesn't have to rest every day. Plop. Thinking about it, 11 flew directly into the spring. The fleeting pearl flowers rose. At the same time, 11 stared and bubbled from the spring with his breath held. Danger, danger. He almost drank it accidentally. Because of the jumping training method, He was too familiar with jumping and couldn't control his strength. Absorb it with peace of mind, Shiyu reminded again. In the spring water, the little iron beast 11 nodded immediately and closed his eyes. The evolution spring water was not cold at all, but warm. I wonder how efficient 11 is in absorbing it, Shiyu thought by the spring water. President Feng said that the efficiency of pets absorbing evolution spring water varies according to their race, talent, and potential. Some pets can get huge benefits, but for some pets, it may only be a negligible improvement. While Shiyu was thinking, 11 suddenly felt his body getting hotter and hotter in the spring water. His body involuntarily used the hardening skill. However, the scalding temperature did not make 11 uncomfortable. It just took it into an unknown area. Bang, bang, bang. 11 didn't know what it felt like, as if the spring water could awaken something in it. Bang, bang, bang. What's wrong? As 11's beastmaster, Shiyu could more or less feel that 11's state was very strange at this time. Should we say that the blood was boiling, or that the DNA was moving? Don't worry, it is looking for the ancient bloodline, the king of the ancient tree of life said. Ancient bloodline? Shiyu was stunned. What does that mean? He didn't understand, but he quickly closed his eyes. He tried to deeply perceive its state through his spiritual connection and mental connection with 11. The next second, Shiyu seemed to be in another world and saw an iron-eating beast. This iron-eating beast looked like 11, but not like 11. This was a giant iron-eating beast wearing bronze armor. This iron-eating beast was very strange, as if it had an extra layer of armor on the basis of full-body hardening. However, the other appearances were the same as those of the giant panda. It felt like the panda relied on superb hardening to make a set of battle clothes, ancient bloodline, that is, the lost evolutionary form. The king of the ancient tree of life murmured. This iron-eating beast had terrifying potential and talent. He actually found traces of its ancient evolution directly from the weak blood. Why is this thing so similar to the fan art of Chiyu's iron-eating beast mount that I saw before? At this time, Shiyu, who was in a trance, was suddenly stunned. Chapter 72 Myth. Is this the evolved form of the iron-eating beast? Shiyu was out of that state in a trance. However, in an instant, that form still left a deep impression on Shiyu. The Holy Spring is also known as the Evolution Holy Spring. There is a very small chance that the evolutionary qualifications of the pet will be improved in the process of stimulating the potential of the pet. Shiyu did not have much hope at first. After all, he had never heard of any evolved form of the iron-eating beast. But what 11 is experiencing now does not seem simple. If that form is the evolved form of the iron-eating beast, it does look more suitable for fighting than the current iron-eating beast. The size far exceeds that of ordinary iron-eating beasts, plus a metal battlesuit. It looks like it is born for fighting. No, it is born for war. Unlike the current iron-eating beasts, although they can also fight, it is obviously more suitable for them to be cute. The instant image I just saw actually reminded Shiyu of a story that was circulated on Earth. Legend has it that in ancient times, when the Yellow Emperor fought against Shiyu, all the gods and Buddhas appeared in the sky, and many birds and beasts were used as battle pets. Among them, there was a war pet called the iron-eating beast. Its fur was black and white, its armor was as black as lacquer, it ate iron and drank water, its feces could be used as weapons, it was as sharp as steel, and its combat power was unparalleled. The demon god Shiyu raised two of them, one was well trained and strong, and Shiyu trained it as his mount and equipped it with various weapons and armor. However, because the iron-eating beast was so cute, Shiyu treated the other iron-eating beast as his pet. Later, in the decisive battle with Huangdi, because Shiyu acted too hastily, he rode the iron-eating beast that was treated as a pet out. In the end, Shiyu was directly pitted by this panda. In the decisive battle with Huangdi, because the mount was not strong enough, he was killed by Yinglong, who was invited by Huangdi to help. Of course, this mythological story is a stock no matter how you look at it. However, even if it is a stock, it can be seen from it that the status of the iron-eating beast seems to be very special. The truth of history is hard to verify. If the iron-eating beast is really the mount of the demon god and military lord Shiyu, it must not be as simple as it seems. After all, although Shiyu lost, who was his opponent? Yinglong, the dragon god of creation in ancient mythology, the true dragon and ancestor dragon in mythology, one of the four great dragons. When the Yellow Emperor and Shiyu fought, Yinglong killed Qiyu and Khufu in the South Pole to help the Yellow Emperor fight for the Emperor. He helped Deu control the flood and used his tail to draw a river, opened up Longmen, and captured Waziki. He can be called the unparalleled war god with the best mythological record. Even if the iron-eating beast is not an opponent, but to be able to participate in such a battle, it must be a mythical creature at the weakest, right? I'm just thinking about it again. Shiyu quickly stopped his YY. This is a crossover, and it's two different worlds, so don't make up your mind. Even if the iron-eating beast has an evolved form, the racial level will definitely not span too much. The commander level and the king level are probably the best, and the myth is wishful thinking. But think about it from another angle. Since there are such bizarre things as time travel, then the various historical myths of the Earth may not be so simple. Shiyu fell into deep thought. At this moment, with a crash, the little iron-eating beast in the holy spring of evolution was picked up by a branch and thrown to the ground. It's over. The voice of the ancient tree of life reached the ears of Shiyu and the iron-eating beast. Shiyu came back to his senses and looked at the wet 11. What? It's over, but it hasn't evolved yet. The ancient tree of life, the evolution spring is not enough to make it evolve, it just activates its weak ancient bloodline. The real path of evolution, you have to explore it yourself. The grandmother of the ancient tree of life stretched out her branches again, wanting to take Shiyu and the iron-eating beast away from here. Shiyu looked at 11. At this time, 11 didn't think about whether to evolve or not, but subconsciously clenched his fists. There is indeed a feeling of being reborn. This feeling of strong physical strength makes it feel that even if its training volume doubles, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Shiyu knew that after the increase in physical strength, 11 would definitely not think about fighting longer, but training longer. Okay, let's leave now. Shiyu took 11 back to the beast control space, and then, he grabbed the branch again and chose to leave the forest. It seems that he missed Teozi. The evolution spring is not enough for 11 to evolve, but it seems that he still got some good news with this opportunity. That is, the iron-eating beast does have the possibility of evolution, but the method is unknown. The unknown range is very wide, who knows if it can be found in his lifetime. It's good not to evolve, Shiyu thought silently as he walked. Although the evolved form looks more powerful and more majestic, how can it be used as a pillow or a big bed? So it's not a big problem not to evolve. Anyway, he has a skill illustration. If he is lucky, he can teach it some mythical abilities in the future. Even if it still maintains this form, who dares to look down on the iron-eating beast? But if it can maintain the giant panda form at ordinary times and can transform in battle, that would be great. I am really greedy JPG. A moment later, Shiyu returned to the entrance in a daze. This forest was like a big maze. If there were no branches to lead the way, he might not be able to walk out by himself. How was it? What did you gain? After Shiyu came out, President Feng, who was still waiting outside, asked immediately. Shiyu's iron-eating beast was not simple at first glance, and he must have gained a lot. Old Feng firmly believed it. The physique was successfully strengthened, and the physical strength was also increased a lot, probably doubled, Shiyu judged. Really, this number obviously surprised President Feng. Well, the most important thing is that it seems to have been upgraded in evolutionary qualifications. The iron-eating beast may still have the possibility of evolution, Shiyu said. This sentence obviously surprised President Feng even more. That's incredible. In this regard, you may want to ask Lin Hongyan and his daughter. This father and daughter have been studying the evolution of the iron-eating beast for many years. You may be able to share some information. Hey, you don't need to remind me, after all, you are in Hushi Martial Arts Hall, President Feng laughed. In this way, it seems that the harvest is very good. Thank you, King of the Ancient Tree of Life, President Feng said to a bunch of ordinary-looking trees. Because this whole forest is actually the clone of the King of the Ancient Tree of Life, or in other words, the plants it controls. No one knows where its real body is. Thank you, for your superclass skill. Shiyu also thanked the King of the Ancient Tree of Life. He will definitely live up to this superclass skill and will definitely develop it to the level of perfection. However, that will be a long time in the future. Shiyu didn't want to send himself away just because he taught a superclass skill, and then let the whole village come to eat. Where are we going next? Is the battle over there over? Do you want to go and take a look? Shiyu was still obsessed with the little girl's illusion technique. President Feng, what's so interesting about the apprentice level competition? Your journey is in the professional examination hall. But before that, how about we go back to Pingcheng and try the ruins again, thanks to the leaders of the gorgeous fireworks, Lan Yin, October Chenling, Wangzi, Shu Guangzuanbing, Hejia, Dashao, and the first month is not full. Chapter 73 New Home. Finally, Shi Yu followed President Feng back to Pingcheng. Let's go back to Pingcheng, since he has already copied a super level skill. There will be plenty of opportunities to copy skills below the super level when needed in the future, so there is no need to rush. Moreover, he can't add points to the existing skills, so there is no need to rush for new skills unless they are very rare. After all, he only has one skill slot left. If he learns a high-level skill, he will have nowhere to cry if he encounters a more powerful skill before adding more pages. We still have more than 20 days to explore Pingcheng. Are you sure you can pass the 5th level now? That night, Shi Yu almost arrived in Pingcheng. After President Feng sent Shi Yu off the car, he also got off and asked, I am sure I can pass the 5th level, but I don't know what the 6th level will be like. Don't worry, take it step by step. President Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then when do you plan to explore the ruins again? His idea was to do it as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't pass the 6th level, it would be good to know the information about the 6th level in advance. At that time, all the beast masters in Pingcheng will help Shi Yu find a solution. Anyway, it would be best to crack this relic within the Pingcheng exploration period, and then let those who are eyeing the relic in other districts and counties play with themselves. Today, it must be a bit late, so he asked Shi Yu about his next idea. Give me a little more time. The specific time is not yet certain, but it shouldn't be more than half a month. Shi Yu still planned to do it in one step, such as strengthening absolute sleep and multiplication to the mastery level, and then improving the growth level of 11. 11's growth level is still a little low at level 7. During this period, Shi Yu was concerned about strengthening powerful skills other than race, and ignored its racial skills. If you want to quickly improve the growth level of pets, it is most direct to add points to racial skills. This kind of skill, that they are born with through blood or awakening, is the easiest to drive their own growth after improvement. Now, there are already 4 ethereal stones, and he doesn't have to worry about 11's growth level increasing too fast, and he can't keep up with its growth progress. So next, it seems that we can start to focus back on 11's low-level racial skills. Okay, as I said before, if you have any needs, just come to me. President Feng nodded, and then suddenly thought of something. By the way, will your yard be inconvenient for training pets? There are 2 vacant training villas in Pingcheng district. I will take you there tomorrow and allocate one to you. Old Feng winked. The Pingcheng Association treats you well. Shi Yu was stunned and said he understood. President, you are too polite. It doesn't matter if it is a villa or not. Since it can be convenient for training pets so that we can conquer the ruins as soon as possible and make contributions to Pingcheng, then I will obey your order. Shi Yu would not admit that he was a person who liked new things and disliked old things, but this old house was indeed a bit old. This yard could barely withstand the initial panda cubs, but now, it can't withstand the high-intensity training of the Panda King. Training Villa. As the name suggests, it is a villa with a training ground. Even in a small place like Pingcheng district, this kind of villa is estimated to cost tens of millions. So, today is the last day of living here. After Shi Yu entered the yard, he did not hear the welcome cry of the green cotton worm this time. He knew without thinking that the green cotton worm had fallen asleep. In the birdcage, the green cotton worm was lying on the dragonbeard grass bed, snoring, and looked particularly comfortable. But it can only be comfortable recently. When he takes time to study the evolution direction of the green cotton worm, it will not be able to slack off like this after evolution. Everything is aligned with 11, this is the benchmark. Forget it today, I won't teach high-level skills. I will teach hardening and then go to sleep. After Shi Yu made a decision, he summoned 11 from the beast control space. After 11 came out, he stared at Shi Yu. Shi Yu was slightly startled. Skill, plant control, status, unteachable. He looked at the green cotton worm again. Status, unteachable, still can't teach. Can't the 2 of them fit? Shi Yu actually felt that the teaching fit of the skill illustrations was quite broad. Of the 8 skills he had previously recorded, including intimidation, silkworm silk, supervision, high-speed healing, absolute sleep, hardening, thunder palm, and multiplication, only silkworm silk could not be learned by the iron-eating beast 11. According to the illustration, only Thunder Palm could not be learned by the green cottonworm. The others were still compatible. This was the first time that two pets could not learn the same skill. Shiyu guessed that there were three possible reasons. 1. It was simply incompatible and there was no way to teach them. They could not be the king of plants. 2. They were not strong enough to learn superclass skills. 3. The illustration was afraid of dying. But no matter which one it was certain that they could not be taught at the moment. Forget it, Shiyu shook his head. Anyway, he had no plan to teach superclass skills at the moment. It would be safer to wait until he reached the master level. Shiyu felt that even a professional level physique might not be able to hold up. But it seems that if you want to control this plant and make full use of it, there are only two routes. Either cultivate the green cottonworm towards the wood element, or try to contract a plant element for the third pet. Shiyu thought about it and still preferred the third pet. After all, as the completely metamorphosed pet with the highest evolutionary potential, the green cottonworm has too many routes to choose from. Especially when he has mastered the skill illustrations and can brush the silk to the full level, the potential of the green cottonworm is no less than those king race cubs. If you give up rare time, space, dragon and other attributes just for a superclass wood skill, this is a blood loss. On the contrary, as for the third pet, the beautiful Lu Chengyi seems to be missing a high-race pet. At that time, pick a suitable high-race plant seedling, and it will be done directly. Everything is developing in a good direction. Oh, 11 looked at Shiyu who was standing there and then laughed by himself, shivered, and turned around to train himself. It has never felt so full of energy as today. Night. Sleepless night. However, Shiyu's voice came out at this time. Take a day off tonight, let me sleep well. And we will change to a big house tomorrow for you to train again, Ying. The next day, Shiyu moved into the training villa mentioned by President Feng. In addition to residence, there is a huge courtyard garden with a pond and spiritual plants that purify the environment in front, and behind the residence is an independent huge training ground. In addition, unlike Shiyu's hometown, the residences here are all made of high-grade sound insulation materials, so Shiyu doesn't seem to have to worry about the 11 training being too noisy and causing a bad rest. The environment is very good, right? President Feng said with a smile after taking Shiyu for a walk. Generally speaking, only master-level beastmasters who live in Pingcheng district are eligible to be allocated such a villa. Shiyu is the first one to be allocated such a villa at the apprentice level. However, Shiyu has such qualifications. Not to mention that as long as he does not die prematurely, it is almost 100% certain that he will become a master-level beastmaster in the future. Moreover, the value that the ruins that Shiyu has conquered may bring to Pingcheng district in the future is not comparable to Villa at all. Very good, Shiyu couldn't help but say, and 11 who followed him couldn't help but nodded. Great. The training ground is bigger. However, it would be better if the spiritual plants in the yard could be replaced with bamboo. Not only 11, but also the green cottonworm popped its head out of Shiyu's backpack and looked at the new environment. It hid in the remote Shiyu's house to stay away from competition and escape from natural enemies. It was even used to the persimmon tree in Shiyu's house. It was a little uncomfortable to suddenly come to such a beautiful place. There are still many vacant places in the yard. When you have time, plant the spiritual plants you like, Shiyu responded to 11 and the green cottonworm with telepathy while walking. After walking around twice, Shiyu was completely familiar with the environment here. Seeing that Shiyu was very satisfied, President Feng smiled and said, I'm glad you are satisfied. I won't bother you anymore. From now on, the ownership of this villa will be yours. Thank you, President Feng. After moving into the new house, Shiyu felt good. He felt that his liver power was slowly recovering. In such a beautiful place, it was also a pleasure to hide some. President Feng did have other things to do. After helping Shiyu enter here, he left quickly. In the huge villa, only Shiyu, Shiai, and King Mianchong were left in a short while. Once everyone left, this big house immediately became empty. It seems very lonely. Alice, a big house is also annoying, Shiyu pretended. Don't say anything. In order to celebrate the move, I'm going to work hard today. It always takes some time to adapt to moving into a new home. Shiyu adapted very well because the environment here is very suitable for recuperation and recuperation. After a week, his body seemed to have completely merged with this place. 11 and the green cottonworms adapted well. After all, the essence of most life forms, in addition to being repeaters and really fond of fragrance, is also getting tired of the old and liking the new. During the adaptation process, the properties of 11 and the green cotton worms also underwent subtle changes. Name: iron-eating beast. Growth level: awakening level 8. Skills: hardening, mastery +9. Thunder palm, mastery. High-speed healing, mastery. Supervision, mastery. Deterrence, mastery. Absolute sleep, mastery. Multiplication, mastery. Name: green cotton worm. Growth level: awakening level 9. Skills: silk, mastery +10. Chapter 74. The first perfect level. Shiyu was tired. Not only because he had been working overtime for a week, but also because there was no end in sight for his skill proficiency. This skill proficiency: after 1 try, he was a beginner; after 2 tries, he was proficient; after 4 tries, he was proficient; and after more than 10 tries, why was it still not perfect? Shiyu suspected that the skill illustration was messing with his mentality. According to his mathematical thinking, he could not guess what the illustration was thinking. Otherwise, logically speaking, proficiency +4 should be perfect, which are different powers of 2. Perfect proficiency seems not as simple as I thought. After thinking about it carefully, Shiyu also accepted it. After all, from entry to proficiency, as long as the pet practiced hard, it was an achievement that could be achieved regardless of qualifications. And to achieve perfect proficiency, some pets, even those with a beast master, may not be able to reach it in their entire lives. It's not the same dimension. Let's try again. With a mentality of trying it out, Shiyu tapped the silk of the green cotton worm twice more. Then, surprises often come too suddenly. In Shiyu's hand, the blue cotton worm first went through a growth and transformation in a daze, and then the sound of its cry came into Shiyu's ears. As a pet of the insect type, it is normal for the blue cotton worm to grow fast. After being taught silk twice, Shiyu was not surprised at all that it awakened to level 10. However, in addition to this, the message that the worm conveyed to Shiyu was not simple. What? The silk finally changed again. Shiyu's hand trembled, and he almost threw the worm away. After silk, mastery +12, it finally reached silk, perfection. The blue cotton worm nodded with bright eyes, and then jumped down from Shiyu's palm. Then, it looked at a large stone used for decoration in the yard. Whoosh! The blue cotton worm spewed out silk, not just one strand, but more than a dozen strands entangled together, so it was very thick, about the size of a thick straw. Next, the white silk ray shot towards the stone like a gunshot, and with a click, a crack appeared on this ordinary stone. Shiyu was about to say that's all. It was not as powerful as the entry-level hardening, but thinking that it was just a worm, he couldn't help but say with relief, well done. Today, the silkworm finally entered the perfect state, and the worm is one step closer to evolution. Name: green cotton worm. Growth level: awakening level 10. Racial skills: silkworm, perfect. This should be the current attribute of the green cotton worm. At this moment, the green cotton worm also cried happily after receiving Shiyu's praise. At this time, Shiyu finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at the green cotton worm, and after a long time of reaction, he found that he seemed to be able to communicate with the green cotton worm relatively normally. At the beginning, the green cotton worm only had instincts, and Shiyu had no way to communicate with it. Later, after Shiyu raised it for a while, its growth level was raised, and the two could communicate simply through telepathy. However, the communication at that time was limited to some ordinary commands, and the IQ of the green cotton worm at that time might be similar to that of a pet cat or dog, or even slightly lower. But now, as the green woolworm has reached the 10th level of awakening and the silkworm has reached the perfect level, Shiyu can almost clearly feel its emotions. In addition, it has begun to communicate with Shiyu like a child who can think independently. It may not be as smart as mammals like the iron-eating beast, but Shiyu is still happy to have reached this point. The 10th level green woolworms in the breeding base are not so smart. It seems that it is the credit of the perfect level racial skills. So it seems that on the basis of the mastery level, it takes another 12 times of teaching. If you start from scratch, it means a total of 16 times of teaching, which is the threshold of the perfect level. Shiyu looked in the direction of the backyard training ground. In other words, if 11's hardening skills are taught 3 more times, can they also reach the perfect level? Maybe 2 times will be enough. After all, 11's own training is also very hard, and it will definitely increase some proficiency. But after thinking about it, Shiyu judged that it should still take 3 times. After all, perfect level proficiency requires many years of hard training. Although 11 is very hard-working, it has only been trained for a month. Compared to the huge experience bar of perfect level skills, its hard training, rather than increasing proficiency, is more like perfectly transforming the points added by Shiyu into its own things, rather than relying entirely on external forces. I was already tired of staying at home and planned to challenge the ruins again tomorrow. Now it seems that I should wait until the hardening is also improved to the perfect level before going, Shiyu decided after thinking about it, and then he looked at the little bug on the ground. He teased the little bug with a fresh look on his face. In the past, the green cotton bug could not understand the meaning of too many of his words. Can it now? Chong Chong, come here, Shiyu called Chong Chong, and Chong Chong immediately crawled over. There are several chickens and rabbits in the same cage. They all have one head. The chicken has 2 legs and the rabbit has 4 legs. Counting from the top, there are 35 heads, and counting from the bottom, there are 94 legs. How many chickens and rabbits are there in the cage? Green cotton bug. The green cotton bug looked at Shiyu blankly. Forget it, 11 doesn't know this either, it's a bit difficult for you. Okay, next question. Dragon beard grass, bamboo leaves, persimmon leaves, cabbage leaves, which one do you like to eat? Chi, this question to the green cotton worm is not confused. It said that it likes them all. If it has to choose one, it will choose the one that gives more. If it gives more in general, it will choose dragon beard grass. Shiyu nodded. Okay, this IQ is acceptable for now, and it will become a great talent after training in the future. Next question, who is better to you, me or 11? The green cotton worm fell into deep thought. It recalled that the iron-eating beast disturbed its sleep every day and dragged it to train together, which was too much for the worm. In comparison, Shiyu not only built a house for himself, but also prepared food for himself every day. The difference is obvious at a glance. Chi, hello. The green cotton worm confirmed. You are a teachable boy. The last question is, why do you like to sleep so much? Shiyu was actually quite confused. He had done a relatively in-depth study of the blue wool worm. After all, he had been dealing with blue wool worms almost every day for 3 months as an intern breeder. Normal blue wool worms are not so sleepy. Sleeping? The blue wool worm crawled in a circle on the spot, as if thinking about how to explain. But it didn't need to explain it too clearly, because Shiyu had telepathy, so Shiyu could probably infer it. Because, you can enter another world, you don't have to worry about food, you don't have to worry about avoiding natural enemies, you can be free, in the posture you like, in various places. After repeating it, Shiyu was stunned and said, do you mean dreaming? It should be a dream. Shiyu was originally wondering why this insect was so sleepy. It turned out that it didn't like to sleep, but liked to daydream. But can insect pets like blue wool worms also dream? Shiyu knew that some animals in his previous life could dream, but most animals could not dream. In this world, creatures have evolved to this level, so it doesn't seem strange for a worm to dream. Shiyu stretched out his hand, and the green cotton worm slowly climbed up. Do you want to give you a name? Forget it, I'm bad at naming, just keep calling me Chong Chong. From letting 11 use the name 11, we can see how bad Shiyu is at naming. When naming the green cotton worm, he was afraid that he would come up with weird names like Sheer, Xiaoqing and Xiaolu. Chong Chong is good, it's cute. Gee, the green cotton worm was speechless. Forget it, these are not the most important things. Now that the green cotton worm can communicate normally, Shiyu suddenly felt relieved, because he finally didn't have to worry about the evolutionary path of the green cotton worm by himself. At present, it has also reached the 10th level of awakening. The next stage of its skills is superb. Before the end of its short life, it must quickly break out of its cocoon and evolve. While ensuring sufficient potential, he decided to give the blue worm some autonomy to choose and let it eliminate some options for itself. The blue worm has the final say on which category it wants to evolve into, and then he will find a way, so that it won't be like a headless fly wanting everything. Shiyu took out his mobile phone, and then put the blue worm on his shoulder. Under its blank expression, he clicked on a page. I'll introduce you to various attributes first. Fill in your first, second, and third choices, and we'll see what happens in the end. Chapter 75, Bugs filling out the application form. After buying the phone, Shiyu has been playing with it by himself. He has not shared this magic with his pet. This is the first time. Chong Chong is still quite curious about the phone and stares at the glowing screen. Let me introduce it to you. Then, Shiyu introduced the characteristics of each attribute to Qingmi and Chong according to the attribute encyclopedia. First, the 5 elements attribute. Since the introduction is too long, Shiyu introduced it to Chong Chong as simply as possible. For example, the gold element represents metal, the wood element represents plants, the water element represents liquids, the fire element represents flames, and the earth element represents land. Shiyu felt that he was talking nonsense. However, Chong Chong could not understand it at all if he said it was too profound. For example, how to explain that the earth element can also control gravity? How long would it take to explain this to Qingmi and Chong? In short, it is very difficult, just like a parent explaining homework to a child. In addition to the basic 5 elements, there are also attributes such as insects, dragons, poison, ice, wind, light, darkness, thunder, undead, spirit, and machinery. And super rare attributes such as time and space. In fact, there are some other unconventional attributes, but because there are too few representative pets, ordinary beastmasters can't get in touch with them. Among these attributes, the most interesting ones are actually insects, dragons, and machines. Because insects and dragons can actually be counted as animal pets, they generally have other attributes. However, because these two types of pets are too special, they are separated out by the beastmasters. As for the reason, insects are the largest number of pets in nature, and dragons are the strongest biological representatives in nature. As for machines, they generally refer to artificial mechanical life, which is an attribute divided to commemorate technology. Shiyu explained the characteristics of each attribute to Chong Chong one by one, and also found pictures for it to understand, so Chong Chong accepted it very quickly. Qingmi and Chong discussed with Shiyu. In the end, it took about 2 hours for them to discuss the results. After discussing the results, Shiyu was still able to accept it. Fortunately, Qingmi and Chong did not choose the attributes of machinery and undead. Because even Qingmi and Chong is difficult to evolve into these two attributes. Mechanical transformation, suicide to become a spirit? Qingmi and Chong's brain circuit for selecting attributes is different from Shiyu's. It has taken a fancy to the space system. Because the space system can master the ability of instant movement, it can be used to escape, so there is no need to worry about being preyed on by birds. In this regard, Shiyu can only say that it is small and has a small pattern. This is not used to avoid birds at all, but to help him, the Beastmaster, escape danger. Then, the green cotton worm also took a fancy to the spiritual system, because 11 mastered a spiritual skill, absolute sleep, and it coveted this skill. The pattern is small again. The key is that even now, it can learn absolute sleep, and there is no need to evolve. Shiyu saw that it just likes to dream, but the spiritual system is also in line with it. After all, there are many spiritual skills related to dreams. Shiyu gave it 3 opportunities to volunteer. And the last volunteer, the worm was entangled in wooden dragon for a long time. Because controlling plants is related to eating, as for dragons. The reason surprised Shiyu, because it said that it had dreamed that it had become this kind of creature, very powerful, tall, and strong. In the end, considering that Shiyu had prepared food, it still chose the dragon. Although Shiyu didn't know why a bug would dream of turning into a dragon, he still silently counted this attribute. Thus, Shiyu selected 3 attributes. Space, dragon, spirit. It's almost the same as what I decided at the beginning, but there are some differences, Shiyu decided. Then next, he would try to find skills and attribute materials in these 3 aspects. If he found 2, he could try to evolve. After all, pets are generally only good at 2 attributes. More would make them less refined. As for what to find and what to evolve into, it's up to fate. The absolute sleep of the spirit system seems to be ready? But this skill doesn't seem to help break the cocoon, right? Moreover, there is a possibility that the green cotton worm will sleep to death in the cocoon. But it is also possible that this skill will allow the green cotton worm to better absorb the nourishing power of the cocoon during the evolution process. There is also an ethereal stone that seems to be ready. Let's see if there are more in the ruins. At this time, after filing in the volunteer application, the green cotton worm became much more lively, and even wanted to read more information and select carefully. However, Shiyu mercilessly put away his phone and pushed the green cotton worm away. Children, don't be addicted to your phone. You've been addicted for 2 hours. Go play on the tree by yourself. I should go add some points to 11, G. 1, 2, 4, 16. How many times will it take to reach the level of perfection? After leaving the insects, Shiyu prepared to go to the backyard to find 11. He planned to harden 11 to the perfect level first, and then go to the ruins again. There was no rush for the insects. After all, the silkworm silk had just been perfected and was far from the standard for evolution. Green cotton worms can freely control the time of cocooning. Generally speaking, most wild green cotton worms fight to the death before the end of their lifespan to get a chance to evolve. Green cotton worms cultivated by beastmasters are more controllable. After all, green cotton worms cultivated by beastmasters grow very fast. Green cotton worms have a lifespan of about 1 year, and those that are well cultivated may reach 2 years. Before the end of their lifespan, it is actually preparation time. It is not too late to let the green cotton worms cocoon until the beastmaster is fully prepared. At present, Shiyu's is only about 2 months old, so it's still early. So Chong still has at least 1 year of preparation time, and there is plenty of time for Shiyu to find evolution materials. Shiyu stopped thinking about these things, and soon found 11, who was confused, and began to teach him. With supplements, he can be so willful. 1 day later, a brand new transformation of the rolling was born. Name, Iron-Eating Beast. Growth level, Awakening level 9. Skills, Hardening, Perfect. Thunder Palm, Mastery. High-Speed Healing, Mastery. Supervision, Mastery. Deterrence, Mastery. Absolute Sleep, Mastery. Multiplication, Mastery. There's nothing much to say about the Mastery level Absolute Sleep. The sign of this skill from entry to mastery is to sleep to restore physical strength, but it is just a matter of efficiency. It will not change until the perfect level. There is nothing much to say about the multiplication skill. Before, the proficient level multiplication could make 11 up to more than 4 meters tall, but now it is more than 8 meters tall. The same is true for the reduction multiple. 11, which is more than 10 centimeters, can be directly held in Shiyu's hand and put in his pocket. This state is quite compatible with the green cotton worm. Both are weaklings. These are not the most important. The most important is the hardening of the race skill. The signs of perfect hardening, flow, superposition, and concentration, can bring the hardening skill to the extreme effect. The power of 11's combination skills can directly break through the sky. With a mastery of the group attack skill Deterrence, which is the king's aura in the mouth of the master beastmaster, this time, Shiyu does not believe that 11 has an opponent in the awakening period. Unless the opponent is a cub of a mythical creature. At the same time, because of the improvement of the race skills this time, 11's growth level has also reached level 9, plus the baptism of the evolution holy spring. With this panel, it should be possible to kill through the ruins. Right, you can get a panda pendant for the first order. Remember to get it. There are activities you can enter from the activity center. Thanks to the leaders of the atomic dynamic theory, midnight marshmallows, coal balls hiding in the corner, silent, reading books, night glory, etc. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.